T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in S10. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
They tried to scare us off, but now we are numb. They've dug themselves a hole 'cause they thought we were dumb. Until shorts pay us back, the best is yet to come. The best is yet to come, we've only held the line. You think we've seen the moon, but we ain't seen it shine. Wait till the margin calls are made. Wait till they pay their debts. Wait till the SEC gets obeyed. We ain't seen nothing yet. The best is yet to come. Ignore the headline. The squeeze has not been squoze. They haven't paid a dime. they're running out of time. This rocket's ready to fly. We've barely started to climb. We own the shares that they'll buy. Wait till we see how many synthetic shares they found. Hedge funds once worth billions, now driven to the ground. Wait till the FOMO starts to chase. Wait till the spikes are severe. Wait till the squeeze really does take place. Taxes are gonna suck next year. The best is yet to come when shorts begin to buy. They will bring the demand, we own the supply. They still have to buy, and we own the supply.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
About another interesting opportunity that you're eyeing, AMC debt around the writer's strike. What's the plan here?
So I mean, AMC, great company, and I've tried to get into see Barbie and Oppenheimer twice, and I've been turned away at the door. And so,
what? You can't get in?
Well, I have very little time. I'm working so hard. So I mean, a couple times I can go sold out. So I will go before the summer's over. It's a promise. But let's talk about AMC. So AMC, the apes converging with the equity, and then subsequently doing a 10-for-1 reverse split, and that conversion allows management to issue up to $8 billion of equities. Now, we don't think they're going to tap the equity market for $8 billion. We think there's no shot, but they will tap it for $1 billion to $2 billion. So the position that we have, it's a $2 billion issue, the senior bank loans that we bought in the 60s, doesn't trade in the 60s or the 70s anymore. It's about 80. But you can buy that at 80. We think it's worth par. You can buy it at 80. It's an 8.5% coupon, so you get better than a 10% current yield. It's about 10.5% current yield, and we think it has a 25% price pop because it'll mature at par. And with the equity coming in now, we think $1 billion to $2 billion more equity. The capital structure is stronger, and people coming back to the theater. So I wouldn't worry about the writer's strike. That will be settled in the next 30 to 60 days, and the box offices look like record numbers to us, and greater than pre-COVID numbers in terms of revenue. So we're super bullish. But think about that, where we can make a 17% return, 10% on the cash, and a 25% price pop. on price, and we can make this return. We think it's a high teens return, an equity-like return for taking senior bank debt risk in the very top of the capital structure of AMC. So we think the smartest play for AMC is actually buying the bank debt, which is going to par, which offers these staggering returns for the unit of risk that you're taking.
All right. That was very complicated, but you explained it well. Bruce.
Yeah, it was good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really good to have you.
Nice to see you.
Bruce Richards.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is Bring on the Institutional Buying. How do you like them for apples? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, you do. You do love them apples because those institutional buyers come in and start buying AMC. And guess what ends up happening? They start supporting the price. The price starts moving upwards. That's what we want. Now, I'm a little disappointed that the estimates have gone from $16 billion in raising of capital to $8 billion in raising of capital availability, but I don't really care. I mean, $8 billion is still more than enough, from a top range. Like, even if they're estimating $8 billion is what AMC could potentially raise, it's still more than enough to do what it is that they need to do. And be able to turn this thing around and really start turning this into a buy signal for everybody across the board. And let me just tell you, when there are stresses in the marketplace, when you only have 1,000 tickers that are green or less, as the rest of the stock market's coming down, guess where everybody's going to want to put their money? Oh yes, they will. They will want to put their money where things are green. Oh, and then you just wait. You just wait. It's just going to keep on going. It's just going to keep on going and going and going and going. And then you're going to be screwed. Just like the song says. So anyways, good morning to you guys. I still got like 7 minutes here. I guess playing all that extra stuff didn't seem to take up as much time as I thought it was going to, or either that I started on time and so I'm just ahead of myself. I'm not sure which, but I'm ahead of myself here, so I still got 7 more minutes here. Oh yeah, Dan says, "What's up with the new lawsuit?" I don't care. I really don't care. So there is supposedly a new lawsuit out there, and this is going to be for the ape side on people who want. Somebody's going to try and open up a class action on trying to get their fair portion of shares that they think that they're due for damages. We already know the first lawsuit was a farce and that AMC only settled because of the fact that they wanted to get it done and over with so they could start raising capital. I don't know what's going to happen. I really don't. I'm not even sure I really even care very much, like I didn't care about the first lawsuit. There are suggestions that this isn't going to hang us up any. I did read somebody had posted, and of course I'm not a lawyer, guys. You know I'm not a lawyer. My dad was a lawyer, but doesn't make me a lawyer. So I'm not going to be able to talk on this with any kind of authority. But there are people out there that are suggesting that this one wasn't asking for a hold on the reverse split and conversion. So, if that's the case and there's no status quo order put in place or something like that, then we shouldn't have any problems with this going through, and things will just continue on as they are, and the lawsuit will happen on the side. But I'm not really concerned about it because I really don't think that it's going to change anything in regards to what it is that we're doing here. And very much like how I felt the same way about the first lawsuit. It doesn't change anything for us, right? It may add shares to how much we own. It may add a little bit of time into how things are progressing, but it doesn't change anything for us. Nothing. It's still the same thesis. The shorts have too many shorts, and they have not covered. They have not been forced to buy shares. It's the same thesis. Things continue to move forward regardless of whether there's any kind of BS lawsuits or not.
And it's all part of the playbook. We knew this was coming. If you didn't know this was coming, then you haven't read the shorting playbook, which is in the description box of this channel. And it's all in there. All the information you could possibly want to know. It's all sitting right there. Shows their entire playbook, and we could have predicted all this stuff way in advance just by reading that. Let me see. I'm going to pull it up here. It's called Hedge Fund Playbook in the description of this channel. And when you click on that, you know, I should probably copy that. No, I posted this. Okay, so it should be okay. Let's see. And you scroll down, class action lawsuits. There's a section in there, class action lawsuits. It's right in their playbook. Based upon leaked stories of SEC investigations of their media exposure, a handful of law firms immediately filed class action shareholder suits. Milberg Weiss, before they were disbanded as a result of a Justice Department investigation, could be counted on to file a class action suit against a company that was under a short attack. Allegations of accounting and priorities that were made in the complaint would be reported as being the truth by the short-friendly media, again causing panic among small investors. I'm not afraid. I knew this is in their playbook, guys. It's right in the playbook. All you have to do is go read the playbook, and you know that this is all part of the game. Same thing. Another day. Have we squeezed yet? No, 2 weeks. That's it. Just keep on trudging forward. Let's see here. Apex, good morning to you. Pro Jeweler says short and distort. Yep, exactly. Let's see here. Nope, that's not. Billy says, how do you know that Adam Aaron will be selling 25 million shares? It's if you didn't read the document. I mean, Billy, it tells me you didn't read it. If you didn't read the 8K, then you wouldn't be. If you wouldn't be asking that question if you had read the 8K. The 8K literally has it, and to be honest with you, this 8K is really short. You really need to go read the 8K, Billy, because it's absolutely paramount to understanding what's going to be happening in our future, right? And if you want to know what's going to be happening in our future, it's literally right in there. It's at the very bottom of the page, and it says, let's see here. I'm driving down to it here. Let's see. Yeah, it's the very first thing under additional capital raising. It's towards the bottom of the 8K. It says upon effectiveness of the charter amendments, the company also intends to initiate an at-the-market program for issuance and sale of up to 25 million shares of new Class A common stock on reverse split adjusted basis from time to time at market prices in order to strengthen its liquidity and balance sheet. It's literally right in the 8K. Can't be any clearer. And some people were suggesting this wasn't going to be at the market, and it says it right inside the filing, at the market. Ben says, Casey, read the last page, please. Read the last page. Are you talking about their forward-looking statements section? I have ad nauseum gone over that statement. It's boilerplate information, if that's what it is that you're talking about. It's totally boilerplate. They put it on almost every single one of their documents. Things change. And then they have to acknowledge that. They have to acknowledge that things change. Let's see here. It's 6:20. It's time to do the numbers. I've already cleaned my glasses. Tech We Love says it's one of the most beautiful 8Ks I've ever read. I'm glad they had the detailed question and answer. Yeah, it is a great 8K. It is a really good 8K. Highly recommend everybody be reading this. It is about your future, about what it is you hold. If you want to know the answers to the questions that you have, it's right there. all in front of your fingertips, and you can just pull it up and read it with your eyeballs. That's what those are for. Eyeballs. Eyeballs. Reading. Let's see here. It is, Tim. It is Knight Rider. It's Kit. Yeah, that is absolutely right, Jathan. It does say from time to time, meaning he could do 5 million here, he could do 3 million there, he could do 7 million here, he could do 10 million there, he could do 1 million here. Just depends on what they want to do. They might actually decide based off of market movement and price as they're selling shares how they want to divvy it up. They might want to see how the market reacts to seeing new shares hitting the market, and how it impacts price and whether or not they can get more per share. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. Jim's saying technically Ape holders have merit since preferred shares should get any payouts before common shares, but zero Ape holders want to stop conversion. So Jim, this is the interesting thing, right? Like, if you're technically an Ape shareholder, the only people who should have gotten Ape originally would have been owners of AMC shares. To me, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but to me, how are you damaged by going in and buying it later when you already know what's happened, right? You already know what's happened. You already see the effects of everything, and you're buying the Ape shares. You're not impacted. The person that's going to be impacted is the person who would have initially had the AMC shares and had the split dividend given into Ape. So I don't know if I'm of agreement with that. I feel like it's a little baseless to sit there and say, because anybody who picked up Ape would have been the same people who had AMC. So to sit there and say that there's some merit to the idea that people who bought Ape afterwards when they knew it was happening doesn't really seem to make a whole lot of sense to me. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but that's going to be for a judge to decide. Everybody who originally got Ape legitimately should have been, what's the word I'm looking for here? I want to say constipated. It's not the right word. That's not the word. It's like a C word. I know it's like a C word. Compensated. Constipated. Oh man, C words. Oh man. Yeah, they should have been compensated for their damages. Constitution. That's right. C words. They can do body harm. Oh man, it's early, so I gotta tell you, I'm a little tired today, guys. I took my son out to. I was gonna take several of the kids out because it was their first day of school. And then everybody had their first day, who had their first day of school didn't want to go out to eat out. And so it was just me and my son. And so we went out to go eat dinner. And so I took him out, and him and I we had some food, and we got back home. He was showing me something, and I sat there and I was I was watching. I'm reading what you guys are saying at the same time. We were watching something, and then at some point I handed him the controller and I said, "I'm going to take a nap," and I didn't wake back up until like 3:30 this morning on the couch. So I had a couch night last night, and so I woke up at 3:30 this morning, and I was thinking, gosh, I have so much time. I could probably go back and get a little snooze in my bed. And then I started looking at my phone, and then you know what happens when you start looking at your phone. It's all over after that. So good times. I'm a little tired this morning. But maybe numbers will wake me up. Let's do it. It is time. It's 5 minutes past. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Before I do, Jason says, Casey, do you have a good guess at what the new float size will be after the conversion? Trying to see percent. Jason, you need to read the 8K. I cannot stress this enough. If you guys are going to ask, you got to read this stuff. I know it's boring. Trust me, I have ADD. It's so hard for me. If you knew how difficult it is for me to read this crap, it is tough. It's grinding. I have to have complete silence. I have to sit there. I have to go through it. I have to reread it multiple times. But if I can do it, I know you can do it. And it is literally right in this document that tells you how many outstanding shares are going to be outstanding after this is all said and done. It's like right in the very first couple paragraphs. You got to go read this. And I covered it multiple times yesterday. Seriously, go read it. You got to. It's part of ownership of your shares. If you're not reading this stuff, you're not doing yourself any favors at all. It literally, and I covered it like, I don't even know how many times yesterday. I have no idea how many times I talked about it. Like so many times. It's all there for you, man. Every single bit of it. I'll post the link up one more time for you. It tells you everything you need to know, and you can use that math to reverse figure out all the numbers and make sure everything makes sense to you, whether or not you got it figured out or not. But there it is. All right, I'm going to take you guys over the numbers. Trust me, guys. If I can read this stuff and make some sense of it, I know you can too. I have a very difficult time reading. It's not fun for me. All right. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see Kit back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that. And I'm not trying to get down on you, Jason. I'm just saying you got to do this stuff. It's for your best benefit. If you're just going to go around and asking everybody what it's going to be and taking everybody else's opinions, and you're going to keep asking everybody, right? Like if you ask me, then you ask somebody else, and you ask somebody else, you're just going to keep getting different answers. So just go look it up yourself and figure it out for yourself, and don't have to ask anybody. You know, because I bet it'll take you less than 5 minutes to find that section in there where it literally tells you how many outstanding shares there's going to be afterwards. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could potentially help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account when you do sign up for it. Make sure that if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device, that you utilize that, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary phone or device or whatever it is that you're getting the access code on. So sign up for that. And then, boy, guys, talk about, boy, was I right, huh? Have you got your digital copies of your statements through your brokers, or a hard copy somewhere, a PDF copy of your statement through your brokers? I hope so, because yesterday, what did we see have happen? People had, I want to say there was probably at least a good hour or maybe more of time where people couldn't even access their accounts. And some people were showing zero values inside their accounts on Fidelity. Wow. What an eye-opener, right? How many of you guys have gone back and checked? I know I didn't last night. I didn't have a time between making dinner and then going out to dinner with my son and then coming home and crashing. I still haven't checked to verify mine to see if the numbers are accurate, but I will be doing that later today. I just haven't had a chance yet. But I'm going to be going back and making sure that my screenshots and match up with what it is that what they're reporting now. Because if they don't, they're going to have problems with me. So make sure you guys are getting those statements. If you don't have them, I'm telling you guys right now, I'm not even kidding. There is going to be some broker problems that are going to fail. I promise you there's going to... No, I can't do that. I am certain, and this is my opinion, I am certain that there is going to be broker failures. And people are going to be told that they don't have any positions that they're holding. And you're going to be sitting there empty-handed, wondering what the heck you're going to do without any kind of proof of ownership. What are you going to do? How are you going to resolve that? If you're not getting those statements, you're screwed. Please do this. I had one person tell me that they did it for the first time yesterday. Pure chance that they downloaded it yesterday and then Fidelity did what it did. Don't be that person. I promise you, you're going to be regretting it like crazy if you are. I say this for your health, guys. Your mental health. I'm not just saying it for my health. I'm saying it for you. All right, let's take a look at these numbers here and see what we got. On the top left-hand side, we've got price prediction tally points. Einstein backed out here for maybe indefinitely. So I need somebody else to fill in. If anybody wants to fill in for that, send me a DM in Twitter, and we'll get a fourth person in here. Glenn, I think, is going to pop in after the conversion reverse split, so we'll have him filling in, I think. I had 420 to 720. Eric had 392 to 692, and Apex had 406 to 706. This is not financial advice. It's just three apes right now trying to figure out price predictions within a $3 range. Let's see here. We've got, let's see. Ape closed at $2.11. AMC at $3.68. The combined total is $5.79. I was off by 9 pennies. And nobody was within 10 cents of my price prediction, which means that since I was within 10 cents of getting the price prediction right, and I was outside of a 10-cent range of anybody else's price prediction, I get an extra bonus point for the day. I feel so weird giving myself bonus points here. It's so weird. It's like, oh, you run the show and you're giving yourself extra bonus point. I don't know. We're making the rules up as we go. No, we're not. The rules are defined. So everybody gets a tally point because they did get the price prediction right. And I'm going to get an extra bonus point for being closest, and having a different prediction point than price point than anybody else. Short exempt volume. So I was hoping to see a little bit more than this. I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping for at least 1 million shares in short exempt volume, and I had. Oh my gosh! What happened? I swear to you, I looked at it last night. It was not over 1 million shares. It was like 500,000. It's 2.45. It's 2,456,761 shares. Yes, we had over 1 million. Wow, yes, this is awesome. Short exempt volume for the day yesterday. I looked at it last night. I swear to you guys, when I looked at it, it was saying just a little over 500,000 shares, and now it's showing 2,456,761. This is awesome. This is great. That's for me. That's 2 out of 3. 2.456. Awesome. That's so awesome. Oh my gosh. 2 of 3. We're going to change the color of that. Format cell. We're going to make it yellow. Oh, excuse me. Fill effects. Does that look right? Yeah, let's use yellow. Yellow it is. One more day above 1 million, and I know the target's 3. Excuse me, 3. But I've told you guys in the past that for me, 3 million shares short exempt volume 3 days in a row is so stinking high that it's like you will already know that you're inside MOAS and it's happening. It's like it won't be any doubt. So it's not like you need to, there won't be any discussion as to whether or not MOAS is happening. But in this particular case here, I feel like anything over 1 million shares tells you you're on the right track. And we just had over 2 days in a row of over 1 million shares going through there. If we can get today, if today's got enough volume, and it's kind of sketchy, but if today has enough volume, we might see over 1 million shares going through in short exempt volume again. Now, do note that typically speaking, short exempt volume is more prevalent when SSR is tripped, as that usually, if there's low liquidity, that the ruling states that they're allowed to create short exempt volume if there's low liquidity. It provides for that to make a market. But these numbers are really, really super high. Let me check Ape real quick here and see what they were. Man, I swear I checked this yesterday and the numbers were not the same. Hold on, I got to double confirm this because I just want to make sure that I was looking at the right thing here. What was I looking at? AMC. I'm actually going to the actual file and finding it for myself here just to verify. Holy crap. Yep. 2.456761. That's right. That's right. Wow. Ape. Ape's actual value, where is it? AP was 193.9 thousand. There's more liquidity there, guys. There's a lot more liquidity under Ape and not as much short interest. And so that those I don't expect those numbers to be as high. That's why they're not high. I mean, there's still shares available there. You can look at the order book and see that there's shares available to make a market. So they're not going to be required to use short exempt volume as much on Ape as they are AMC in order to create a market. So this is it's not a problem. It's just it is what it is. It doesn't have the squeeze cake recipe going on, so it's not going to be high. Taking a look at, let's see here, day-over-day price increase, we had Ape was up 1.93, and AMC was up 8.55. That's going to be one of three. I'll count that. And let's take a look at utilization. $83.56 on AMC. It's heading up. Let's see if Ape is still 100%. Still 100%. We're getting really, really close here, guys. I mean, it's starting to get exciting, right? I mean, I feel like we're starting to see some 1 of 3s and 2s of 3s on our MOAS trigger indicators. These are exciting numbers. Also, in regards to the target for utilization, I would be happy with 90%. I don't think we have to hit 95. So if we start hitting 90% or higher on utilization for AMC, I would probably start calling it 1 of 3, 2 of 3 kind of thing. So it's not quite there. We're at 83.56%. But I have a feeling we're going to have some new record numbers here on Ortex on loan shares when we take a look at that. And so we could be getting really close to seeing some really high percentages on that utilization on AMC. So moving on. I've spent so much time on this. Max Pain yesterday was $6. We started out the week at $6. I say it stays $6. I'm laughing because yesterday I said I think it's going to drop down to 550 and it stayed at 6. Today I say it's going to stay at 6 and it drops down to 550. All right, well, it's 550 today. 550 is Max Pain. Let's take a look at off exchange. On AMC, we had final numbers for the day yesterday, and I expect to see about 64% combined between off-exchange and EDGX. We had 60.8% going through off-exchange. EDGX was 5.54. For a grand total, 66.34%. That's 2.34% higher than it should have been by the end of the day. So it was a little elevated, but not incredibly, which is part of the reason why there may have been some extra buying pressure, which we can see through short exempt volume as well. That would have perhaps maybe caused that the reason why we saw better numbers than usual with that 8.55% up would have been is that off exchange wasn't being as heavily utilized as normal when we see heavy buying pressure. The New York Stock Exchange we had elevated volume yesterday. What do we have? Like 60, close to 70 million shares, I think, traded yesterday. And the New York Stock Exchange saw about as much volume as it normally does in the past 30 days. So it saw some higher amounts of volume going through there. CHX volume for the day yesterday was 1.431 million shares. That is really high. Somebody needs to deliver, and they are. Off exchange for Ape, 40.79%. EDGX is sitting at 6.48. The combined total on that is 47.27. This is really, really low. The combined total is about 16.73% less than I would have expected. You can see the New York Stock Exchange received 12.44% of the volume for the day when it normally sees about 9.18. The NASDAQ GSM, the global markets there, got almost 12%, and they normally see 9.5%. So there's a lot of exchanges that don't normally see as much volume that we're getting volume. And we saw price go up. And so this is where I would sit here and I would tell you guys that if institutions are buying shares of Ape and they're wanting to protect the price, they may be allowing more shares to hit the lit market on the buy side so that they can keep the price up. So this is why we want more institutional buying. This is a good thing. 16.9 thousand shares going through CHX. That's not a whole lot. CHX for GME was 182 shares. Let's take a look at institutional ownership. Reported on Fintel, it was 148.461 million yesterday. Today it is 149.094. Do remember this is a lagging report and is not necessarily current and up to date. Moving on to options. Highest amount of open interest on the call side yesterday was at a $10 strike. That is still the case. Yesterday there was 237.7 or at 0.8. There's now 237.7. So there's a little bit of closed positions on that $10 strike. The secondary runner up here is at a $6 strike with 111,000 contracts. The highest amount of, sorry, I'm moving my numbers around here. The highest amount of volume on the open interest for the put side is what yesterday was at a $4 strike with 219,000 contracts. That's no longer the case. It's now a $10 strike with 210,000 contracts. The $4 strikes went from 219.8 down to 207.4. Puts are closing out positions that are in the money because price is starting to rise. Closing puts is bullish. $10 strike on puts, there's 210.4 thousand contracts. It's a lot of contracts in the money, deep in the money. That had to cost somebody some pretty money. Pretty money. Pretty pennies. Pretty pennies. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm going to play a little bit of music, and then I'll take you over to the other page, and then move some screens, and we'll cover the rest of the data. Data. All right. Beady. If you listen really carefully on this, depending on how good your ears are, you can literally hear the guy pressing on the keypads of the keyboard that he's playing. It's actually kind of cool. It's a good recording. And you can hear his chair kind of move around a little bit too as he's playing. It's a good recording. All right. Yesterday, guys, I was kind of showing you that there was a rising level of support in here, followed by a flat line level of resistance that we've seen multiple times in the past. I was actually kind of drawing it out for right here at around $5.73-ish, $5.75, $5.73, right around there. And I kind of suggested that with that rising level of support and that flat line of resistance, That made a triangle, which usually means price is going to break to the top side. I've had my box here leaving out just the tip as a breakout happening in the aftermarket hours or pre-market this morning, and we actually ended up breaking it much earlier than that, which is great. These are always just suggestion boxes. They're never meant to be like definitely this is where it's going to happen kind of thing. What's happening now, though, is that we still have this rising level of support and another new flat line of resistance at 595, which is a major point of resistance that we've seen from the past. Now, we've got our first test right here of that level of resistance, a secondary test in the pre-market early this morning. My guess is that maybe we'll have a third retest at some point, and I don't know if the breakthrough will happen on the third retest or if it'll break through on the fourth. But again, I'm going to draw a box in here, leaving out just the tip as a suggested breakout point for this. We do have that level of support now below us, so I would imagine that we'll be trading somewhere in this range in here leading up to the box. Now, where I just drew the box at has us at about 1310 to 1620 today. So we'll see what ends up happening in regards to that. We may break through way early on, like a market open through this, and my box ends up being really inaccurate like it was yesterday. If it does, that's great. Do note, we have, we're kind of crawling up here. If I were to draw like a trend channel, we're crawling up this this trend channel here, a little bit pointing towards the idea that we might. Let me see if I can draw this out. We might be heading towards breaking out of this wedge where we have this ascending level of resistance and this rising level of support. And so there may be a bigger wedge that maybe we're getting about ready to break out of here. Leaving again out the tip here, we may be within just a day or two away from seeing that breakout. Normally speaking, you want to see rising volume and rising price to get a breakout to the top side. Otherwise, if you have falling volume like we currently have and rising price, that does tend to lead to a breakout to the bottom side. So we'll see what ends up happening with volume here. I'm thinking about how this is going to play here. I know this day was kind of abnormal due to the volume that it took to push price down here. I don't know where I stand on this. I don't know. I'd like to see more volume in order to be a little bit more confident about a breakout to the top side of this wedge. We'll take a look at the rest of the numbers. Starting with AMC on Ortex. Our current short share interest of the free float sitting at 28.2%. Let's check it out. This utilization here increasing day over day. Oh, yes, we do have a new high record on shares on loan. I had to glance at it. Utilization at 82.91 yesterday, and then driving up to 83.56. So, half of a percent, a little more than half of a percent there. On loan average age per day. We went from 202.41 million to 208.89. I'm not even going to try to math this. I'm too tired for it. You can probably hear it in my voice too. 202.41. I think I can hear it on my voice. 6.48 million new shares on loan today compared to yesterday. Let's see. Ortex usually estimates about a third of that to be in new short interest. So figure about like 2.17 million. 2.1. Let's go with 2.19. I'm going to guess 2.19. They are estimating an increase in short share interest of the free float from 27.76 to 28.2. We are looking at 0.44. 2.283 million they're estimating to be in new short interest. A little bit higher than I would have expected. That's a lot. On loan average age per day. I mean, look, we took on 6.41 million new shares. And oh, by the way, an all-time record at 208.89 million shares on loan. Yesterday was our previously set new high record at 202.41, massively jumping to 208.89. Record set on 8/16. Okay, I just changed my notes. With 6.41 million new shares, I can't imagine on loan average age per day not decreasing. That is one of the very first indicators, and I need 2 days in a row of a decreasing number on that in order for me to know that we are probably going to start a 15-day timer countdown for another good price increase. It did drop down. It went from 134.1 down to 130.89. Security lending volume day over day increasing from 5.4 million to 11.09 million. Hopefully we can get that number to go down, the on loan average age per day, one more day. That's gonna kind of tell you guys that you're seeing a lot of new loaning of new shares, adding to the amount of short interest that's out there. And then it's that's kind of like go time. On APE, short share interest of the free float's at 8.18%. Utilization now on day number 2 on APE, 100%. On loan amount day over day increasing from 85.22 to 87.25, so 2.03 million new shares on loan. Big numbers. No whammies. Big numbers. Estimated short share interest of the free float rising from 8.14 to 8.18. 2.03 million new shares. On loan average age per day is still going to be increasing. I mean, we had a whole bunch of shares taken on all at once. It's going to take a lot of shares to cause this thing to start going down. So I think this is still going to be heading up. It is. It went from 16.98 to 17.32. Security lending volume down quite a bit yesterday from 21.63 million down to about 4.19 million shares in security lending volume. Oh, I'm going to show you guys one more thing real quick here, just because I know this might get you guys a little excited, maybe just a tad bit. Some of y'all get excited about this one. I'm not really too. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm not too keen on seeing this as a huge indicator, but cost to borrow did. This is based off of a. Where do they have it in here? Their cost to borrow number is showing up as. I think it's the average. Let me see if I can find it here. No. It's not what I wanted. Where is it at? That should have been the page. Huh. They used to have that on there, I felt like. I was missing the wrong check mark. Cost to borrow is the average annualized percentage of interest on loans from prime brokers to their clients, i.e. hedge funds. And so this jumped up quite a bit from 261.61 to 286.71. If we go back in history and we kind of look at that and where it's been from the past, that is significantly high. VIX this morning is showing a positive futures on the VIX. It's showing 17.83 for an open, which is going to spike VIX up a bit, which means the market should be down. However, all the indices right now are showing up anywhere from 0.01 to 0.11. So I have a feeling that we may see like an open that's red really quickly off the bat as a maybe potentially. I don't know. We'll have to take a look at the U.S. dollar and see how it's looking. If it's going up, then we'll probably see a red open this morning. Orders by Fidelity customers. These are the complete orders for the day yesterday. After everything was settled, AMC had a 70.32% buy and 29.68% sell ratio. Looking super strong on that. I'm loving what I'm seeing with those numbers. Let's see if Ape finished out the day strong on the list. It did not. Neither did GME was not on the list either. Lots of buying on AMC by retail. Trigger price for SSR for the day today would be $3.31 for AMC. Ape closed yesterday at $2.11, which means that our trigger price would be 1.899. Currently, there's 450,000 shares available to borrow showing up right now. Earlier this morning, I took a look at it to see where we're at around midnight. They did, or around 1 o'clock a.m., they returned 350,000 shares, putting us at 550. They borrowed 50 here, returned 50, borrowed 50, borrowed another 50. So we're at 150,000 shares borrowed so far for the day. Let me refresh it real quick here, make sure it's still the same. Yeah, we're about 150,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. There are shares being borrowed out of the ETFs as well, but I'm not going to count those because those numbers are kind of low. Fees are at 921.1%. Yesterday in total, I documented about Stonko Tracker reporting about 1.1 million shares being borrowed. Let's see here. 680.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 37.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 449.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 629.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. I just clicked on that and I don't know why. Let's take a look at some of our banks in the pre-market this morning. See if we got any big bank movers. Only looking for anything plus or minus 2.75 or greater. We have Coinbase up 3.2. Sorry, 3.18. And that looks like that's about it so far. Ethereum Classic is down 0.99. Let me get this back up on the page here. Zoom out a little bit. It looks like it's kind of consolidating right now. US dollar is down 0.06, but it looks like it's kind of on an uptrend right now, which means to me that, you know, if it does have a little bit of a retracement and then continues this climb upwards higher, the market may open red. Oil is down 1. Well, actually, it hasn't traded yet this morning. Never mind. Pre-market on the SPY is up 0.07. We just had our pokey stick of volume coming in here. Let's take a look at what that looks like on AMC and Ape because I kind of need to get volume predictions for the day-to-day here. Looks like we got about 242,000 shares through the pokey stick of volume for AMC, giving us a total of about 342,000 shares traded so far for the day today. 250 should give us about 50 million. So I think I'm going to go 50-80. Yeah. 50-80 is going to be my prediction. That's a little bit lower. That's what I said yesterday. I'm going to go 50-70. Sorry, I can't math. No, that's only, yeah, that's right. 50.70 is what I'm going to go for today, so I'm obviously dropping it down by about 10 million, so maybe a little bit less volume today than we had yesterday. And then let's see on Ape. 100,000 shares traded so far, giving us, in the Pokey Stick, giving us a total of 147,000. Let's see here. Now I'm going to go 10 to 30 on this one again. Yesterday I missed on the 10:30 prediction on... yesterday I got AMC's prediction. I missed Ape. I was a little too low on Ape, and so I'm gonna guess 10 to 30 again, because I do think volume's gonna come down today, and we should see something between 10 and 30 million. So 50 to 70 on AMC, 10 to 30 million on Ape. Let's finish what we were looking at here. Let's see. We've got, for those of you who aren't aware, I have VBR and VB up on my list here for most heavily owned ETFs that have the heaviest, most representation of AMC shares inside of them. So it's VB and VBR. They're both Vanguard ETFs. Tesla this morning, those aren't trading the pre-market. Tesla is trading pre-market down 2.01%, but looks to be trending up right now. Amazon is up in the pre-market 0.2, trending up. Cinemark is up 1.18, and 6 shares traded so far this morning. It's trending up, though. Look at that nice little jump up there on the 6 shares traded. Doge. This is the order book, guys. This is the order book for Cinemark over here. When institutions own over 100% of the total amount of shares available in the out there for the free float, this is what ends up happening to the order book in the mornings. They're protecting this thing. No buying, no selling. It's just sitting there. We're parking the price until we're ready to trade it. Doge is down 1.2% and for the day today, and it's kind of trending a little bit down right now. Bitcoin is down 0.16 and also trending down. GME is down 0.26, and I'm going to call it consolidating. HYMC is up in the pre-market 3.22. It's traded 3,850 shares. It's hard to say where this one's going right now. I mean, it's up in the pre-market, but it was a jump on low volume. I don't know if this is going to correct, and it's going to basically consolidate in here. The end of the day yesterday was consolidation mixed with some more volatility in the aftermarket hours, but still just kind of consolidating around 0.36. So it is up, but I don't know if it's going to stay there. On NCMI, it's up 4.24%, and having traded 55 shares this morning and trending up a lot, but on very low volume. Hood is down 0.38, and I would say on a very slight downtrend. Ape is up 0.49, consolidating. AMC is up 1.9 and also consolidating after a early morning rise in price. It does appear to be consolidating currently. Inflow versus outflow yesterday, we had approximately, let's see, 7.1 million dollars more inflow than outflow. 362,000 shares traded so far. 4-hour time interval. We've got, I drew a line on this page. You're going to see a line on AMC for probably a little while. That line was a representation of when we first started seeing problems with Fidelity yesterday. I am going to zoom out here just a little bit and go back in time. I thought there were some very, very interesting things that occurred. I went back and kind of did some homework with some other individuals. We were able to place this back to as early as, and I didn't adjust this time here. I've got timestamps from individuals who are reporting problems as early as 1430 on Fidelity, and I have a feeling, I don't know if this is true or not, but I have a feeling that there may have been problems going on with Fidelity earlier than that. And I think personally that the problem started right around 1405, but they weren't actually being reported by anybody until about 1430. Why specifically 1405? We had a pretty big drop that started right around 1405, and then it kind of I wouldn't really say it stabilized. It kind of kept coming down, and then as soon as Fidelity started having those reported problems, it just kind of started flatlining a little bit down some further. I went through a lot of different stocks trying to figure out if there was any other players out there that had some weird movement in activity and price. And the biggest ones that stood out in my mind, again, remember this is 1405 right here. 1405 is going to look a little bit different in a timestamp for cryptocurrencies because of the how they report time. Oh no, I don't think I put a marker on this. I should have put a marker. Let's see, today's the 16th. Hold on a second here. Yeah, here it is. This is 1405. It was actually 1408. But if you move back to these first 3 digits of movement right here, these first 3 candlesticks right here, 1405 was the exact time that crypto started dropping out as well. Let me put a line on here. There it is. 1430, or 1430 would have been this time right here when the first reports were coming through. But that 1405 seems to be, and you can go to Doge and you can find the same thing on Doge right here. $14.05 right there. You can go to Ethereum Classic. $14.05. Lots of cryptocurrencies started taking some weird hits about 25 minutes before the first reported problems on Fidelity. Is it a sure thing that what happened with Fidelity is related to this? I don't know. You got to throw your tinfoil hat on for that. But I went through a lot of different stocks like GME as an example. And you can go back to 1405 yesterday and look at the time at 1405 and you see nothing happening, nothing unique happening at 1405. You can go to things like Amazon. You can go back to 1405 yesterday and check it and see that there was nothing that occurred during that time. 1405 is right here. Nothing occurred during that time. You can go to Cinemark. 1405. Not really anything specifically kind of crazy happening in here. I don't know. Do your own DD. See it how you want to see it. Here's Hood. 1405. Nothing crazy in here. But I just found it very, very odd. This is NCMI. 1405 is right here. Nothing really stands out to me. The cryptocurrencies definitely were taking a hit at that time. I trust me, I looked at a lot of different stuff. US dollar, 1405 yesterday would have been let's see, today is 1405 right here, right there. Nothing. Oil, nothing. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I looked at a lot of stuff, but I didn't see anything. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. Here's 1405 right here on oil. It's just dead. So I really don't know what to make of it. I just thought it was... I noticed trends. That's what I did for a living for many, many years. And sometimes they stand out like a sore thumb to me. Trying to figure out what caused the trend is oftentimes very, very difficult to do when you're trying to analyze it. I don't feel like I have all the tools that I need to figure out what happened or how it may have played an impact in the market. But there was stuff happening. On a 4-hour time interval for AMC, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.35, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.87, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. No. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.94, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 46.46, which is slightly below average. On APE, there's approximately $1.8 million more inflow than outflow yesterday. 167,000 shares traded so far. 4-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.21, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI is at 53.44, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure and a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI at 47.85, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 42.41, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto, lagging lines above price line. Price is right at conversion at $2.13. We don't want to hit base today, which would be at $2.12. So we need to stay at 213 or higher. Actually, let me see here. Yeah, 213 or higher would be good. But for tomorrow, we're going to need to be seeing prices higher than 222. Or it's going to start to turn into a little bit of a sell signal, and we may see price heading down towards the green cloud and heading through the green cloud and breaking below 206. So hopefully we can close out the day above 213. Above 222. Buying signal for the day-to-day would kind of kick in around that price point, 222. Maybe 223. I'm going to write down 223. On a 4-hour chart, lagging lines above price line, conversion is above base. Price is managing to stay above that base there, which is good, which is sitting at 206. Same thing on this again today. We want to see continued buying pressure. It's going to have to stay at above 206. So I'm going to write, I think 223 is what we want to be targeting or seeing heading towards. And if we don't head towards 223, then eventually in a couple days from now, we should be starting to head down and breaking below 205. So the 1-hour and 4-hour charts are in pretty heavy agreement. Stay above 213 for the short term, or break below 205. So I'm not going to write another number. On AMC on a 1-hour chart, lagging line is above price line, conversion's above base. We've got, let's see here, prices below the cloud here, and this is where I would expect to start seeing a break through the cloud. This is going to be a big move. If we, if this does move through the cloud for the day-to-day, this is currently a buy signal because it's not in the cloud yet. As soon as market opens, it's probably going to enter into the cloud, and it's going to kind of find a lot of resistance within the cloud, which is going to be anywhere from $3.81 up to $4.21, which is a big spread. But if we can get price to move up above $4.22, let me see, I think that's right, Yeah, $4.22 or higher. We should get a pretty good buy signal, which would be a pretty big move for the day. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is below price line, convergence below base. If we were to hit the number of 422, we would be breaking the base. If we break the base, conversion will not be above baseline at that point, and lagging line will not be above price line. But if we get that extra push at 422, and it could drive up to as much as high, and it breaks through a green, especially if it breaks through a green cloud. If it breaks through this green cloud here at about $5.16, so I'm going to say 517. If it can be up to 517 with a push from 422, this thing could run really quickly. It would turn into a pretty massive buy signal, because usually price doesn't break through green clouds to the top side. It usually breaks through red clouds, which we have going into next week. Happy hump day. So I think we're going to start the slow climb going into this week here, going into next week to break through this thinning portion of the red cloud on the 4-hour. So if I were to just kind of like chart this a little, I would suggest that we would probably continue this trend that we're on here. So perhaps maybe we close out the day right around 384, maybe 388. I'm going to go 388 for a close. 390. I just changed my mind. 390 for a close on AMC. And for Ape, this one's a little more difficult. What the heck? Ape, where are you going? Ape's kind of a crapshoot. Everything hinges on whether or not we break down below 213 today. If we can't close out the day at 213, it all hinges off of that. If we manage to break below 206, we probably see something closer to $2. So everything's really hinging on that 213, and I see Ape is moving up with AMC currently. I just don't know if it's going to continue that trend or not. If we saw another 1% or 2% increase on price day over day, then we'd be looking at, let's see here. Maybe a 3-cent increase. So 214 for a close. I'm going to say 213. I believe in Ape. That's 603 close for the day today for me. Real close to 601. Let's see here. I'm going 453 to 753. All right. I I got the charts set back up. I can see what it is. All right, Jason says, I read the 8K. It's an 8K, not a 4K. You read the 8K? Awesome. You should know the answer. I hope you found it. It's in the very first section that you read in there. It tells you exactly how many outstanding shares there are, how many there's going to be afterwards. Point Break Thor says, Casey, tinfoil hat. Is it possible that the Fidelity and other broker were in the midst of trying to help someone who was in danger of a margin call? Yeah. Jason, that's correct. The 158 number is let's see, let me tell you what I got. I got 158,382,446 exactly. You know, Point Break Thor, I don't know, man. I really don't know. I feel like it's pure speculation, you know. Like I mean, for me to guess what was going on, and it's all just conjecture, you know. I really don't know. I don't know what happened. I just know that I saw that there were strange things that were happening with crypto around the time that we saw Fidelity lock up. Whether or not that was, you know, intentional or completely not even related whatsoever, who knows? I have no idea. Robbie, you're welcome. Jay says, so Casey, you're thinking something is on the horizon. I'm not. 2 weeks. Roseanne says, isn't volume low this morning? I mean, based off the numbers that I've got, maybe a little bit lower than what we saw yesterday. I'm kind of expecting maybe about 10 million less on AMC and Ape by the end of the day today than what we had yesterday. Yesterday we had 69 million shares in volume yesterday on AMC. Nice. And Ape had about 42 million. So I'm kind of expecting like 10 million less or thereabouts. Mega Johnny says, I think they had a web service problem. I don't think that they were trying to do anything. If anything, it would be a liability with option holders. It wasn't just AMC. Right. Well, I mean, it wasn't just AMC. It was crypto, but what else was it? Because I can't find anything else. The only things that I found that were impacted during those periods of time or something very close to those periods of time were AMC, and even Ape wasn't impacted by it, right? Ape didn't show any kind of movement whatsoever during that time that was significant, and but crypto and AMC did. Yep, I played it this morning. That's part of the opening. That's the opening part of the day for the day. Bring on the institutional buying. You'll hear it again later at market open. Yeah, I know. I know the whole brokerage was down. I get it. But I'm saying how it impacted the market, though. We only saw like, if it impacted the market, there was only few things that were impacted. Very few things. Funky Pizza Record or Productions. I don't know why I always call you records, man. My broker messed up my average price per share twice in the past month in 3 years. That's never happened to me. Well, I'm glad you took pictures of your portfolio or a digital copy of your portfolio so you could point it out to him. Wolfie, good morning to you. So my math for the 25 million shares should be 14% to 15% of the free float. Does that sound right? Shorted, you mean? Like how much will be shorted? I'm not sure. What's the 14 to 15% of the free float? My guess is you're talking about short interest. $25 million that AMC will get. $25 million AMC will get. So my math, 25 million shares should be 14% to 15. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, sure. I don't know. Let's see. I get it now. I'm following you. What are we at? We had 150. I mean, I'll just trust your math. Sure. Why not? Sounds good. If anybody has extra money around, I have been with... Oh my gosh. How did you guys miss this? Robbie, we have rules on this channel. No other tickers besides AMC Ape or GME unless it has something very specific to do with them or how the market may be moving that may cause AMC or Ape or GME to be moving, but no other tickers, please. It was because it was lowercase, guys. I see how you missed it. I almost missed it myself. I was reading it. Powerborn, take care. Stay cool. My biggest fan says, by the way, Casey, did you know Fidelity was down yesterday? I feel like you're joking. No, really? It was down? Holy crap. That's crazy. You know who Melvin Capital is? Chad says, Casey, my wife's boyfriend, says hi. Oh, okay. Tell him I said hi back. Would that be DFV? If that's DFV, I tell him I said, hey, give me a ring sometime. I'd like to talk. Good morning, Cole. You figured one more time. Nothing like beating that dead horse, huh? I mean, it's not like I don't do it enough. Might as well beat it a few more times. ZZZ says, Casey, can you have you stated if you want the reverse split or more time to let the current situation cook? I think it is absolutely imperative that AMC starts raising capital, equity capital, sooner than later. The faster we can get to raising capital, the faster we're going to start seeing institutions who are buying. I want to bring on the institutional buying. That's the title of the day today. I want to see institutions buying. I think it is imperative that we start getting institutions buying into AMC. The only way that's going to happen, and the only way that we're going to see price increase, is by doing that. So if you think delaying the reverse splitter conversion is going to help your position, you're wrong. I hate to break it to you, but you're completely wrong. Delaying equity capital, and if you don't hear it, in the voice of the clip that I played this morning of the institutional buyer that was talking, then you're not understanding the dynamics of what happens in the market and how it works. You got to get the institutions to start buying to see increased price movement. We do not move the price. We are less than 10% of the total orders that go through on a single daily basis. We're probably like 6%. We may even be less than 6%. So if you think we're moving this market, you're dead wrong. We need institutional buyers. So the only way we're going to get there is by equity capital being raised by AMC. And that means getting the reverse split and conversion out of the way. Yeah, it's a cool ride today. Pantheon was working hard overnight trying to turn that piece of Interceptor into a Knight Rider. Or I guess his name's Kit. Sorry, Kit. Yeah, no, it's okay. Robbie Clark, I don't know why you said my bad. I don't care. Why, I don't know what you said or did. It's all right. It's all good. Could you enlighten you into why so many want out of Ape and AMC before the reverse split? No. I certainly could not. Less than 10% orders, but over 90% ownership. Math doesn't make sense. It actually, I mean, to me, it makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure why it doesn't make sense to you. But if we're not selling, see, this is the beauty behind this here. ZZZ. Whenever I tell you guys to take an average 3-month volume and divide it by the total free float, and if it's higher than 5%, then you know there's a lot of shenanigans that are going on. If 90% ownership is owned by retail and they're not selling, then how in the world are you getting 5% of your volume trading on a single daily basis? On average. What are we at here? I actually haven't done these numbers here on AMC in a while. Let's do them real quick. We got 27.57 3-month average volume on AMC. Let's divide that by the free float, which is at 516.58. 516.58. Multiply by 100. We are at 5.33% of our total free float trading on a daily basis and 90% ownership. You tell me how it makes sense. It makes total sense. We're not trading it. Institutions are trading it. How do you know that we're only moving the stock maybe 6% on a daily basis? Because the inventory that's being traded is not by retail. The inventory that's being traded is simply by institutions shuffling positions around on a daily basis. And that's it. It tells you everything that you need to know. It tells you everything that you need to know. That number is massive. If you go and look at any other stock out there, it doesn't matter what it is, and you run those same numbers, it tells you everything. Yep. How did we trade 1.4 billion shares in a single day? That is a very good question. Kenny G says they're trading Trust Me Bros or Thrust Me Bros. Hey, hon, don't forget to eat and drink. KCY is lowering the number of total shares during a reverse split called dilution when they're actually lowering the number of shares. It's not. That's not called dilution. The dilution part of it that people are talking about is AMC selling shares. That's the dilution part of it. Yep, back and forth. Absolutely, Midra. You're welcome. All right, guys. I think it's time for me to take a break. I already did price predictions, but I will be back at the normal time. Jason says, after conversion, if we have a 100 million share traded day, will be a lot of movement. So this is the interesting thing. Jason, that you're going to find, and I've had this is so funny. This is how I can prove to you what it is that I'm saying is absolutely the truth. We will not have a 100 million share trade a day after the conversion and reverse split. I can almost tell you exactly what our volume is going to look like on a regular average 3-month basis. It's 5.33%. That's it. So if you take 5.33% of the total free float, which is probably going to be like a little bit less than the 158 million, it's going to be like 157, right? So if you take 157 million, multiply that by 0.0533, right? Our average daily volume is going to probably be somewhere in the range of around 8.3 million shares a day. So here's how I'm telling you that this is great. It's going to blow your mind. You can go look at a stock like Amazon. What did they do? They did like did they do a 20-to-1 split? What did they do? I can't remember what they did. They did let's see, they were trading at about, gosh, it's been so long. Hold on, let me go back to the daily on Amazon real quick here. What was their highs at? 188. What is that by 20? Yeah, they were trading at a 20. They had a 20-to-1 split. So they got they cut down their shares. They cut down their price of their total stock by a factor of 20, right? Because they were trading at like 3,000 something. I'm pretty sure it was 20. So when you take the volume, the average 3-month volume, and you look at what it was prior, and a lot of people were saying like, well, the only reason that the volume was really, really low on a daily basis on Amazon was because the share price was so high. That's what everybody was saying. Everybody was saying like, oh, it's just because share price is super, super high. There's no reason, it doesn't trade very many shares every single day. And it's like, no, that's not why. It's because the amount of shares that are out there that are being traded are really being traded. It's not heavily shorted. There's not a whole lot of short exempt volume or, created false exempted positions that are out there because nobody wants to short Amazon. So what happens when they had a 20-to-1 reduction in price, and they're now trading at what is it, $137 a share? It's still trading the same fraction percentage a day. Same exact fraction. It has not changed. But if you would apply what everybody else used to say from the past is that, oh, it's trading at 3,000 some odd dollars a share, that's why volume's so low, then the opposite should be true, is when price is really low, volume should go through the roof, but it's not. Go over to Amazon and check out those same exact numbers. Their average 3-month volume, 59.69 million shares a day. All right, 59.69 divided by the free float, which is 9.32 billion, divided by 9.3. Did I say 32? 32 billion. 32 billion times 1,000 or 100. I mean, they are trading 0.64% of their total daily volume, less than a single percent, almost a 0.5% of their volume of their free float trades on a daily basis. Why? It's $137. It's $137, and they only trade 0.5% of the float of the free float. You know why it is? It's simple. There's not fake shares because nobody's shorting it. Nobody has the guts to short it because they would lose their pants. This is how you know. This is how you know without a shadow of a doubt that AMC has a massive amount of fake shares that are out there. You can run this math on any stock that's out there, and you can tell really quickly whether or not there's a lot of junk out there just floating around. Amazon is a perfect example. And by the way, their average 3-month volume since that 20-to-1 reverse split that they had has been sitting the same. It was 6.7 when I ran the numbers years ago. I say 6.7. It was 0.67. It's gone up by 0.02. I'm telling you guys. It's really, really, really simple to figure out how the market's being traded. You just have to know how to use the numbers to find the information that you need to show you what's happening. The urn says, Casey, when you come back from break, hit your knee on the car door again to wake up. Thanks. I'll try to do that. Appreciate that. Michael says, would you still acquire? I plan, before the conversion reverse split, I do plan on making another purchase. All right. Now I got to go, guys. I'm going to go to break for real. Let me put up the message on the screen real quick here. Michael Conley says, Casey, short exempt volume is out of control. If they don't have the shares, then don't. I think you mean seek them. Don't seek them. Don't. Sell. It's sell. It's got to be sell. Don't sell them. Yeah. The only problem is that they're tasked with forcing to make a market, though. Right? If they're tasked with having to make a market, then they have to. It's the beauty behind all this. Right? That's the beauty behind the fact that they're forced into having to make markets, and especially when they're shorting a stock that's heavily desired. They're being forced to make a market for something that's heavily desired, and they're trying to push the price down. It's this most beautiful thing you can possibly imagine, where everything's pulling away from the idea that it should be going down in price. Right? It's like there's demand, but you're driving the price down, but you're also having to make the market. So good luck with that. So it is so beautiful. If you don't see the beauty behind that, then you're probably not as much of a nerd as I am. But I absolutely love it. I think it's beautiful. Alrighty, guys, going to break. See you guys in a bit. All right, I'm going to change my price prediction here just a hair. We're going to make it $6 even for a close, which will probably end up hitting like 601 or 599. There's probably no chance in hell we hit at a $6 close. So I'm probably off on one of these two values, but I'm kind of reevaluating on AMC and Ape. Let me get rid of the music here. So the way I see it right now, I'm kind of guesstimating maybe a close on AMC about 385 and 215 on Ape for a $6 close. However, I don't necessarily feel like... Let me check one more thing here. I'm struggling to make a decision this morning. Oh man, it's tough. This is not easy. Let me just check something real quick here on prices. So we closed at 368 yesterday. If we closed at 385 today, a day-over-day price change would be an increase of 4.6%. I could see that being the case. Ape would go from 211 to $2.15. That would be a change of 1.9%. Tell you what, I'm going to go 214 on a close on Ape, just so I can get a closing price average of 559. I'm going to kick myself in the butt if it ends up being $6 on the spot. So I'm going to go 409 to 709 on my price prediction for the day today. Wait, that's not right. Is that right? No, that's not right. I'm going to go 349. 349 to 649. I think that's right. No, that's not right either. What the heck am I doing here? $6, $5.59. Holy crap, I can't math today. It is a bad day for me in mathing. All right, the final prediction, 449 to 649 is going to be the price prediction for the day today. I don't know why I said 349. Can't math. 449 to 749 is the final answer, even though I said so many different answers right there. That is the final answer. 449 to 749. Let me check and see what we got going on here from Eric. And then let me go to the chat and see what Apex put in. Man, I said so many different numbers there. That's so confusing. Let's see. Apex is going 440 to 740. Oh, we're really, really close. Really close on these numbers. You're preventing me from getting... We're preventing each other from getting the extra bonus point today, which is fine. 740. I got you down. If you want to change it, you're more than welcome to. If you want to try to shoot for like a bonus point by getting outside that 10-cent range, or if you're just going for the prevent on the block on the bonus point for me, perfectly cool. Let's see here. Albert says, oh, hey, Casey Bigham suggested not just screenshot, but print to PDF both portfolio and recent transactions. Yes, probably not a bad idea. Apex says, I put my numbers in while you're going. Thank you, sir. I can't read what is. Whenever I got you guys on that single page like that, where I can't see what you guys are writing. So if you don't see the big tramp on there or the kit or whatever vehicle it is that I'm in for the day, I just can't see what it is you guys are writing. So that's not always true. Sometimes I can move the screens around a little bit so I can see, but for the most part, it's usually the case. Alan says, the writers in Hollywood haven't talked for 100 days, but it sounds like there will be a response this week from the writers. Alan, that's actually not what I've been hearing from the media, so I'm not sure where you're getting your news from, but apparently they made it back to negotiations again. So I don't know if you've heard that or not, but that may be more updated news than what you've heard recently. A lot of people are kind of excited because it sounds like there may have even been a deal that was struck just recently. I think I read that as early as today. Bighams was still asleep, did not dig. Jeff, if you bought 100 shares for $1,000 a piece, then all you need to do to break even is make more than $1,000. Or break even anything over $1,000 or more. But I know you didn't buy shares at $100, so that's not a possibility. Alrighty, guys, I will see you on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in S10. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
They tried to scare us off, but now we are numb. They've dug themselves a hole 'cause they thought we were dumb. Until shorts pay us back, the best is yet to come. The best is yet to come, we've only held the line. You think we've seen the moon, but we ain't seen it shine. Wait till the margin calls are made. Wait till they pay their debts. Wait till the SEC gets obeyed. We ain't seen nothing yet. The best is yet to come. Ignore the headline. The squeeze has not been squoze. They haven't paid a dime. They're running out of time. This rocket's ready to fly. We've barely started to climb. We own the shares that they'll buy. Wait till we see how many synthetic shares they found. Hedge funds once worth billions, now driven to the ground. Wait till the FOMO starts to chase. Wait till the spikes are severe. Wait till the squeeze really does take place. Taxes are gonna suck next year. The best is yet to come when shorts begin to buy. They will bring the demand. We own the supply. They still have to buy, and we own the supply.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
About another interesting opportunity that you're eyeing, AMC debt around the writer's strike. What's the plan here?
So I mean, AMC, great company, and I've tried to get in to see Barbie and Oppenheimer twice, and I've been turned away at the door. And so,
what? You can't get in?
Well, I have very little time. I'm working so hard. So I mean, a couple times I can go, sold out. So I will go before the summer's over. It's a promise. But let's talk about AMC. So AMC, the apes converging with the equity, and then subsequently doing a 10-for-1 reverse split, and that conversion allows management to issue up to $8 billion of equities. Now, we don't think they're going to tap the equity market for $8 billion. We think there's no shot, but they will tap it for $1 billion to $2 billion. So the position that we have, it's a $2 billion issue, the senior bank loans that we bought in the 60s, doesn't trade in the 60s or the 70s anymore. It's about 80. But you can buy that at 80. We think it's worth par. You can buy it at 80. It's an 8.5% coupon, so you get better than a 10% current yield. It's about 10.5% current yield, and we think it has a 25% price pop because it'll mature at par. And with the equity coming in now, we think $1 billion to $2 billion more equity. The capital structure is stronger, and people are coming back to the theater. So I wouldn't worry about the writer's strike. That will be settled in the next 30 to 60 days, and the box offices look like record numbers to us, and greater than pre-COVID numbers in terms of revenue. So we're super bullish. But think about that, where we can make a 17% return, 10% on the cash, and a 25% price pop on price, and we can make this return. We think it's a high teens return, an equity-like return for taking senior bank debt risk in the very top of the capital structure of AMC. So we think the smartest play for AMC is actually buying the bank debt, which is going to par, which offers these staggering returns for the unit of risk that you're taking.
All right. That was very complicated, but you explained it well. Bruce.
Yeah, it was good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really good to have you.
Nice to see you.
Bruce Richards.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. It's top of the day to you. Top of the morning. Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning to you guys. Bring on the institutional buyers, because they are buying. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Oh, yes. It feels good. It feels good to have institutional buyers backing our product. Because you know what? That's what we need. We need the buying pressure of institutions to come in and support price movement upwards. I've been trying to say it for a little while, hot few minutes, letting you guys know that this is a really important thing. The guy laid it all out there for you. If you can't understand what he just said, I'll make it simple. Institutions are buying bonds of AMC. They're buying credit against AMC because they believe that it's going to be worth more in the future. They're going long on AMC. Going long on AMC is what we needed. Why are they projecting that to be the case? Because they think that the reverse split and conversion is going to go through. AMC is going to be able to raise capital and move forward with being a profitable company. This is it, guys. You destroy the short thesis. You destroy it. Then you watch markets start tumbling in price. And people are going to be panicking and looking for places to put their money. Some will go to commodities. Some will go to bonds. Some will go to securities like AMC. Because if we're running green and the rest of the market's running red, look out. The money will pour in. It'll just pour in. It'll naturally find its way. As I have always said for this channel, if you build it, they will come. We've built it, guys. Somebody said earlier in here in the chat, they said, we weren't wrong, we were early. But I want to add to that. We weren't wrong, and we were early, but we built it. If it had not been for us to build what it is that we have, we would never be in the situation of being able to be where we're at right now. We did this. All of us, together. We did it. Screw them! You know what I'm saying? Like, this is good. This is good stuff. I like it. I like what I'm hearing. I love what I'm hearing from institutional buyers. It's not over yet, though, guys. Bob says, great job, everyone. It's not over. The fight is still there. But for the most part, you know, there's going to be people who are really worried about things like silly lawsuits. People are going to be worrying about their cost average basis. You know, people are going to be worried about trying to tell you that, you know, you should try and make your position better for yourself by, you know, doing something with your shares other than what it is that you decided you were going to do with your shares. And there's going to be all these kind of fears and doubts that are trying to be placed upon you. You can be afraid if you want to. You can. That's your choice. You can have those fears and doubts. I'll tell you what, though. Usually, I find when you bring positivity, it brings growth. It brings positive reinforcement towards what it is that you're invested in. You can choose to be how you want. But how you are as an investor is a direct reflection upon the outlook of this company. So you can be negative, Nancy, and you might get negative Nancy following you, but it would probably be better for your investment if you were more positive. But it's your choice. It's your money. Look at it how you want to. Alrighty, guys. We got about 15 minutes here before we take a look at our first numbers for the day since market opened. Let's see here. You guys are saying so many cool things. Like, I want to go through and read like every single one of them, but you guys are just putting them out there like way too fast. I love it. I love what you guys are saying. I agree with so many of those things. You guys are great. How's the market doing right now? Shall we take a look? SPY happens to be up right now, 0.18%. We got the DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.05. Oil is up as well right now, 0.74. Usually oil and SPY head the same direction, so those are up right now. How are banks doing? We got a little bit of mixture on the banks going on right now. Some red, some green. The ones that are red are a little bit they're not very red. The ones that are green are probably a little bit more green than red. It's kind of a mix right now. VIX is currently showing down 0.43. There could be a reversal here in the market at any given time. But I'm just going to flip over to the VIX here real fast. VIX is, what is VIX doing? Gee whiz, that's weird. VIX well above 16 today. Well, I shouldn't say well above. I guess 16.39 is really not well above, but it is above 16 as of the start of the market open today. I had a candle here. You can see the gray portion. I'm going to take you guys to the full page here. You can see the gray portion here. I had a box that I originally had drawn, and I said that I thought we would see a solid break above 16 again, somewhere in this time frame in here. And of course, I was well off. The solid break happened. I don't know if I can count today or not. Let me see here. Low 1605. Yeah, it happened right after my box. So as long as it stays above 16 for the entire day today, it'll happen right after my box ended here. But you can see that I do have a time Fibonacci retracement set up in here, and I felt like the break would probably happen somewhere before this particular line right here, which is why I only went halfway with the box. So as long as it stays above 16 for the day today, then it will have happened right after my suggested box time frame. Bit of a miss on that one. Why is time going? I love your box, Casey. I looked over, and that's the first thing that I see is I like your box, Casey, or I love your box, Casey. Thanks, Mark. I like my box too. I'm not selling. The interest rate I've got's perfect. You can't stop me. I'm staying. Bob, you're welcome, man. Albert says, has Finks published the hate on the banks yet? I have not seen it. If they did, I'm not aware of it. Bob White says, nerds. Craig Young says, the brave man is not the one who does not feel afraid, but who conquers that fear. Yeah. Mark says, nothing worse than an inflated box. Dynamite says, I remember box. Who is that? Do you remember Melvin Capital? Man, I don't know what is up with Time Day. I feel like time is like so slow. All right, I'm going to go back over here to this page real fast, and I'm going to remind you guys about what's happening this week. I really feel like I've kind of neglected this a little bit this week. Some of the numbers, Market Watch numbers that I kind of give you guys throughout the week are in, and I need to probably talk about them a little bit here. Tuesday's numbers, we had things like U.S. retail sales, import price index. Let's see here. Those are probably the only, maybe the Empire State Manufacturing Survey might be another one I should read off. U.S. retail sales, 0.3% was the previous amount reported. The median forecast was 0.4. They ended up being 0.7. Import price index, previously reported negative 0.1. They were expecting a 0.2, and we got 0.4. And then the Empire State Manufacturing Survey was last reported at 1.1. They were expecting a negative 1.4. And we got a negative 19. That might be an interesting one to look at. Let me read that article. Give me 1 second. That might be interesting. Okay. Title for this. The New York Fed's Empire State Factor Gauge falls back into negative territory in August. Let's see here. The New York Federal Reserve's Empire State Business Conditions Index, a gauge of manufacturing activity in the state, fell 20.1 points in August to negative 19, the regional Fed bank said Tuesday. This is the first negative reading since May. Economists had expected a negative 1.4 reading, according to the survey, but by the Wall Street Journal. Any reading below zero indicates contraction in activity. The index for new orders and shipments dropped sharply in August. The index for new orders fell 23.2 points to negative 19.19. The shipments index fell 25.7 points to negative 12.3. Price indicators increased in the month. The average work week dropped to negative 10.7. On the other hand, a measure of expectations of 6 months ahead rose 5.6 points to 19.19 in August, its highest level in more than a year. In addition, capital spending plans also firmed. The headline index has been volatile this year, falling below negative 24 three times before recovering. The index has recovered after hitting a reading of negative 31.8 in May. The factory sector has been hurt by tightening lending standards, elevated borrowing costs, and softened business demand. What are they saying? The rebound in capital spending intention is a welcome sign. If this trend is sustained, it will be a lifeline for manufacturing activity, especially because the much-discussed external boost from China's reopening has amounted to very little, said Ian Stephenson, chief economist at Pantheon Macroeconomics. There we go. There's Pantheon's name in there. So yeah, that was unexpected. Today, let's see, today, happy hump day, by the way. We have housing starts showing up. Actually, this should have already been reported. Building permits should have already been reported. Industrial production should have been reported. And then we also have the FOMC meeting minutes of July being posted later today. Let's take a look at the housing starts and building permits today. Let me see here. Is this today's article? Today is August 16th. This is today's article, 8:03 a.m. today. This is a brand new article. Let's see here. It says U.S. housing starts rose in July, driven by increased single-family housing construction, while building permits were close to flat. Here are the main takeaways from the Commerce Department's report released Wednesday. Housing starts, a measure of U.S. home building, rose 3.9% in July to a seasonally adjusted annual rate of 1.45 million. Economists polled by the Wall Street Journal had expected starts to rise by 1.1% on month to 1.45 million. June's housing starts were revised downward to 1.4 million from an initial estimate of 1.43 million. July's housing starts came in 5.9% above the same month a year earlier. The increase was driven by a 6.7% rise in single-family housing. Monthly housing starts data are volatile. July data came within a margin error of 16 percentage points. Residential permits which can hint at a future home construction, rose just 0.1% in July on month to a seasonally adjusted annual rate of 144 million. Economists expected permits to rise 2.1% on month. Confidence among U.S. house builders fell back in August after rising in previous months. Data from the National Association of Home Builders showed Tuesday. So, getting a little bit of a pullback maybe on some home building here. All right, we got about 6 more minutes here. We're getting a little bit of retracement. Do note that when we first opened this morning, we were hitting the top of these Bollinger Bands here. Price came back down almost immediately and retested on the simple moving average. Found some support there and managed to kind of trade sideways for a little bit. Then finally did break through the simple moving average and is heading down. This will be more than likely where, especially when it's moving this fast, it should probably test the bottom side of a Bollinger Band. I would expect at some point. We're really close to. We're just slightly underneath opening price movement this morning. Ape is up 3.73% at $2.189. AMC pretty much breaking even almost at $3.68. Ariel says, when Finch downgrades JP Morgan, that is a big deal. Five more minutes. Man, I tell you what, today's time, I don't know. I feel like maybe it's because I'm on a lack of sleep or whatever, but maybe that's why time is going slow for me today, but I feel like it's just creeping forward. I do want to remind you guys, my wife sent me a text, and she's got her doctor's appointment today that I'm going with her for. She's got her doctor's appointment a little bit later. We need to leave by 10:15 this morning, my time. So in about, I guess if I start the 10 o'clock numbers and then leave right afterwards, it'll probably be okay. If I start the numbers just a tad bit earlier, I rush through them. So you'll get me for the morning numbers here at 9, 10, and then I'll go on a little bit of a hiatus while she's going to her appointment. She said, well, if we're going to be out during lunch, we might as well grab lunch together. And I said, heck yeah. So for those of you who are new here, my wife is she's the one responsible for making all this channel happen. You guys don't have to super chat me. You don't have to thumbs up this. You don't have to do anything. You just enjoy a place to stay, and it's because she's the one that makes it possible. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure she's happy. She worked all night last night and got off this morning, and then has to go to a doctor's appointment at 11-ish. And so I'm going to go with her, drive her so that she doesn't have to drive. Nope, not baby time. No, no babies. I'd almost say I'd rather it be that, but I don't know. I'm done. I'm done, man. I got all my kids are done, and we got 3 more that are in school. One's in her senior year, one's in her sophomore year, and one's going to be a freshman next year. So I've got like no more kids in 5 years. I'm 5 years away from that. What do they call that? Is there like a term for that when is it called an empty nester? When all the kids are 5 years till empty nesting? Yeah, I think she's awesome too. Mega Hulk says, did Hasselhoff allow you to take Kit out? Michael Knight would be upset. I just know it. Actually, the vehicle, the Interceptor that you saw yesterday, Pantheon took it into the garage last night. He tore it all down, and he built Kit from scratch. I mean, obviously just the body work. I have to say, and this is just my opinion, but his polish job that he had on the Monday vehicle, the Terminator, was way better than the polish job on Kit. But you know what though? It still looks pretty good. So, I'm not complaining. I think it looks great, but it's not the same. It's not nearly as polished as well. Ariel says they come back, Casey. Yeah, I know. I kind of feel like that's like a pattern in most people's lives where there's at least once where you come back home. I was really close to that one time in my life, but didn't go back. Luckily, and I don't say that because I didn't want. It wouldn't work out. So I just knew that it was better for me to just try and figure things out on my own and not go back. So I never did. But I do feel like that's probably something that happens, and it's like stages in life that you go through. So I know eventually they will be back, and that's quite okay. That's what parents are for, to be there to help out. Albert says nobody seems to be worried about Michael Simmons' Ape lawsuit, that it will halt the conversion and reverse split. I'm not worried about it. Oh yeah, by the way, the deal is here, guys, is that if you ever get a chance to meet my wife after this is all said and done, you owe her a beer. I want to make sure that she's got a lifetime supply of beers available to her. I feel like I'm probably never going to have to buy a beer again. We'll see. That's the deal. That's the deal here. And of course, you don't really owe her a beer, but just if you happen to run into her. Except for Yucca. And who was the other person? Oh, Preacher. Yucca and Preacher don't get to buy her beers. They've been banned. Mega Hulk says root beer. I think she prefers alcoholic beer. I guess it depends on. I mean, sometimes you might find her in the mood for a root beer. Sammy Boy says, "Why not Yucca?" I don't remember what it was that he said yesterday. He said something yesterday, and I was like, "You're not." Oh, he said that he was claiming she was going to run away with him, and I was like, "Now you can't buy her any beers." So I was like, "Yeah, no more beers for you to buy for her. You're exempt." It's 9:01, guys. Time went by a lot faster in those 5 minutes. Let's take a look at what we got going on for the day today here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see Kit back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns specifically for me until that time. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea in case something happens to your primary. And then let's see. This is probably one of the most important things that I could possibly say to you guys, and I've been saying it for a really long time. I really can't quite remember when I started saying it, but I did. I stumbled across some information. Let's just put it this way: I stumbled across some information that told me that in the future you were going to need to have a copy of your either a digital statement, a PDF file, something proof. PDF file would probably be the best. Proof of ownership through your statement of your portfolio with your broker or brokers. And the reason that I say that is because there is, in my opinion, indigestion. In my opinion, there is going to be brokers that have problems in the future, and we witnessed one of them yesterday. One of my brokers. You need to have that information available to you because you don't know how are you going to know the difference between what you held prior to what you held after when they have a problem? You're not going to know it. So you're just simply relying on them to tell you what it is that you have. Don't do that. It's your hard-earned money, guys. Please protect your money. It is so important that you have worked super hard for that. And there's no reason that I can possibly think of that somebody should just be able to walk away with your money like that. So please take it upon yourself to make sure that you have that information so that in case something should happen in the future, you have it available. Okay? Please. All right, let's take a look at these numbers for the day today. We've got, starting on the top left-hand side, I have price prediction ends for the day today. Right now, I'm looking for applicants to fill in for Einstein, and anybody who wants to do that can send me a DM and let me know that they're interested in doing price predictions. This is not meant as financial advice, and I'm waving at my wife. She's over in the background. What are you doing? You can't drink. No drinking, no eating. You're eating. No, you're not supposed to eat. What'd you say?
I was trying to find where the exact location was just to be sure, and I couldn't find even an email.
Uh-huh.
I got into the app, and it was scheduled for Monday, August 21st.
Not today?
No. And I always put in the date that we agreed on in the calendar right when I get off the phone with them or as I'm on the phone.
Uh-huh.
I was like, she didn't put it wrong.
Oh.
I'll call back to reschedule because I can't do Monday, so now it's September 1st on a Friday.
Okay. All right. Well, guys, I'm not going to an appointment now. All right. Cool.
I'm eating.
Eat, drink, get some sleep. I love you.
I'm wide awake now.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Well, no appointment now. Let's see here. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Make sure you get those statements. Price predictions. Price predictions for the day today. And remember, this is not financial advice. This is just simply three apes who are trying to, usually four apes, but right now three apes, trying to get to within a $3 price of combined price of AMC and Ape within the end of the day's closing prices. I'm coming in at $4.49 to $7.49 for the day today. Eric has $4.05 to $7.05. Give me a second while I put his in. And Apex has $4.40 to $7.40. So we've got some numbers pretty close to each other, some not. Eric would be eligible for an extra bonus point today if he's closer than myself for Apex, because he's got a significantly different price prediction for the day, and he's within 10 cents of the closing price. So good luck to him. That page is not showing up there for you. Hold on. There we go. Short exempt volume. You're going to start seeing some different colors here, guys. Yay, right? Short exempt volume on AMC. I looked at it yesterday night, and I could have sworn that it was only 500 or 600,000 shares that went through there on short exempt volume on AMC. And then when I opened up this morning and pulled it up, the information, It was suddenly saying 2.456 million shares. That's 2 days in a row over 1 million. I'd like to see it. Our target's 3 million. But anything over 1 million, I will count that towards one of 3 days in a row of having over 1 million shares in short exempt volume. That is impressive. It's really, really, really super high. Anything over 1 million. So we're at 2.456. I'm expecting today, fingers crossed, that we can break that and we get 3 out of 3. It's never, I don't think we, in the history since January or June of 2021, that we have ever hit 1 million shares 3 days in a row, ever. This will be the first time if it happens. Utilization, I feel like I'm jinxing myself. Hold on, I got wood right here. All right, I knocked on it. Utilization 83.56%. What's that in your pants, Casey? No, I have a wood desk. There it is. Utilization is 83.56% for AMC APE at 100%. Utilization very, very high. Day-over-day price increase for AMC was 8.55%. APE was at 1.93. I gave it a 1 out of 3 since combined between the two of those, it's over 10%. That's good enough for me to see. Give it a 1 out of 3. Hopefully we can see that again today. Max Payne started out this week at $6. Yesterday it was really funny. I said I thought it might decrease to $5.50 due to some of the some of the call positions that were closing out. And I thought it might have decreased to $5.50, and it stayed at $6 yesterday. And then today I said, oh, it'll probably stay at $6 again, and then it dropped to $5.50. So we're back down to $5.50 again on Max Payne. Let's take a look off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 54% going through off exchange and EDGX combined, 44 through off exchange, and about 10 to 11% on EDGX. Right now we have 59.11% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 6.26. The combined total at 65.37%, or about 11.37% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX exchange only has 1,803 shares going through there. Not very much. Yesterday we had like 1.4 million or something like that. It was really super high. On Ape, 35.34% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 8.7. The combined total on that's 44.04%, or just about 10%. It's 9.96%. Lower than it should be by this time of the day, which means that that's probably why if price is moving up on Ape, then that's probably why we're seeing that have happen. Is there's not a whole lot of we've got double the amount of volume going through the lit exchange right now than we normally have. CHX volume is 1,200 shares, nothing unusual going on there. GME's CHX volume for the day is 0 shares. Hun, eat something good, solid. Like, don't snack on the. I mean, I know they're good, but I think we have some. Asparagus? Oh, okay. Well, there's some asparagus in there if you want some of that. Where was I going? Institutional ownership. Earlier this morning, we refreshed it. It was 149.094 million shares. Now it's 149.083. So just a little bit down. Let's take a look at the options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is at a $4 strike. Yesterday, we ended the day, it was $4 as well. There's currently 24.4 thousand contracts in volume so far for the day today. On puts, highest amount of puts is also at a $4 strike. In volume so far, we've had about 19.4 thousand contracts. Market suggesting a closing price at around $4 for AMC by the end of the day today. The combined price of AMC and APE is currently at $5.76. I'm guessing a $5.99. So obviously I'm short by about 23 cents right now. We are seeing a little bit of a retest of $5.75, which is a Fibonacci retracement line from the past. That's a line of support. I was expecting a test, a third test of the top of this bullish triangle, the same kind of bullish triangle that we had yesterday that we broke through. We found that third retest of that level of support there, or I should say level of resistance, not support, at that 595 combined price. I'm not expecting the breakout until later to the day on that fourth retest of 595. And my box that I've got drawn for a suggested breakout period is somewhere between 13:10 Eastern to 16:20, so towards the end portion of the day today. So imagine what's likely going to happen right now is we're going to see maybe a little bit of a consolidation period with volume leveling out by 10 a.m. and about an hour from now. Whatever price manages to get up to, we're going to watch it trade sideways for probably a good portion of the rest of the day today, and then we'll get that activity towards the end of the day that probably drives prices in a continuation back up to that 595, and maybe we break through it towards the end of the day, hopefully. Taking a look at Ortex. Borrowed change amount so far for the day today. We've already got 1.83 million shares borrowed on AMC. It's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 28.32%. Check out that cost to borrow. Cost to borrow mins at 808.41, average is 964.74, and max is 1,030. Big numbers here going on. Utilization day over day driving upwards on AMC, and I continue to expect this to drive upwards as we're getting closer and closer to all-time records on shares on loan, which we'll cover here in just a second. But utilization day over day driving up from 82.91% to 83.56%. On loan amount, increasing quite a large amount from 202.41 million shares to 208.89. That is an all-time record since I've been invested in this stock. 208.89 million shares is beat yesterday's numbers, and it was an addition of 6.41 million shares, new shares on loan today. Estimated short share interest of the free float rose as well from 27.76 to 28.2. That means Ortex is estimated that of that 6.41 million new shares on loan, 2.283 million of that was in new short interest. On loan average age per day should be going down when you have 6.41 million new shares on loan. And it did. It did drop down a little bit here. It went from 134.1 average days on loan to 130.89. This is by far one of the biggest indicators that I have ever seen that tells you when a upcoming large increase in prices is inbound. I needed to see 2 days in a row of that number dropping for me to know that I should give you guys like a 15-day trading day timer for a big increase in price coming. So as of right now, we're on day 1. Tomorrow would make day 2. Security lending volume day over day spiking from 5.4 million to 11.09 million. On Ape, so far for the day today, we have a borrowing of 624,000 shares. My kindergarten teacher would absolutely be after me for saying "and" in there. 624,000 shares. My mom's probably getting after me right now. Let's see here. We have cost to borrow min, average, and max. We only have a average and max showing up on the screen, but what's really weird oh, it's not finished loading. That's what the deal is. What's going on here? Why is it not loading? I'm still getting a good stream feed. Let's try reloading this one more time. There we go. We're not getting a cost to borrow min. My guess is that it's probably 0. Average is 7.16%, and max is 8.6. I'm still not getting the full loading screen going on over here. I'm assuming that min's not populating because it's not loading everything up. It's not good. Come on. Load. We might have to skip this one. Gonna have to skip this one. We'll come back to it later if it finally decides to populate. Orders by Fidelity customers this morning. AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for on this list. AMC is up here. We have a 69.59% buy to 30.41% sell ratio. Anything higher than 60/40 I love. So that is doing really nice. 69, nice. APE and GME are not on the list, likely due to the fact that we may have some lower volume right now. Trigger price for AMC is at $3.31. APE is at 1.899. Available shares to borrow this morning is showing up as 0, which means that the additional remaining 450... No. How many shares did I write down earlier? 550. Okay. Yeah, meaning that the additional 400,000 shares were borrowed out here. And do note that as those shares were borrowed out, that additional 400,000 shares, that we're starting to see the ETF starting to increase. So a lot of times what you'll end up seeing, it kind of goes back and forth. You'll see shares borrowed out of the available amount of shares that are there, and then you'll see them go over into the ETFs. And then likewise, when there is no shares available to borrow again, they'll borrow from the ETFs, convert them back into available shares to borrow, and then the available shares will show back up again. So some of these shares are being distributed back into ETFs. Fees were last seen at 879.1%, which I'll write down. All right, and so that's going to add to the 150,000 shares that were borrowed this morning. So it should be 600,000 shares borrowed so far this morning. 50. Yeah, it should be 600,000 shares borrowed so far. Out of the money calls, 680.4 thousand contracts are out of the money. 37.1 thousand contracts are in the money. 449.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 629.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.05, Dow Jones is up 0.36, and S&P 500 is up 0.21. We have 3,166 decliners to 2,916 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing, even though the indexes are not necessarily showing that to be the case. Taking a look at some of the banks, let's see who our biggest movers are. And of course, I didn't reboot my computer last night, which means that everything's going to take a while to populate. Let me start off with FRC. I'm only going to read anything that's plus or minus 2.75% or greater. It looks like, I'm going to scroll down the list here. Coinbase is up 3.2. And that's the biggest mover for the day. Everything else is less than that. Ethereum Classic showing up down 1.87%. Let's get a look at where we're at right here. Holy moly, how far back did I scroll on this? There we go. Right now, I'd say this is kind of on a little bit of a consolidation period right now after having a little bit of an uptrend after having been down earlier. So little consolidation on Ethereum Classic, but down right now 1.86% for the day. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.1 and starting to break below this ascending parallel channel that I've got here. It's been hovering on the bottom side of this for a while. If the US dollar does break down below this and start to head back down a little bit, we should see the market running. WTI, or oil, is up 0.12 and starting to trend back up after an initial drop in price back to opening prices. It's starting to kind of trend back up towards the simple moving average. Mortgage-backed securities are up 0.24 to 0.3 and on uptrends. Actually, let me take that back. BlackRock's on an uptrend. VMBS, or Vanguard's, they're on a slight uptrend right now. Lots of volatility in VMBS. SPY is up 0.22 and trending up. VIX is down 2.25 and at 1609. It looks like it did break just below 16 for the day today at 1596 at one point, so not quite breaking the whole day above 16. VBR is up 0.07 and consolidating after an initial run in the morning. VB is down 0.05 and trending down. Tesla is pretty much breaking even for the day and trending up. Amazon is down 0.34 and trending up. Cinemark is breaking even and consolidating. Doge is down 2.22 and trending up. Bitcoin is up, or sorry, rather down 2.24 and trending up. GME is down 1.11 and trending down. HYMC is up 2.07 and consolidating. NCMI is up 5.63, consolidating. HOOD is down 0.38, consolidating. APE is up 1.44, consolidating, and AMC is down 1.77 and consolidating after a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC, we have approximately I'll just call it $1.25 million more inflow than outflow. 15.85 million shares traded so far for the day today, which is actually way more volume than I would have anticipated, especially after only 52 minutes of trading. We're on a pace for 118.8 million shares traded by the end of the day today. And I suggested somewhere between 50 and 70 million. I think we're on a good pace to hit 50 to 70. I don't think I'll be wrong on the volume, but it might be a little more. I was saying maybe 10 million shares traded less today than there was yesterday. It might be really close to what we had yesterday if it keeps moving the way it is. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.25, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.33, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last hour. RSI is at 39.7, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.2, which is below average. On APE, we have approximately $500,000 more inflow than outflow. 10.15 million shares traded so far for the day today. Man, I'm going to be way off on this one. After 54 minutes of trading, we're on an average price of 73.3 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I was suggesting somewhere between 10 and 30 million, and this is really hot right now. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.3, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.72, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.43, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.39, which is below average. Taking a look at the 1-hour time interval on APE, we'll take a look at the Ichimoto cloud over here. Here's what we got going on here, and this is what I was mentioning to you guys earlier. We're kind of at that critical point right now. Lagging line is above price line. Conversion is technically above base. In order for price to stay a buy signal, we really need to see price in the range of about 223 by the end of the day today. And 213 was kind of that sticking point that I told you guys. If we break below 213, there's a good strong chance that we end up seeing something around 206 by the end of the day or lower. So we're right at that point right now where it's just kind of hesitating. So if the market can hold this price at 212 for a couple hours, then there's a good chance that we may be able to ride some price movement upwards to maybe somewhere around 214 for a close by the end of the day, which is what I've got for a prediction. On a 4-hour chart, it's in agreement with the 1-hour chart in regards to seeing more buying pressure at $2.23. Lagging line is above price line. Conversion's above base. We don't want to see price hitting the base at all, and the base here is at $2.06. If it drops down to 206, we could see a potential move a little bit lower. on AMC. On a 1 hour chart, we've got lagging line above price line, conversions above base, and we started to move into that. Man, we tried so hard. We tried so hard, and I told you there would be price suppression going on inside the cloud, and sure enough, we got to 384, which is right up in the cloud, and immediately saw a rejection in price in there. The cloud is always a time of uncertainty. I'm hoping that we end up seeing some more price improvement before the end of the day is over, and that we can maybe get priced maybe within 380 before the day's over. Although I only have a prediction of, actually I have 385 as a close. I probably should have gone a little bit lower on that, but the cloud starts at about 383, or the bottom side of the cloud starts at 383. In order to turn this into a buy prediction for the day today or a buy trigger signal for short-term investors, we would have to see a price of around 422, as that would be the top side of the cloud. On a 4 hour chart, lagging line is below price line, convergence below base. Getting above the cloud today would be ideal, which means that the buy signal would kick in at about $5.17. I'm not expecting that to happen. I'm just telling you what the chart says. I'm really kind of expecting to see a low volume, slow move upwards going into next week, and seeing a break through the red cloud going into next week back into that $4.50 range. And with that, I think that's all I got for you guys. Taking you guys back over to the other page so we can see both of the stocks. Taken care of. Thank you, Hayden. Let me look up and see what kind of current news we have on AMC. "15 hours ago, AMC hit with fresh class action lawsuit over stock conversion." I haven't looked at the class action filing. Somebody else did, or at least claimed to have, on Twitter that I saw, and they said that there was nothing in there asking for a hold on the reverse split and conversion, like a status quo order. So I'm kind of taking their word for it, but you know how that works out. You should always do the DD yourself. But I haven't gone in and looked at the filing yet. So, and I haven't even looked in the Discord to see if anybody has posted it up there or not. But yeah. Real quickly here. I've got an image that I'm going to share with you guys that it's probably going to be a little difficult to see. I'm going to try and do the best that I can to kind of blow this up a little bit for you guys so you can see it all. Give me just a second. John Hannaford developed this program where we're tracking a couple different things. We're tracking short exempt volume, failure to deliver. I shouldn't say where. He's tracking. And the reason I say I shouldn't say where is because I didn't develop the software, he did. Short exempt volume, failure to delivers, CHX exchange volume, CHX in the last 35 days. like how it's stacking, and then price, which is kind of like this like baby. I don't know what it looks like to you guys, but to me, hold on a second. Big sneeze. It looks kind of like maybe like a, I don't know, I want to call it like an aquafoam color. But what you should be noting here is short exempt volume on the bottom hand side in red here. That's the actual reported date where where that CHX volume, and I just told you that we had 2 days in a row where there was extremely large quantities of CHX volume. That should turn into failure to deliver. So he's on the top side of this chart here. He's got it reporting when those would be due 35 days in advance, and it kind of gives you an idea for when there may be spikes in things like failure to delivers that would be occurring. For example, you can look perhaps like right here was a spike of short exempt volume. 35 days later was the returning spike on when they should be due by, and you can see that the failure to delivers, which is this white line here on the top side, were massively spiking during that period of time. So lots of failure to deliver is occurring. Actually, the bottom side of the white line should be, okay, so 35 days is always on the top side. So when the CHX, sorry, not CHX, when the short exempt volume was spiking, you could see the failure to deliver spiking at the same time, right? Those numbers really are kind of pushing up. But this is when they're due by over here on this side. And that's when you start seeing CHX volume starting to spike day over day over day as they're collecting shares to be able to deliver for those. So in this particular case right here, you can see we have some spikes that are happening, like right now. Like we've had this spike right here that are going to be due coming up very shortly, and you're probably wondering like, when is that timetable going to occur? And it should be, I mean, they're obviously going to be trying to get these beforehand, not after, which is probably part of the reason why we're seeing a price increasing right now. But let me see if I can, he sent me a zoomed in picture of this as well. And, let me zoom in on this just a tad, give you that picture. Can I close this? I'll just keep it open. He sent me a zoomed in picture of it. Let's try opening this with paint. That way we can zoom in on it a little bit here. You can see that that first spike really starts to occur, or the needing to deliver of those shares is going to be kind of like around August 24th, right? So we're quickly approaching those days, August 20. Hey, does that ring a bell? August 24th, no way. Oh man, that's great. I don't even know if I put that together earlier this morning when I was looking at it originally, but what a day that would be. Could there possibly be some volatility that might occur during that period of time? I don't know. If they don't find all the shares they need to find before then maybe there might be some crazy volatility that occurs. We're not too many trading days away from that, so obviously the need to find shares is probably pretty strong right now. Anyways, yeah. Nice work, John. Anybody that sees John in here, give him a high five. Yale says hedgies seem to think that the new BS suit will delay the movement, PPS movement. I guess, I mean, we'll know if that's the case. right? Because we'll see we'll likely see the unpairing of the market caps, like we've seen every single, like especially like when the judge came out with their original opinion, and we saw this like massive price movement. We'll end up knowing if that's the case, if there's some kind of news in the aftermarket hours, and we'll probably see just all kinds of craziness happening then. Just Real said, once this is all said and done, my account will literally hit an imaginary zero value. Kind of funny how that works, eh? Not sure what that means. Meaning you're selling out, and then your broker won't have any of your money anymore. Is that what you mean? That sounds what it. I'm laughing my ass off. I feel nothing. I feel like you're saying your broker's not going to see any of your money anymore. Is what you're saying. Janice says, I'm loving all the cool big tramps. Nothing like a little Knight Rider. Kit. I guess technically speaking, David Hasselhoff would have been the Knight Rider. And Kit was like the Knight. But I don't know. DM says, I love tramps. I love trash. Anything dirty or filthy or rotten. Jim Eagle says new docket number is 2023-0835. Don't hassle the Hoff. Now, referring to the mind game of making it look like I hold something worth no value, like I'm stupid or something. I gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Know what you hold, right? It's kind of weird. We've got, I'm really kind of perplexed a little bit by this. We've got a lot of red in the market right now, but yet the VIX is down and the US dollar is down. This is kind of weird. Who's getting all the money? What is oil doing? Oil's kind of breaking even. Okay, it looks like VIX might be starting to head back up now. Maybe. It's like right at 16. Counterparty Risk says Kit stood for Knight Industries 2000. Hell yeah says, you think it's safe to put in my 2 weeks notice in at work? No. I would go with a I would go with a negative on that. Some people are saying just logging back in. Mountain Air is saying just logging back in. Guess they're shorting again today. You know, we always have these ebbs and flows every single day. I feel like it's just part of the standard move on a daily basis. So I don't know that it's necessarily going to continue like this. I'm not expecting it to. But there might be a big push to maybe close out $3.50 positions on puts as much as possible before letting price go back up. If you were to take a look at the options chain for today in open interest, there's like 87.6 thousand contracts at a $3.50 strike at for puts. So dropping the price initially down to maybe at 350 or just slightly less than 350 to close out those positions, might be the desired target for the day, and then allowing price to rise back up afterwards, right? Because as puts close, that's bullish. So it's all pretty much just part of the standard typical daily, moves that we do. So I wouldn't look too much into it. Wait for the day to end and then take a look back at it and be like, okay, now today was a shorting day, maybe. Yeah, DM says good premium for market makers. That's right. I mean, that's what this is all about right now. And I've said this for a long time. In fact, I feel like I get tired of saying I said this for a long, because I've said it for a long time. If you think options is a good thing on AMC and Ape, it's your money, it's your choice. Personally, I see a bunch of cow patties. And if you like stepping in cow patties, fine. For me, I like to walk up to a cow patty. I look at it. I smell it. Oh, yeah, that's a cow patty. Maybe I touch it a little, I poke it, and then I taste it. And I'm like, yeah, it is definitely a cow patty. I'm not stepping in that. So if you want to step in cow patties all day long, step in cow patties. It's your money. It's your choice. You get to spend your money how you want to. Quite frankly, what I see is a lot of attempts by institutions to try and just suck up or vacuum up loose or low-hanging fruit money. Low-hanging fruit meaning they know better than you do, and you're probably going to lose on your positions that you hold in those calls and puts. But it's up to you if that's how you think your money's best spent, and maybe you win 80% of the time or better. Great. Keep at it, because I love knowing the fact that there's somebody out there who's actually winning. If you're not winning like 80% of the time, you probably shouldn't be playing. And if you're playing paper options and you're winning on paper options and you're thinking about graduating to real money, please note, paper options are good for letting you know whether or not you can make good trades, but doesn't actually tell you whether or not you can execute correctly. So just because you can make good trades doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get the execution that you want. So that's a whole different battle, and you'll never be able to incorporate that into your paper trading analysis as to whether or not you're good. Look, it's like Vegas, right? I mean, there's a reason why that people have been saying it's like Vegas. If you think you're going to beat Vegas, it didn't become Vegas for no reason. It was built for a reason. And that money came from someplace. Same thing goes with market. They're way smarter than we are. And they know how to bleed. They know how to bleed the money. They know how to squeeze a turnip like nobody. DJ put in an elephant, a poop, and a shroom. What the heck is that? Aaron says, taste it, but don't freaking dare step in it. That's right, Aaron. You can taste it, but don't you dare step in it. English Jim says, when I went to Vegas, I knew I would leave skint. It's a word I haven't seen before. And I did. Hold on a second. I got to look up that word. Skint. I have not heard that one. I might have to add this to
Skint.
Person of having little or no money available. I'm a bit skint just now. Where does that come from? Hold on a second here. Why have I never heard this word? Without money, penniless. Does it define where it came from? 1925. The first known use of skint was circa 1925. I don't see. Okay. That's English word. Got it. All right. Learn something new every day. Skint.
Skint.
That's an interesting word. Skint. I would have thought of it as like skinned. Jonathan, just for your own protection, I encourage people not to put in how many shares that they have here. I've had people who have been directly targeted. It's not because we're trying to be jerks or anything like that. It's more or less just trying to make sure that, I would feel bad inside if I knew you were being targeted as an individual because I had a platform where you were targeted, period. So I try to protect that by suggesting that everybody just say that they have 10 shares. And I know you're a big boy, you can protect yourself kind of thing. But I still feel like there's some responsibility on my part to try to help out in protecting you guys as well. So that's why I prefer that we only just stick to 10 shares, or some people say 11, some people say 9, whatever. But just, not your real position. Something low. Something that's not going to cost somebody to be like, I'm going after that. It's 10 shares. Somebody's going to be like, 10 shares? Pfft, leaving that guy alone. I don't care about him. Jason says, things not to say in the strip club. No, girl, I'm a bit skint right now. Oh, man. I'm trying to think how I'm going to try and use that word, like in my life off of YouTube here at some point today. And I hope that it goes over well. I'm thinking about what if I go out with my wife for lunch or something, or I don't know, whatever I do today. And then maybe there's a waitress and I go I'm skint. I'd give you a tip, but I'm skint. No, I wouldn't do that, though. My wife wouldn't even let me do that. She would be like, how dare you? I'm tipping her. C-Mac says, what's your take on every time AMC gets a lot of attention, there's something out there that asks for retail to put in the amount of shares they hold. AMC calc log the float. What are we seeing this time? Oh, is there a new calculator that's floating around where everybody can go in there and put in the amount of shares that they have? Is that user of intellect was the one that was responsible for log the float? I was actually putting together my own log the float, and I only call it log the float because that's he had the name out before I did. But I didn't know he was working on something, and as I was in the process of developing, in the beginning stages of developing mine, he published his, or he didn't publish his, but he was telling everybody that he was going to be publishing one, the log the float, and so I contacted him and said, hey, look, I don't want to have competing log the floats kind of a thing because, I think that would be not desired. As it would confuse people and whatever. So I said, I'll tell you what, I'll jump on the bandwagon of stepping up and being, standing up behind what it is that you're trying to do, because I think it's a good cause. And I truly felt that what they were doing was a good thing. But I think it was there was a very key space call that occurred where I would have handled it differently. And he had the potential ability to be able to collect some very valuable data that would have been there, that would have potentially been able to be used for other reasons other than just logging the float. And he, basically like let that information out for everybody in the whole wide world to know. And it was just kind of like, well, you done screwed up now. Now everybody knows. And it's like, nobody's going to use it anymore. So, but it was the one that what I had planned was a little bit of a trap, to kind of catch individuals who were, trying to sabotage, the collection of the data. So it wasn't necessarily meant to collect the information of logging the float, but it was meant to try and trap the individuals who were trying to disrupt the collection of the data and trying to identify or pinpoint where they were coming from specifically. So, whatever. But I was behind it, supporting it. As far as that new calculator that's going around right now, I will say this. You guys should always be super careful clicking on any links, period. Highly would stress to you guys, be very careful about clicking on anything. I mean, this is, you have, if you know what it is that you hold, as far as a royal flush going with AMC, holding of AMC, you should be absolutely paranoid on everything that you click on, because you're potentially putting yourself at risk every single time. I don't care if it's on my Discord. I don't care whose Discord it is on. I don't care if it's on Twitter. I don't care if it's on whatever it's on. You should be highly suspect by anything you're clicking on. Do not just trust people to be on the up and up, because I can almost promise you, I've already been a part of catching somebody who's intentionally tried to harm people within the community with a virus. So please be careful. Yeah, see, Mac and Bees, you posted out that link right there, and that's what I'm talking about. Like, I mean, everybody needs to be super, super careful. If you don't know where that link goes to, you got to be super, super careful. So I'm kind of inclined to kind of remove that, Mac and Bees, just because I don't know if people can trust that. No offense, sir, but I'm going to remove that one. I've been seeing it, and I haven't purposely clicked on it for a reason, because I'm not, unless I can send that to somebody who can verify the website. I'm not willing to. So are you in IT, Mac and Bees? If you're in IT and you did a scrub on the site, then maybe. One thing you have to understand though is when you go to a website, it collects information. I would just be super careful. Yeah, man. Be ultra super careful, man. Okay, so the website you're going to tells you that there's no tracking and no cookies. You do realize the inherent flaw in that, right? Like literally the site that's telling you, the site that you're clicking on to go to is telling you it's not doing something. That almost screams, be careful. I can't think of a more be careful than that, when it tells you it's not doing something that it may be doing. Just be careful, man. It's mission critical time here. You don't want to be clicking on stuff that's going to screw you up. C-Max says the site opens up saying, "Trust me, bro." I'm telling you guys, I was laying a trap. I was laying a trap for hedge funds and shills, and you know, that same trap can be used in the other direction. So you gotta be careful. It's not. So the problem, Mac and Bees, is it's really not that hard to figure out what it is that people need to figure out, right? You don't need complex math formulas to figure out the information. You need a pencil and paper, an Excel spreadsheet, you know, all that stuff can be very easily figured out in 2 seconds. Like it really doesn't take you even much longer to plug in 2 numbers into a thing and hit calculate to figure out what you're going to get. You can just do it on a calculator really, really super fast. Almost nearly as fast as it can be plugging it in someplace else. It's 2 simple steps. That's it. And I broke it down in a tweet. Maybe I should just retweet this. Let's see here. Where do I see it? It's the next one down. It's 2 steps. That's too long. You know, in regards to you know, figuring out what it is that you have after it's all said and done, it's really 2 simple steps. AMC shares divided by 10 divided by 7.5 equals settlement distribution. Then you're going to take your AMC plus APE divided by 10 equals your AMC reverse split and conversion. You add steps 1 and 2 together, and that gives you your result. Any remaining partials should be paid out in cash by your broker, but it just depends on how they decide to deal with it. They may give you partial shares, or you may get cash. It's really super simple. Like if you can't take that right there and do it on a calculator super quick, I don't know. You know, it's like, I don't know what to tell you. This is not hard math here. It's really, really simple math. And that's all you got to do. That's it. That gives you your answer. I would much rather use a calculator, figure out my own answer, than go add to clicking on that's with the settlement, yes. Going and clicking on random websites that I have no idea what it's doing. Jesse says, did you already talk on the new lawsuit about ape holders not getting a settlement? Ape holders do not get a settlement, and that's what that new lawsuit's about, is trying to elicit a settlement, perhaps maybe for ape shareholders. I did talk about it, and I'm not really concerned about it. Nat Nail says, Casey, what are your thoughts on computer share? Are you just... I went on like a huge tirade about that yesterday. I feel like, yeah. So here's the deal. Here's what I think you should do. If you're really, really curious about computer share, I think you should go buy a share and sell a share on computer share and see how that works for you. See how easy it is. See how complex it is, and then imagine that it only gets worse during a squeeze, because it will. I've done a lot of DD and research on it, and it's personally for me. I don't want to complicate things for myself when it comes time to selling my position. If you think that DRSing your shares is going to help us, it's not. GME's had over 2 years worth of data now. Are we 2 years? We're about 2 months away. We're 2 months away from 2 years worth of data that says that DRS absolutely does zilch. And if anything hurts price improvement. So anybody who wants to argue that with me, all you have to do is go look at GME and see what's happened to their volume over the last 2 years. What's it done? We still have explosive periods of time of volume on AMC. Show me the explosive periods of time and volume for GME. It's not there. If you want price improvement, you have to get volume. You have to have volume, and you have to have shares that can trade in the market. So in regards to whether or not it's going to help cause a squeeze, the answer is absolutely not. And in fact, just the opposite. It harms a squeeze. And in regards to whether or not you want to keep your shares there because you may feel it's safer than keeping them with a broker, for my opinion is that I would rather be able to sell my shares when I want to than having Computershare tell me when I can sell my shares. So that's my opinion. Take it for what it's worth. It's your choice. It's your money. You get to decide. I see Moore says Computershare only if you're not going to sell them. I mean, that's almost like you're ignoring the very first part about what I just said. It harms a squeeze, and it shows it over on GME, and yet you know, yeah, no, I don't think that's a good idea. Aaron says, Casey, why does transfers now complete faster than prior to Fidelity's mix-up? I don't know. It's a good question. John says exchanges on GME are cold most of the time. Yeah. You're not ever going to see explosive volume going through on GME, and the reason for it is they've got, you know, what, I don't know if it's 30 or 40% now tied up in the Computershare, but you're not going to get explosive volume when you have no shares to be able to be traded. You're literally doing the job of decreasing volatility for the hedge funds. If they're trying to cause volatility to die, you're doing the job for them. You're snuffing out price action, which they absolutely love. And they're going, thank you. Thank you for not forcing me to make a market today, because if I would have had to make a market today on this kind of volatility, I'd have been hosed. Dracuff says, can you un-DRS? Yes, you absolutely can. You can transfer your shares right back into a broker again. This is the part that kills me, because I've had so many different kinds of arguments thrown at me in regards to why Computershare is helpful. You know where short interest comes from, right? Short interest comes from the lending of shares to create short interest. It's borrowing a share and then selling that share to somebody else, and then having to buy it hopefully buying it at a cheaper price later on down the road. Where does short interest come from? The whole key core thing to this is that short interest comes from the lending of shares. If brokers are lending shares out, you get short interest. If short interest equals a short squeeze, then you want those shares to be loaned by your lenders, by your brokers, so you can create higher short interest so that you can get a squeeze. Tying your shares up in a place to where they can't be loaned out by brokers to create that volatility, to create that short interest, to create that squeeze, it dies. Position close only does not stop a squeeze from happening. And I think almost every broker reserves that right. Oh, sorry, I don't have both. I'm sorry, I don't have them both up there. Position close only does not stop a squeeze. Let me ask you this question, Natnil. What causes price to go up in a squeeze? It'll probably take you a second to put it in there. The question is what causes price to move up in a squeeze? Tactical Review says buyers. Simple answer. It is. Buyers. Institutional buyers. People who are forced to cover. People who are buying shares because they're being forced to cover. It's not from us. It's not us that's causing the buying pressure. It's institutions having to buy shares to cover their positions. If you're forced to close only, who cares? You're golden. That tells you you know you got them grabbed by the balls and you are in full control. Who cares if they tell you your position close only? You aren't relying on you're not relying on retail buyers. You're relying on institutional buyers who need your shares. That's what causes price to go up. That's exactly right. Who said that? That is a point for you, sir. Who said this? Tactical Reviews is correct. I'm putting you in for a point here. Congratulations on the first point. I don't think I've seen your name before. Tactical Reviews. That is the correct answer. It makes no difference if there's buy buttons taken across the board. The New York Stock Exchange could come in and say, this stock will no longer be traded and it's position close only for everybody. You are a winner at that point in time. Why? Because you get to determine what the price is going to be for when you're going to sell. You get to say, I am holding out for whatever it is that I want. And if they want to buy the shares from me, they're going to have to get to that point. And we can all sit there and watch them hold. We can hold and hold and hold. And we know that they're forced to buy. And so every time somebody gives a little bit more, so they give some shares up here and there, price just keeps going higher and higher and higher until they finally get all the shares that they need in order to meet margin requirements. And it just goes up and up and up. Why? Because the demand is infinite. The demand is not met until they've cleared their margins. You get to hold until they meet their requirements. You get to decide the price. That should be probably one of the most positive things you can imagine happening. The minute I see the buy button getting taken away from us, guys, I'm going to be jacked. Absolutely jacked. So happy. I'm going to be sitting there going like, I will be screaming, yeah, we won. Because they now have to buy our shares. They got to buy them. We can only close. That's it. They're screwed. Bring it on. I'm ready. Take those buy buttons away. All right, it's 10 o'clock. It's time to do numbers. Yeah, Pirate says buy button removal only F's the Johnny come lately crowd, those who wait to see confirmation that it's on. That's exactly right. because they can no longer enter into the battle arena anymore, right? They're closed off, and the battle arena now becomes us who are holders and institutions who are buyers. And that's it. That's the battle arena. And everybody on the outside has to sit there and watch, painfully watch as they have crazy amounts of FOMO going on and they can't get in on the action. And they sit there and they just go like, no, if only I had just been in earlier. It's time to do these numbers, guys. Let's take a look at what we got going on. It's absolutely right. Take you guys over to the other page here. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Starting in with the... Actually, I got to refresh the screen here. Give me just a second. This one. I move these screens around. And this one. All right. That kind of sucks. We broke our line of support there. All right. Starting with off exchange. Taking a look at that, we've got, by this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got 58.33% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 6.14. The combined total of that's 64.47%, or about 4.47% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume for the day today is 9,132 shares, not very high yet. On Ape, off exchange is 40.06. That is, oops. And EDGX is at 8.71. The combined total is 48.77%. That's about 11.23% less than where I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 1,300 shares. GME CHX volume for the day today is at 311 shares. Nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ape. No, not Ape. Taking a look at AMC on Ortex. Let's see, are they finally reporting now? As of an hour ago, AMC had approximately 1.83 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.41 million shares. That's going to cause the estimated short-term interest of the free float to rise to 28.36%. Cost to borrow mins at 808.41, average is 977.16, and max is 1,040. Shares on loan for the day today is at 208.89 million shares. That is a record high set today. Did I change the date on this? I did. Okay. Just want to make sure. So far for the day today, we've seen day over day 6.41 million shares new on loan, and Ortex estimated that about 2.283 million of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape for the day today, an hour ago, we had about 624,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now a return of 698,000 shares. That's going to drop the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 8.17. Cost borrow mins at 6.56. Average is 7.16 and max is 8.6. Shares on loan for the day today is at 87.25 million shares. That is 2.03 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. And looking at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at an hour ago it was at a $4 strike with 24.4 thousand contracts. It's now 32.2 thousand contracts. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike as well. There was 19.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 44.5. Market still suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere around $4 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we're at $5.65. Do note that we did break below this ascending level of support. I was hoping we were going to see a little bit of more support in the $5.74 range. Didn't quite get it. Do note that as we did break out of this, this is not moving it down as fast as I would have anticipated, because if we did break this line here, I would have expected to see us retest $5.26 combined. But at this point, doesn't seem to really be the case. One of the things that I had mentioned earlier to you guys was that they may be just trying to drop price on AMC down to below $3.50 to close out some put positions that may be there that would be in the money if they got it below $3.50, as there is 87.6 thousand contracts in open interest sitting at $3.50. So that could be part of the reason why we saw a little bit of a drive down in price in the beginning portion of the morning. Maybe a false break to the bottom side. We'll see. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. AMC is... did we fall off the list? Oh, there we are. 70... my heart skipped a beat. I was like, no, we were on the list. 73.12% buys to 26.88% sell ratio. We're doing really good on our buy-sell ratio. Ape and GME are not on this list due to lower amounts of volume. Although Ape's volume's been kind of high today. I'm kind of surprised that we're not on the list there, but it might be just below the 30 most heavily traded stocks. SSR trips today for AMC at $3.31, Ape at 1.899. Shares available to borrow is still showing up at 0 shares. Fees last seen at 879.1%. And then the ETFs are still increasing to higher and higher numbers there in the available amount of shares in ETFs to be borrowed. NASDAQ is down 0.2. Dow Jones is up 0.25. S&P 500 is up 0.09. We have 3,265 decliners to 2,843 advancers. The market is more declining now than it was an hour ago. Taking a look at banks. Let's see here. Who are our biggest movers on the banks right now? We've got... give it just a second. I'm only going to read off things that are 2.75% or more in change for the day today, and I don't see anything as of right now. Yeah, nothing right now. Ethereum Classic is down 1.65% and trending up. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.03, and I'm going with trending up. Oil is up 0.37 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.25 to 0.27 and up. We got some really weird activity in here on Vanguard's. Not sure what happened there. There was a single data point that dropped down to 40.47, which showed tons of volatility. But currently, Vanguard is mortgage-backed securities are trending down, maybe a little consolidation. SPY is let's see, SPY is up 0.14 and consolidating. VIX is down 3.89 and at 15.86. VBR is up 0.07 and consolidating. VB is down 0.15, consolidating. Tesla is down 1.68 and trending down. Amazon is down 0.72 and consolidating. Cinemark is down 1.15 and trending down. Doge is down 2%. Where did that come from? Doge is down 2%, but trending up, I would say. Bitcoin is down 0.17 and... Is that Bitcoin? Bitcoin's down 0.17 and trending up. GME is down 2.28 and trending down. And in regards to volume, we were just talking about a little ago. You can come back here and you can look back. September of... I've done a lot of research on DRS and the effects that it's had on GME. And it was about... People first started kind of pushing DRS in about, if memory serves me correctly, I think it was like July-ish, August. I think it was August of 2021. And if you look at this heat map down here on volume, I think it'd be probably better to show you this on TradingView. I just want to bring this up just because I think it's kind of important real fast here. Let me pull up TradingView real fast and show you guys what it is that I'm talking about. Wow. I guess my internet's dropping on me here, huh? Hold on a second while I try to fix my internet, because apparently it's dying. Give me just a second, guys. I don't know what else to get. I guess I have to zap everything. Okay, well, I've turned off all my peripherals in the house, and connectivity has not gotten any better. Well, there it is. It's starting to pick up a little bit. I may lose you guys if this internet connection speed stays like it is. There's only one other trick that I have up my sleeve that I can use to try and make it maybe a little bit better. But let me see here. I'm going to go back to the screen to where I can see what it is you guys are writing. But can you guys just confirm, like, whether or not it's are you seeing buffering, or am I coming through clear? If I'm coming clear here, then I'll keep going. Nobody? All right. I guess I'm going to have to... All right. Pirate says clear here. Okay. So let's go back here, and I know I've got a lot of lines on this page here where I was trying to signify specific points in time, but this is August 21 right here, and it was really kind of around like September of September to October when it really started to kind of pick up its pace, and then in regards to, you know, when people started DRSing on GME. They did have one more spike of you know, some period of time in here in March of 22 where there was a big spike in volume. But for the most part here, that has never happened again. It's just gone downhill ever since. And it's like the spikes now are lucky to get over, you know, what, 15 million shares on a spiking point in time of volume, when they were much, much higher before. So the volume profile on this has just absolutely been decimated in regards to how this is. I mean, look at the spike in contrast in 2023 versus 2022. I mean, this is what a spike in volume used to look like, and this is it now. And AMC is the same way. I mean, I would be lying to you guys if I told you that AMC hasn't seen a decrease in volume spiking as well. In profile, but it's nowhere near as bad as this is. This is really, really bad. These spikes are just, I mean, they're nothing. Absolutely nothing anymore. I mean, look at how many other individual days that there were back here of just spiking volume. Look at all these days in here of spiking volume. And then as time went on and more DRS shares started happening, that just really just goes down to nothing. Meanwhile, AMC, who does have a portion of the population DRSing, but it's as we've seen from the quarterly, or I guess the yearly reports on AMC, we haven't been seeing nearly the participation in DRS participation. Meanwhile, AMC, come on, pull up. There we go. So we're still seeing a tapering off on volume, but look at the spikes, though. Look at the kind of spikes that we just had recently. You can go back to March of 2022, and we didn't even have spikes that big in March, right? You can go back. You can see that the spike we just had just not too long ago was outpacing a spike that we had in August of 21. That's August of 21. That's a month after we shot up in price. And we're still getting these very large quantity spikes of volume. Those spikes for a market maker are devastating. Absolutely devastating, because they have to make that market. And if they don't make that market, then they're screwed. Right? And in order to make the market, they oftentimes have to create fake positions. And those fake positions, synthetic positions, is what's killing them. We haven't been starved off. Yeah, volume has been decreasing, but we haven't been starved off like GME has. So, yeah, it's just something important to kind of note. Not very many people have done analysis on what's happened over time. I have, because it makes a difference to me. I think it matters to talk about all the issues. But moving on from GameStop, moving forward, because I really do wish their shareholders the best. HYMC is up point. I wish somebody would tell them. I wish somebody would tell them this information and pound it home to them how devastating it is to their share price that they have all their shares DRS. I really wish somebody would. HYMC is up 0.48% for the day today, and imagine that. Sorry, this is how my brain works. Imagine for a moment that everybody, if somebody actually had the courage to step up and say, like, hey, maybe we should un-DRS our shares. Can you imagine what would happen if 30 to 40% of the total amount of shares available to be traded in the marketplace suddenly rush back into the broker's hands all around the same time? Imagine what would happen. Just think about it, what it would do. What kind of chaos that would cause in the marketplace. I don't know why nobody's thought of this. Nobody's thought of that. It's like, holy crap. How is nobody thinking of this? It's insane. I'm nearly positive that alone would be absolutely devastating to this market right now if everybody were to just transfer out of DRS and put their shares back into brokers. Fu says they won't listen. I've tried. I know they won't listen. I've tried too, but they won't listen to me because I don't hold a position with GME, and I'm honest about it. If I lied about it, maybe they'd listen. I don't know. I'm not a liar, so I have lied in my life, but I'm not a compulsive liar, and I'm not going to go sit there and tell somebody I hold a position I don't hold. So. It's not. You guys are like, you did too lie. You told them you didn't shoot the window with the BB gun. Yeah, I know. Let's see here. NCMI up 5.63% for the day today. It's consolidating right now. Pretty hard consolidation after the initial rise and fall back down, and covering right around market open price. So most of that rise in price was in pre-market and after hours yesterday. Hood is down 1.49% and trending down, and it's starting to take a little bit of a dip here. Ape is down 0.24 and still trending down for the most part. AMC is down 5.09%, and it looks like it's consolidating. We have, let's see here, less than that. $1.3 million, no, $1.4 million more inflow than outflow. 28.28 million shares traded so far for the day today. After, let's see here, 10:31, we were at 121 minutes worth of trading. I don't know why that was so hard for me to figure out. We are on a pace for 91.15 million shares traded by the end of the day today on AMC. I suggested somewhere between 50 and 70 million shares, so I think we're on pace for that, no problem. On a 4-hour chart, we've got currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side of 32.67, which is below average. On a 1 hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.92, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 34.91, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.46, which is below average. On APE, let's see, we have approximately $600,000 more inflow than outflow. 13.92 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 122 minutes worth of trading. We are on a pace for 44.49 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. I'm starting to feel a lot more comfortable about that. Earlier this morning on the beginning of market open, I was thinking I was way under. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.39, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.64, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.99, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.23, which is below average. Looks like there is some news here. It's probably about the lawsuit. Who cares? Let's see here. Expert ratings for AMC Entertainment Holdings. Let's see. Total ratings are 2 are indifferent, 2 are bearish, and are somewhat bearish, and 2 are bearish. Let's see here. This is by the way. This is by Benzinga. According to 6 analysts offering 12-month price targets in the last 3 months, AMC Entertainment Holdings has an average price target of $2.52 with a high of $4.50 and a low of 50 cents. Below is a summary of how these 6 analysts rated AMC Entertainment Holdings over the past 3 months. The greater the number of bullish ratings, the more positive analysts are on the stock, and the greater the number of bearish ratings, the more the negative the analysts are on the stock. Yeah, all right. Looks like there's some news over here on Ape. Yep, this is the AMC hit with fresh class action lawsuit over stock conversion. Let's see here. All right. I didn't see anything in there specifically that told me anything that was worthwhile noting. Let me get this page back up here. And here's where the period of time is that we enter into, where it's the, it's like crossing the, what's the biggest desert in the world? I don't even know. What's it, the Mojave Desert? Mojave? How do you say that? How do you say that, Hunter?
What?
Mojave Desert? Is that right?
The what?
Mojave? Let's see if that's the largest desert. Largest. Oh, it's the Antarctic Desert. I wouldn't have gotten that one.
Oh, here, look. Go, scroll down.
This one?
Yeah.
Sahara. The Sahara Desert's number 3. We have the Antarctic Desert, the Arctic Desert, the Sahara Desert, the Great Australian. Can I get 30 more rows? What else is after that?
The Gobi? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I thought Mojave Desert was a thing. Hold on a second. Where is that? I feel like I just made it up or something. Yeah, there it is, right there. Mojave. Mojave. You said Mojave? I don't know. I don't know how to.
Mojave? The E isn't pronounced like that.
Mama. Mommy. Oh, that wasn't right. Hold on.
Mojave.
Mojave. Mojave. I said it right. I was right. Yay.
Mojave.
Mojave, yeah. Here, you want to hear it?
I heard it.
Oh, you heard it? Okay.
Mojave.
Yeah. You know, it's far down on the list. By the way, guys, just for your own information, it's actually 27th on the list here for largest deserts in the world. I don't know. It was the first thing that came to my mind. I don't know why I didn't think of all these other ones as I'm scrolling through looking at these different deserts in here, but that was the first one that came to my mind. I don't know why.
What are you talking about deserts for?
This is the time of the day where it feels like we're crossing a desert because it's just like flat and nothing and like it's just dead. Tech We Love says, laugh out loud, thanks for the geography lesson. I totally forgot about all those deserts. I mean, there was way more than I even knew. I mean, there was a lot of them. There's 26 above the one I was saying, so. Jesse says the Mojave is it's the hottest. Is it because there's girls there? There must be a lot of chicks. It's so hot, there's chicks everywhere. We should go there. It must be the best place in the whole wide world. Ooh, 796 Patriot says like my ex-wife. Oh man, I don't even want to know about that. That sounds killer. That doesn't sound good. John says, "Hey, I updated the old classic and put it in your DMs. You can ignore it if you think it's balls." Hold on a second. Let me take a look, John. If I think it's balls. So I think I know why I'm throwing you under the bus here a little bit, John. John wants to... he's helping me out here prove my point about the whole DRS thing. And let me just show you. I mean, if this graphic does not prove my point about how deadly DRS is to your position of your company that you're holding in regards to like explosive activity, what you're looking at here is you're looking at shoot, I forgot what these are. So I think this is above is short exempt volume as percentage of the float. Now remember, short exempt volume turns into failure to delivers immediately. There is a period of time where they can be delivered within, but they immediately turn into failure to delivers and they stack. And somebody has to go out and find those shares eventually. That's the top side. Bottom side are failure to delivers volume as a percentage of the float. So that's what this chart's showing you here. And GME's in green, AMC is in red, and Ape is in blue. And look at this. Lo and behold, by the time April had rolled around, actually by the end of July, after GME had it split, which is right here, once GME had it split and they had 30 to 40% of their volume trapped up into DRS, look what happened going forward. Nothing. Dead. Talk about deserts. It is just absolutely dead. They will never, ever, ever see another explosive day in price so long as these numbers do not spike. They have to have spiking numbers here. Without spiking numbers, They will never, ever, ever see another spiking day in price unless AMC or another stock starts to squeeze, and this, and it causes the whole market to kind of blow up, right? They're screwing themselves so bad. It's not even funny, and it's so obvious when you see a chart like this. You go like, oh my gosh. It should be like a massive eye opener to anybody who thinks that DRS is the right thing to do to your shares and what it does to a stock and snuffing out price. You just see red lines. That's because that's AMC. We didn't DRS our shares, or at least most of us didn't. So that's why you're seeing mostly red. The green's non-existent anymore on that chart. It's non-existent because they used to have explosive amounts of short exempt volume and failure to delivers, but not anymore. They done cleared that up. All that stuff that turns into big price movement, they done cleared that up. John says, I don't reckon these monkeys are even paying attention. Probably not. I don't know. And again, thank you, John. More wonderful charts that John has to share with us that prove amazing points. Roaster Guy says, Casey, do you think they will drop the price of Ape a real low prior to conversion? Man, I don't know. The way price is moving right now, it seems to me like there may be an institution that's I don't know who it is, but it seems like there's an institution protecting price. You can just look at the order book, and you can tell that they're fighting to keep the price up. It's not hard to see it. You just look at it for a little bit, and you can see that every time that the price is tried to knock down, you see a buy wall go up at whatever price it's knocked down to. So, and they don't go away. Those buy walls are not disappearing. So somebody institutionally is trying to support price where it's at. I don't know who, but they are. It's not the same thing on AMC's side. So. It is sometimes and it is in others, so it just kind of depends. But whether or not they're gonna, whether or not they can break through that wall to drive price down on Ape remains to be seen. I'll tell you what the difference is, Doug. And this is making a very large assumption. Very large. Some people will tell you that DRSing your shares means that they're not lendable. I'm here to tell you that I don't think that's the case. I actually think that they are lendable. But maybe they're not supposed to be lendable. I'm also here to tell you that if you have your shares in a cash account with your broker, with lending turned off, they're not supposed to be loaned. I don't think that means that they can't be loaned. So you tell me what you think the difference is. One says they're not supposed to, and they're supposed to keep them on record as you as a shareholder. And another tells you that the same thing, that you're supposed to be a what's the word I'm looking for here? Hold on a second. It's beneficial holder, right? So you're a beneficial holder, and they're supposed to be holding on to that for you. You're not supposed to be lending it. But I think there's a possibility that those shares are being lent on both sides, and it doesn't matter. And I'll tell you why. There's two reasons. One, our government can't control what's going on in other markets, other places, right? Computer share is not in the US, by the way. It's in Australia. What's happening over there? They can say they're holding on to them, but who's checking it? Number one. Number two, when I originally purchased shares through ComputerShare, they issued me partial shares. You can't issue partial shares. That's impossible. You can't direct register a partial share. So you tell me how I could own a partial share in direct registry if they're not acting as if they're like a broker. And if they're acting like a broker, then that means they're probably lending. But I don't know that they are for sure. But if they are, they might be lending through swaps outside the U.S. And nobody would know the wiser. Adam Aaron said they are not lendable. Yeah. And so does your broker. Your broker says the same thing. They're not supposed to be. But here's the other part. This is a link for you guys. This should be probably one of the biggest eye openers. Does anybody know the history as to how ComputerShare became a direct registry for shares? I don't know if you know that history or not, but I'm going to give you a little hint. It all went down in about 2006. And the link that I'm sending you right now will show you the SEC filing that states that they tried to act illegally as a broker. And they got their wee-wee slapped. And they were told that they could never, ever, ever practice again. And they turned them in and they said, if you want to do anything anymore, you have to be a direct registry service. That's it. And John Hanford said fraud. Yes, that's how they became a direct registry. That's it. That's how they became. It was because of fraud. And you're sitting here telling me that they can't lend out those shares. Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies. Doug says, by the way, I'm not disagreeing here. I am just wonder you are against DRS, but I think it's a distinction without a difference because of what you just said. Yeah. I mean, it does show, right? It does show I'm like sitting here. So the difference is that our brokers, here's the big difference for me. And I see where you're going with that, Doug. The big difference for me is that they're in Australia. And they may be lending those shares in ways that are outside of the confines of security laws here in the U.S. illegally, but they're not in the U.S. The U.S. doesn't have direct control over them. Our brokers are in the U.S. and they are absolutely checked on. They can be checked on. They don't have to be checked on, but they can be enforced here in the U.S., right? So I'd rather trust my shares here in the U.S. than I'd trust my shares in Australia. Just saying. That's the difference. Yoka says, I can't deal with this. You change your vehicles like you change your thong. Don't be jealous. But yeah, that link that I sent you guys will show you the SEC filing that was tells you probably all you need to know about the up and up that ComputerShare is on. Food Dog says, perhaps I'm mistaken, but I believe ComputerShare has a limit of 3,000 per share. There is it's been so long since I've gone over some of the stuff. I did a video on it. If you guys want to go back and watch the video, you can. But there's oh no, I just forgot his name. I haven't talked to him in a while. Darth Maul. Darth Malt. Darth Maul. Darth. Son of a gun. I can't remember. Son of a gun. I can't remember what his name. Darth something. Anyways, we talked about it at length in a separate interview where we were talking about DRS and what it is and what it isn't. Trying to keep things very factual, not trying to put in opinions or anything like that, just showing what it is that we had as facts, and talking about that kind of stuff. And hopefully, if you guys want to go back and rewatch that, you can. I think it's under helpful videos more than likely. Darth Walt, that was his name. W-A-L-T, Darth Walt. Yucca, why are you repeating what Fu said? That was his Twitter name, Darth Walt, on Twitter. Rose says, I can't even believe we're talking about it again. I know, man. I know. So here's the crazy thing, Ro. I actually, I don't have the software anymore because it's not available to me. When Twitter transferred over to X, they kind of put they stopped people from being able to collect information like they used to. But I actually used to be able to pull up heat maps on when DRS was being talked about. And I started lining up those heat maps to some of the price runs. They literally lined up with, like, within a week or two, or maybe even 3 weeks, every single time DRS started becoming a hot topic, it would line up with where price would start running on either AMC or GME. Every single time. And I was like, how is this possible? How in the world that every single time when you're about to see a run up on price, it suddenly DRS starts becoming this hot topic again? And it's like, I don't understand how that's the case. I mean, it's not like I just fell off the back of the wagon or anything like that. I mean, I totally understand why, but I just, I find it just too amazing to me that that's the case every single time. And it's just like, holy crap. Rose says, mention DRS and Bigham's hair, this lit on fire. Yucca, you're feisty today. I feel like there's something going on in your, like, do we need to have a talk? What's going on, man? What's eating you? Why are you a little salty today? What's the deal? Don't project on me. I'm not projecting. I'm telling you what I'm seeing. You're projecting onto me, and I'm telling you, I'm relaying to you what I'm seeing. You're salty. So you tell me what's going on. What's yeah, see, look, Food Dog came in, he said happy hump day. I didn't see no happy hump day from you. As first thing off the bat, I'm wearing thongs. Casey, you didn't leave the back door open. It's Wednesday. I just looked in to see if you were in the back of the big tramp, and I didn't see you back there. It's Wednesday, man. I only do it Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. I mean, the door is always open for you, Yucca. I mean, it's open, but you're not back there. Yes, I hump over Wednesday. Yeah, why not? Tactical Review says, Thongs, I hope you got great seat covers for Kit. You mean, translation, I hope they're not leather. Only cloth will do. Parrot says, Yucca got slaughtered last night on poker table and he lost all his taco lunch money. He's hangry today. Oh, okay. Thank you, Yucca. I appreciate it. Happy Thong Day to you, too. He wants me to pop the rear hatch. All right. Rear hatch is popped. It's only going to be for like 3 minutes. I got to do numbers in 3 minutes. I haven't even seen Blackhand Raikou say very many things in here, but he's like, Yucca, eat a Snickers. Yucca, we literally have people that never even comment that often coming in and saying, oh, here he is. Wait. Folks, we have a guest here. Yucca, morning.
Happy Hump Day!
Happy Hump Day!
What's up?
How you doing, buddy?
You going on break again?
No, I'm doing numbers, but then I go on break.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Look, everybody decided to drop in. Look at that.
Oh, wait. Foo's here.
Everybody's here. I'm upset because there was a huge line. You didn't notice? People were waiting, lined up to get in here.
I don't look in the rearview mirror.
Had your wife and had your husband because they raping everybody out here.
For those of you who don't know, thank you very much. Happy Thong Day to you. For those of you who don't know, this is this sound that's going to be played right here is the entrance for Foo.
There you go. Pornhub.
Oh, that makes me sound cool.
It's called Foo Hub.
Foo Hub.
Yeah, Foo Hub.
P-Hub. So what's new?
I heard, I'm reading right now, Pro Jeweler saying that you had 1.6 milli pot in the poker last night. Dude, how many times did you leave the table and come back and lose that kind of... How many times did you lose?
You know what? We were all on freaking margin. That thing kept giving us money without... we were sitting on the table. It kept giving us money.
Really?
Like on margin. It was weird.
It was just handing it out like Bill Wang.
Wang for you. Wang food tonight.
More Wang.
Everybody Wang Chung tonight. That's a good song. Have I played that? I had to have played that. Okay, yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, I mean, not with us, but you've played it, I'm sure.
Oh, I thought for sure I played it on the live stream before. That's a good song.
Wearing your thong, dancing in front of your wife to that song.
All oiled up with Tropicana.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good time.
Drinking a margarita with an umbrella.
And a curly straw.
UPS delivery guy says, Casey, get Yucca to say, the plane. Say,
the plane.
No, say boss first. Say boss, and then say it.
Boss, the plane.
No, you gotta say it in your regular voice. Don't change it.
Boss, the plane.
We're gonna clip that, and then we'll modify it.
Boss, the plane. Oh shit! Perfect voiceover.
You know, I always
Yeah.
when Fantasy Island would come on, I would turn off the TV as a kid.
Whoa, man, we got to go back to these shows and see what the hell their meanings were. Fantasy Island.
I had no idea what I was missing out
Island.
on. I had no idea.
Or you could just go. I mean, you go to Epstein Island and you'll find out what you're missing.
They had Barbie Benton on there like 3 or 4 times. Dude.
Yeah, they have Ken. They have Ken there with his leg twisted the way you like it.
I used to turn off the Love Boat, Fantasy Island. The Love Boat. Anytime those would come on, if Leave It to Beaver came on, I'd turn it off. Laverne and Shirley, I would turn that one off. I was kind of hit or which one?
Alf.
Alf? Oh no, I watched Alf. I
love that.
I'm trying to think of. I was hit or miss on Happy Days. Like sometimes I would stick around for the song because the song was I don't know, I really liked the song, but you know, I felt like it would usually get really cheesy really quick, and I would just kind of like I'm out of here. So it depended on how much the Fonzie was in there. If the Fonz was in there, I was probably all about watching it, but if he seemed to be like lackluster or not even kind of like in the episode, I was out. I checked out.
Did you fall in love with Small Wonder?
I'm trying to remember what that one was. What was Small Wonder? Small Wonder.
Yucca's thong.
Small Wonder, huh?
Small Wonder. Which one was that? What was it about? It's an American children's comedy science fiction sitcom that aired in first-run syndication in 1985. I'm looking at the characters, and I recognize maybe 1 or 2 of them, but I don't remember it that well.
Oh my God, is that chick? I mean, the little girl that was a robot.
Oh, yes. Okay. I remember every time that I saw it, I always felt like it was like the female version of Daryl. I think that was a movie. It was a book and a movie.
That was so. This is if they were to play, this is so sexist. This is so. I mean, this is so wrong.
I really shoot. I just thought of one. Oh, I was more of a Punky Brewster fan.
Oh yeah, Punky Brewster was cool.
Yeah. I thought she was pretty cool. I would have hung out with Punky Brewster.
Are you a red hair?
Me?
Yeah.
My dad had red hair, and I ended up getting red hair in places where you wouldn't expect.
Like between your toes?
Yes, in between my toes. Yeah. Yep.
Red hair. You're like, what is this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Total shock.
Crack.
Right. My beard was my beard was red.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I had red beard, but I was blonde when I was younger, and then obviously when in my 20s it turned brown, and so it was weird. It was always weird. Now, of course, it's a white beard, but it was always weird having a red beard and brown hair because everybody always thought I dyed my beard, and it was like, no, it's just the way I come.
No way. Tandy says Punky went P-Hub.
No.
No wonder. I've seen a couple that look like her. I'm like, that's not her.
She's got enormous punkies too, by the way.
I don't believe it.
Oh wow. Yeah, we gotta look it up, Casey.
No, I'm not looking it up.
What the hell?
What do you mean? I'll look it up for you. I'll do that for you.
Pirates on the roll.
Morning, pirate.
Hey.
You are a smelly pirate hooker.
See, that's just unnecessary. I don't think that's called for.
I'm sorry.
It was all happy with the on board, and then someone goes and ruins it.
I'm sorry, but it's there. It's like it's meant to be played. It's like I gotta.
Did you thank Yukon for it?
Thank you, Yukon.
Thanks, Yukon.
Thanks, Yukon.
Parrot,
you're amazing.
Do you want to tell Yukon
I was
thanks?
thinking word. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, Alvaro Amato says Toothless Investors is proud of the new lawsuit. Now, why would anyone want us to lose 90% of our shares? Oh my God.
We're already out of control. Oh man, Pirate, I thought you were doing lawn work this morning.
Hey, look, man. We came up a half a pallet short. I blasted out of here this morning like my hair was on fire, and the sod farm told us they could hook us up. And when we got there, they tried to sell us a bunch of burn up dead shit. So it was an epic failure. So you're stuck with me again.
Wait a minute. So does this mean you're going to have to wait a while for more sod, or what does this mean for you?
Yeah, they're not going to run out there and fire up all that equipment just to cut me a half a pallet. So I'll have to wait 4 or 5 days. It ain't the end of the world.
Oh, okay.
It's we're on the back end of the project anyway, so just on a holding pattern.
I've never.
Did
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. Pirate, how was the storm? Did it hit you guys bad, or it was okay, whatever? Like what?
Oh yeah, it was pounding the whole time. We were reveling in our poker fun.
Okay.
It was thunder and lightning and intermittent internet, and I think that had a lot to do with the issues we were seeing. But yeah, I posted that little picture and put a little caption under it. Said this is not the only storm coming, because I thought it might make you smile. But yeah, we got hit pretty hard here. It's all good now, though. That's just part of living by the ocean.
Did it blow your sod back like an unsecured toupee?
Shivered me timbers, man. Shivered me timbers.
Ooh.
I just realized I've never been to a sod farm before, and I'm kind of wondering, like, is it just like this like big, huge field of like perfectly looking grass, or like?
That's exactly what it is. It looks like just a giant, perfectly manicured lawn. And when they harvest that, this piece of sod is about, I don't know, 24 inches wide and 38 inches long or something. But when they harvest that, they cut a tiny little sliver of dirt off with it as well. But they leave about a 3-inch strip of grass between each row, if you will, when they harvest it. And then after a couple years, that knits back together. So they never reseed that. It just they harvest a strip and then leave a little tiny strip, harvest a strip and leave a tiny strip, and then over a course of time that knits back together, and that's how it's done. Of course, they pump the fertilizer and water to it, but you're exactly right. It looks like a giant, perfectly manicured lawn.
Casey, I can take you. I know a place here.
I want to go
on Figueroa. They have some nicely trimmed sod. Some of these have nice landing strips.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like, would it be kind of fun to go?
Amazed.
Yeah, would it be fun to go over and like take with you like a bucket of balls and some golf clubs and just
You'll take your balls.
have your way with their
where Yucca's taking you. Yeah.
Yeah, they have nice. I mean, they're beautiful.
You might even take a club. Like a 9-iron.
This doesn't sound like what I was envisioning at all.
I assumed you have before you've face first. But now you say that you haven't, so I don't know. I don't know where to go with that.
It's getting really close to nature.
Yep. The crickets.
I've lost all control.
Well,
that's what happens when you drive a fast car, a Tesla. That's the Tesla, Casey. You're driving a Tesla. That was the first Tesla because it talks. Doesn't it drive by its own? On its own?
Wouldn't that be funny though to just show up with like a golf cart? You're just driving around on all their sod. You're like, where did the golf course go? Why is there so many? Because it sounds to me like Pirate's saying there's like brown, areas in between the strips.
Oh, yeah.
You're just sitting there going like, you're like riding through them.
Streaks all over, man.
4.
Dressed like Rodney Dangerfield from Caddyshack. Hey, here's $20. Get yourself a hat.
or Bill Murray or something. Oh man. What is that guy's name? Benny Hill.
Have that blasting out of a loudspeaker.
Yeah. Benny Hill. That's right. Yeah, and then have him come out chasing after you in your golf cart, and you're like,
yeah, like the Keystone Cops. They're running around, chasing you.
Get off our lawn.
Cut sod while they're chasing you in the sod cutter. Sod's flying everywhere.
They're cutting in like diagonals instead of straight strips.
For all you fans of Caddyshack and your lovers of comedy, I'm sure there are legion among us. They have some really cool, I guess, outtakes or clips from the original movie that ended up on the editing floor, and I think they're available on YouTube. Most of them feature obviously Bill Murray, but you might want to check those out if you haven't seen them.
Well, it's time for numbers, guys. It's actually past time.
Okay. All right.
So
you guys.
No,
nothing. Just making fun of Yucca.
Game over.
Well,
all right. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
Drive through.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna pull out.
All right.
All right, guys. It's time for numbers here. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the kit back up on the screen again. So all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see that back up there. Attendees plus. I have Herbie. I can do that again sometime. Forrest, good afternoon. Let's do this. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got 59% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 6.05. The combined total on that 65.05%. And that is, what did I say, 62? Yeah, 3.05% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume for the day today is at 13.8 thousand shares, not a whole lot. On Ape, we've got 41.26, 41.2%, 41.26% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 8.28. The combined total on that's 49.54%, or about 12.46% less than it should be by this time of the day. 14,900 shares going through CHX on Ape. Not enough to get me excited yet. GME CHX volume for the day, 311 shares. Taking a look at Ortex. Starting with, let's see here. The amount of shares having been borrowed for the day, it was 2.41 million shares an hour ago. It's now 2.48, so a slight change, but not enough to really change the estimated short share interest. The free float, which is at 28.36%. Cost per mens at 808.41. Average is 978.6, and max is 1,040. Shares on loan for the day today is at 208.89 million shares. That's 6.41 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimated that about 2.283 million of that was in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, there's approximately 652,000 shares having been returned. As an hour ago, it was 698, so there's been a few shares borrowed in there. Not enough to change the numbers for the short share interest, the free float, or the cost to borrow numbers. So I'm not going to read those off. But shares on loans at 87.25 million shares. That's 2.03 million more shares on loan today than there was the previous day. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $4 strike. An hour ago there was 32.2 thousand contracts. There's now 37.8. Highest amount of puts is at a $4 strike price as well. An hour ago, there was 44.5 thousand contracts. There's now 60.8. Market suggesting a closing price around $4 by the end of the day today. The combined price of AMC and APE is currently at $5.68. We are making a little tiny hook outside of the bullet. What was supposed to be a bullish triangle. I don't know if this is just going to be a temporary test of trying to close positions at a what did I say, $3.50 range on puts. But as of right now, when we did hit about a little bit less than 350 on AMC, price did start to make a trend back up again here. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for on this list here. We've got 73.33% buy to 26.67% sell ratio on AMC, APE, and GME. GME made it on the list here. Woo! Go GME. 89.96% buying to 10.04% selling ratio. Really, really strong buying ratio on GME. That's awesome. I'm glad to see that they made this list. I love it. Love it. SSR trips today at $3.31. Ape at $1.89. 1.899. Shares available to borrow has not changed in the last hour. Fees were last seen at 879.1%. Nothing in the available showing, but there are ETF shares available to borrow. So far for the day-to-day, we've seen about, according to Socko Tracker, about 600,000 shares borrowed. NASDAQ is down 0.73, Dow Jones is down 0.08, and SP 500 is down 0.25. We have 3,758 decliners to 2,406 advancers. The market is definitely less advancing than it was an hour ago, and getting really close to breaking that hot lava. Watch out for the floor, it'll burn your feet kind of situation here. Let's check out and see why it's moving the way it's moving. Starting with some of the banks here, I'm only going to be looking for anything that's plus or minus 2.75% or more. As of right now, I don't see anything. Silvergate's down 11.16%. It's the only one. Ethereum Classic is down 2.42% and is trending down. The US dollar is now up 0.05 and still trending up. Oil is down 0.17 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.1 to 0.14 and trending down. SPY is down 0.24 and trending down. VIX is down 1.94 and back up above 16 again. VBR is down 0.21 and trending down. VB is down 0.48, trending down. Tesla is down 2.61 and trending down. Amazon is down 1.48, trending down. Cinemark trending down, down 1.62. Doge is down 2.86 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.79 and trending down. A lot of trending downs here. GME is starting to trend up, down 3.52%. HYMC is down 0.81 and trending down. NCMI is up 4.79 but trending down currently after a long period of consolidation. Hood is down 2.21 and trending down. Ape is starting to trend up and is breaking even for the day-to-day. AMC is down 3.26 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have approximately, let's see, we have approximately $2.5 million more inflow than outflow. 32.8 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 171 minutes worth of trading. putting us on a pace for 74.8 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 50 and 70 million. I think we will be hitting those numbers. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure, than RSI of 33.67, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure, than RSI of 42.93, which is below average. On a 30-minute chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure, than RSI of 41.69, which is below average. And on a 5-minute chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure, than RSI of 50.36, which is average. On Ape, there is approximately $700,000 more inflow than outflow. Let's see, 17 million shares traded so far. After 172 minutes worth of trading, and that puts us in a volume pace for 38.75 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. It's going to be on the high side of that 10 to 30 million, but I'd rather be lower than higher on the predictions. On a 4-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 60.33, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 49.44, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 47, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 46.69, which is actually jumping up here right now to 51.08, which is average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. 11:23 in the morning. It's time for me to take a break. Alrighty. Sam says, Back to the Future. Where we're going, we don't need a buy button. My wife's got that tattooed on her arm, but it's not for buy. It says where we're going. We don't need roads. It was one of her. She lost her brother, and that was one of his, I think, favorite movies, or I guess that's one of her favorite movies that she had in connection with him growing up, and so she got that tattooed on her arm in memory of him, which was kind of cool. Food Dog says, Casey, thanks for calming Yucca down. Yeah. I mean, it's like he's got an addiction or something. He's got to get his back of the big tramp on or something. I don't know. I mean, it's cool, I guess. Sure. It's all good. Alrighty, guys. I need to put up a message and take a break. English says it was a classic movie, Casey. I agree. There's very, very, very few movies that I would ever watch reruns of, and it's just because the attention deficit disorder stops me from, it's like if I've seen it before, it's like it's not fast enough for me, and it's not something I'm going to be entertained by. I guess that's probably one of the ways you can tell if I think a movie is high quality or not, is whether I could rewatch it again. And Back to the Future is definitely one of those ones that I could rewatch over and over and over. So I loved it. It was iconic. Let me put up a message for you guys here, and Yucca says, I was calm. Clam. Aha, clam. What do you say? I was clam. Okay, that's cool. I will be your pearl. We'll be back at 12:10 Central Standard Time. Let me let me shrink these down just a tad bit here, so in case price does move a bunch while I'm gone, it's not going to go way off the page here too far. All right. Yeah, I know that was a typo. I know what you meant. Sam says, "Tell your mother I said hello for me." You know what? You know what I gotta say to that, Sam? This is what I gotta say about that.
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbiter Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Oh man, English Jim. Let me tell you, I got a story. For those of you who live in Southern California, this story will probably be pretty real to you because you probably know the areas I'm talking about, and it'll maybe ring some sense into, or I guess maybe give some levity to what it is that I'm about to say here. So here's the story. I'll try to make it brief because I'm going to take you guys over the other page here while I log into my broker and all that kind of good stuff, and I'll just tell you the story. So when I was in high school, I think it was my senior year of high school, I played for water polo for three out of the 4 years in high school. I was a very avid swimmer. I'm a fish in the water. I love swimming. And one of my friends in high school was the varsity. I would say he was probably the fastest swimmer on the varsity team. He ended up going to West Point. Was a West Point graduate. Stand-up guy, really awesome guy. And he told me, he said, "Hey, you want to go ocean swimming?" He was doing ocean swimming, open water swimming, just to kind of practice to. It's good for you. It builds muscles you don't normally have and stuff. And so I was like, yeah, let's do it. So out we go to La Jolla Shores. You can look this up on a map. And we went to La Jolla Shores. And the idea is we were going to swim to La Jolla Coves, which is now populated by a bunch of seals, seals or walrus. No, seals. And you can't really do this anymore, but way back in the day it was possible because it was a little tiny beach there that in La Jolla Coves where you could swim to. So it's if I had to give you an example of what it would look like, it was kind of like this, and it was like swimming from my thumb to the tip over here, right? So you're basically crossing open water in between. And in between the shores and the cove. And it was about, if I remember correctly, I think it was about a mile swim. Pretty sure it was a mile swim. And which is only like, I think it's, shoot, how many miles? Let's see here. That's like a 1,600 meter swim. Like most swimming guys who swim, a warm up is 1,500 meters. So it's like a warm up, right? It's really not that far. It's not far at all. It's not a big deal. So it's a mile long swim in open water, and we get out there. We start swimming, and he starts pulling ahead of me. He's fast, really fast guy. And he's swimming ahead of me. First he's we're swimming, and there's troughs of swells coming through, and he's next thing I know, he's maybe half a swell away from me, so he's on the bottom side of a swell, and I'm on the top. Next thing I know, he's about one swell away from me, so as I'm cresting a swell, he's on the other side of the next swell. Next thing I know, I'm in the bottom of swells, and I can't see him anymore. Well, if I looked up at the bottom of a swell, I wouldn't be able to see him. But he's like 1.5 swells away from me, then 2, then 3, 4, and he's getting further and further away. And so I feel like I'm starting to swim in open water. I had goggles on, and I felt like I was starting to do a swim by myself at that point. So I'm swimming along, and it's not a big deal. I was about halfway there. At this point, and I started seeing these shadows go underneath me, and then you see the rays of light going through the water, and it only penetrates so deep, but where the light stops and below me, there's these shadows that just kind of pass by, and I start to kind of panic a little bit. I'm like, oh my God, I don't know what that is, but that was a big shadow. And so I start to panic a little bit, and I start yelling out his name in between breaths. I'd pop my head up out of the water and I'd be like, "Chris, come back!" I'm starting to kind of panic a little, and so I start swimming some more, and another big shadow passed by. I'm like, "Oh my God, this is really getting scary," and I'm starting to panic now, and I'm looking around. I'm going like, "Oh no, what do I do here?" I'm like, just just keep going forward, keep going, just keep going. So I keep swimming. All of a sudden, this thing hits me in the top of the head, like smack dab in the top of the head, just smacks me. And I in water polo, they have this thing where you do what's called an egg beater, and you come out of the water, and you can get probably about waist high out of the water and hold it there for a fraction of a second, right? I come right in the middle of the story, wouldn't you know it? I'm gonna take you guys back to the other page. I gotta answer this phone call. I take that back. Never mind. No phone call. They hung up on me. All right. So, anyways, I jump up out of the water. Freaking out. I normally you would come out about waist high. I think I may have gotten about knee high in the water. Just jumped straight up out of the water. It was kelp. I hit kelp in the top of my head. I was swimming. That's how fast I was swimming. I hit it so hard it smacked me in the head. And I jumped up out of the water. I was like, freaked out. I am freaking out now. Completely I've lost it. Completely lost it. I am literally halfway between where I started from and where I've got to get to. And I am, if I had any shit in me, I'd have been shitting it out right then. It would have been coming out. I am panicking massively. I'm completely losing it. And so I'm like, okay, I got to figure out what I'm going to do here. And I tried to collect myself as best as I possibly could. And I decided, like, look, I can either swim back the way I came in, or I can keep on going. And either way, it's going to be the same thing. So I'd rather keep heading the same direction where I know my buddy is swimming to already. So I kept on swimming, and I kept going. And finally, I made it to the beach, and I almost killed my buddy on the beach when I got there. I was pissed because now I was like really super tired, and we had to hike or run back on the shoreline. We had to run the shoreline back to La Jolla Shores to get back to the cars, which was 1.5 miles because you have to swim. It's further of a run than it is a swim across. Oh my God. I cannot tell you guys, that will truly make a man out of a person, to have something like that happen to you. Because to be able to collect yourself in something like that, all those fears, all the thoughts, all the uncertainties of what's happening below you, and to continue to swim. And I know I wasn't attacked by anything, and I know there were things that were swimming underneath me, but to be able to collect yourself and to have to continue to push forward is probably one of the most difficult things to do when something like that's happened to you. So I'm here to tell you guys, this holding through this stuff ain't got nothing. It ain't got nothing to feeling like you almost died in the middle of the ocean from an attack of something that's in the water. This is nothing. This is, in the grand scheme of things, it's nothing. But I'm telling you guys, if you want, I can fully understand and appreciate English Jim's appreciation for having a fear of what's below you in the sea. I know what it's like firsthand. I see things differently now, though. I don't have a problem anymore. I don't have a problem swimming in the ocean. I actually would prefer swimming in the ocean than swimming in some place, in some kind of clear body of water where I can see my attacker coming. I'd rather be attacked blindly than attacked knowing it's coming. I can tell you that for certainty. Let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have off exchange on AMC at 58.6%. EDGX at 6%. The combined total on that 64.6%, which is about 1.6% higher than it should be by this time of the day. 20,000 shares going through CHX, nothing unusually large so far. On Ape, we have 42.01% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 8.05. The combined total, and that's 50.06%. That's about 12.94% less than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 14.9 thousand contracts going through there. It's a little bit, it's getting elevated, but it's not quite to 30,000 yet, which is where I would, that's an elevated amount to me. GME's CHX volume is, hey, GME finally woke up with some CHX volume. 12,642. Still not a lot. They're about 30,000 is a lot for them. So it's not a whole lot yet. On Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 2.48 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 3.4. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 28.42%. Cost to borrow mends at 808.41%. Average is 983.28 and max is 1,040. Shares on loan for the day today is at 208.89 million shares. That's 6.41 million more shares on loan today than there was on yesterday. Ortex is estimating that about 2.283 million of that is in new short interest. $652,000 shares returned an hour ago. It's now 634,000 shares. That number is going up, which means that more shares are being borrowed. Not enough to really kind of change any of the numbers for cost to borrow too drastically, or short share interest of the free float, which is all sitting about the same numbers. Shares on loan for the day today is at 87.25 million. That's about 2.03 more million shares on loan today than there was yesterday. Actually, I took you in the wrong page here. I still got one more page to go. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today, an hour ago, was at a $4 strike with 37.8 thousand contracts. There's now 43.9 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. An hour ago, there were 60.8 thousand contracts. There's now 66.8 thousand contracts. Do note, we're starting to see some volume at that $10 strike. 17.9 thousand contracts in volume at 10 for calls and 18.8 at puts. Combined price of AMC and Ape is sitting at $5.73. We're finding a little bit of support and resistance on that Fibonacci retracement right there. And hopefully we can find some support on this ascending level of support that we've seen from the past here, and we'll get a further breakout to the top side here. And this may have just been like a temporary break to the bottom side, more than likely to close out perhaps maybe some put positions in a $3.50 range on AMC. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. AMC has a 69.16% buy. Nice. To sell of 30.84%. GME made the list an hour ago and still on here. Look at this. 90.29% buy to 9.71% sell ratio. Looking beautiful, GME. Loving it. You go, guys. Anybody who's buying GME or is invested in that, I love seeing you making that list. SSR triggers for the day today at $3.31. Ape at 1.899. Shares available to borrow is still 0. Fees were last seen at 879.1%. NASDAQ is down 0.69. Dow Jones is down 0.23. SP 500 is down 0.35. We have 3,971 decliners to 2,196 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing. And more declining than advancing than it was an hour ago. And we're getting really close to saying that it's getting, in fact, I would say within the next hour, if it keeps going the same direction, the same amount it has been over the last 2 hours, we'll be calling it hot lava. Big bank movers for the day today. Let's see here. plus or minus 2.75% or greater are only going to be the ones that I read off. Looks like Silvergate's down 11.16, and that may be the only one. Yep, everything else is less than that. Ethereum Classic is currently down 2.22%, and I'm going with trending up. US dollar is up 0.12 and trending up still for the day-to-day. Oil is down 0.74, trending down, although it looks like it's trying to make a reversal right now. It's going to have to break that simple moving average. Mortgage-backed securities are down on BlackRock's 0.03 and trending down. VMBS or Vanguard's mortgage-backed securities are up 0.04, but I think they're still on a downtrend. They look like they might be consolidating currently, but possibly on a downtrend. SPY is down 0.32 and on a downtrend. VIX is up 0.9 or 0.85 and at about 16.6. VBR is down 0.37 and trending down. VB is down 0.64, trending down. Tesla is down 1.85 and trending slightly up. Amazon is down 1.33 and consolidating. Cinemark is down 1.6, consolidating. Doge is down 2.5 and trending up currently. Bitcoin is starting to take a little bit of a rip up too as well and trending up, down 0.24 for the day. GME is down 3.57 and trending slightly up. HYMC is down 1.63, consolidating. NCMI is up 3.66 and starting to kind of trend down a little bit. HUD is down 1.59 and trending up. APE is breaking even and currently trending down. AMC is down 1.77 and currently consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $1.4 million more inflow than outflow. 37.59 million shares traded so far for the day today after 237 minutes worth of trading. That puts us on a pace for 61.85 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 50 to 70 million. I have a feeling we're going to hit that no problem. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 34.74, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI is at 46.84, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.02, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.17, which is slightly above average. On APE, well, it looks like there's some news here on AMC. Let's see what it says. AMC Entertainment stock is falling. What's going on? Yeah, it's more just it's more short thesis on a cash burn. That's all it is. That's what they're basically stating. Let's see here. On APE. Currently there's close enough. $500,000 more inflow than outflow. It's a little bit more than that, but whatever. 19.25 million shares traded so far for the day today on APE after 239 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 31.41 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million, but did say that I thought it would hit closer to the top side of that number, and that if I ended up being wrong, that I was okay with being a little bit on the low side. Right now, at this point in time, I'd say that we're going to be hitting those numbers. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure, with a divergence in the vortex indicator looking like it's going to occur within the next 4 hours. RSI is at 60.33, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure, than RSI of 50.17, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, than RSI of 47.03, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.84, which is average. Holding $2.11. We might get that afternoon run that pushes us up above $2.13 before the day is over, but I think we really need like 223 or so before the day is over. Anyways, I probably should have stopped and waited to see what you guys were saying about the story that I told. I'm actually scrolling back up because I'm kind of curious what you guys said. Tendies Plus Plus says, fish love poop and throw up. Snorkeling with a hungover friend in the Keys. She threw up and it was engulfed in fish. She freaked the F out. I've actually seen that happen before in Hawaii. Actually in Maui. And yeah, it's kind of funny. Hey, puke my direction. I want to get a camera, underwater camera picture. Mark says, that is eerie. I was an avid swimmer and went out there where the surfers go at 6 a.m. I had something brush up against my arm. Never swim alone again. Yeah, man. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. It was horrifying. For those who in the know of Southern California, we are fearful enough of the water itself with the amount of sewage that has been dumped into the water. It wasn't as bad, Sam, back in the day when I was there. It's probably worse now, but it really wasn't all that terrible. But as you well know, there are great whites down in that area that have been seen. I'm pretty certain that the things that I was seeing in the water were probably seals, but I didn't know at the time. I just saw these big bodies of shadows moving around in the below me. Barry Electronics says, at least you had an option of not having to swim back. Wait, what? DJ says, scuba diving is a good way to get rid of that fear. I think so. I think that may have helped me a little. But I think the better way was having to just face the fears. Yep. Casey, did you read the news on Janet Yellen? I did not. Let me pull it up and see here. Hold on a second. Oh, are we talking about the mushroom thing? She explains her magic mushroom experience in China. Hold on a second. Let's see what she says here. Do they not have food taste testers for them? Let's see, here's a quote. But all of us enjoyed the mushrooms, the restaurant, and none of us felt any ill effects from having eaten them, Yellen said. I guess ill effects is subjective. U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen ate a magic mushroom on a recent trip to Beijing, but the after effects don't sound that special. CNN's Aaron Burnett spoke to her Monday asking about the mushroom experience that set off social media frenzy and dramatically boosted business for a Yunnan restaurant chain where Yellen ate the local Zhuan Shaoqing Probably destroying that name. There was a delicious, this is a quote, there was a delicious mushroom dish. I was not aware that these mushrooms had hallucinogenic properties. I learned that later, Yellen said about the group dinner that clarified that she didn't organize nor did she do the ordering. She didn't have any strange visions, the Aaron Burnett out front anchor joked. Yellen said that she had read that if the mushrooms are cooked properly, which I'm sure they were at this very good restaurant, that they have no impact. So, yeah. This sounds like a... Gosh, what was his name? Oh, no. I can't think of... oh, this sounds... I know what it is. I just remember his name. It sounds like an Al Gore moment where it's like, I didn't inhale. Sure you didn't. Whatever, buddy. Casey sounds like she wants to be a part of the cool kids. Well, it's going to take forever.
Cool to me is kind of being unique.
And they all got the same heartbeat, but hers is falling behind.
Yeah, it's good.
Ever bring them down? Yeah, they're invincible, and she's just in the background. And she says, I wish that I could be like the cool kids, 'cause all the cool kids, they seem to fit in. I wish that I could be like the cool kids, like the cool kids.
Yeah, there it is. Janet Yellen got to be one of the cool kids. Bob White says you're not cool if you don't pee your pants. Oh, Yucca says Casey Clinton was the one that said it. He said, I only suck the tip. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? I could have sworn. I could have sworn it was Al Gore. Maybe it was Bill Clinton. He said he didn't inhale. Yeah, all right, it was. It was Bill Clinton. He said 25 years ago today on March 29th, 2017. So it's been over 25 years. 25 years ago today, Bill Clinton claimed he didn't inhale. So yeah, I guess I had it wrong. I thought for some reason I thought it was Al Gore, but yeah, president, vice president, close enough. I see more says queue up strangers, cool kids. I'll do you one better. Wait, no, I won't. Hold on a second. Hold on a second here. Hold on. I'll do you one better. Hey Alexa, play Echo Smith Cool Kids. Here we go. Let the onslaught begin. You guys don't hate me. This is so much easier. I wonder if if I just want to do something, if I want to play something, I'll just tell you guys to have your guys' systems do it for you, and then half of you will have your Alexa's doing that. I'm curious how many people had their Alexas trigger off when I did that. Dynamite says, not in my house. Bob White says, I'm so glad I'm wearing an earpiece. Nobody's responding. All the people not responding right now are trying to panic, turn off their Alexas. Elgato says, my TV changed to the page on YouTube. I literally lost a bunch of viewers. Oh my gosh, let me see. Is there a way for me to see that? Concurrent viewers. That would be really funny to watch, seeing a whole bunch of viewers just leave all of a sudden because I told their systems to switch. That's hilarious. Oh man, KL, that sucks. You got to get that fixed. I think if you have Amazon Prime, I don't know. I might not know what I'm talking about, but I thought if you had Amazon Prime, you could link your Alexa up to like Amazon Prime to be able to play music. I could be wrong. Just a thought. DJ says, win music trivia. I mean, it doesn't really relate to like AMC, so. Win rigged music trivia. You need Prime Music upgrade? What? I don't have that. We just have Prime and we get music automatically. I thought. Aaron says, "Can I watch your stream over Neuralink?" I have no idea. Yucca says, "Casey, are you going to give us the key information?" What information is that? Yeah, this is like the dead hour right here. It's like super dead. VIX just went positive, 0.24 and still climbing. Oh, Papa Max. Oh, okay, got it. I am the gatekeeper. Are you the keymaster? Yucca says dead hour equal. Yeah, but see, it's like 15 minutes though. By the time I get done doing the numbers, it's like 20 minutes tops. And then I just go right back on break again. And I feel like I just invite everybody in to talk for like 15 minutes and then it's over. That's why Tuesdays and Thursdays and Fridays are better. I can just dedicate it to it. Let's see. Looks like somebody mentioned me on in the general. Oh wait, here we go. Dino Mike linked me this here. Check this out. if I didn't play the song I was playing this morning, I probably would have. I could. I actually was gonna. I should have played this.
A shadowy flight into the dangerous world of a man who does not exist. Michael Knight, a young loner on a crusade to champion the cause of the innocent, the helpless, the powerless, in a world of criminals who operate above the law.
I know you all were running around, little kids, playing Knight Rider. And then Pantheon, he's got like he's got Kit's voice. Wait, didn't we find out that Kit was voiced by? Who did we find out Kit was voiced by? Now I can't remember. I feel like Pantheon told us, and I was like, holy crap, that was who that was. Let's see, who was it? Val Kilmer? Val Kilmer? I see two different people. I'm showing William Daniels and Val Kilmer. And I'm really curious to see. Hold on a second. This is Val Kilmer. Let's see. This is the Val Kilmer version.
You'll be back home with Bonnie for a little tender love and care.
Listen, you two-bit fucking actor. You underestimate the audience. I'm a spy in the house of love. I know the dream that you're dreaming of.
I got.
Bonnie's an intersecting course. I'm gonna temporarily shut
I
down
got.
our signal just in case.
I got God.
Do you hurt? What hurts you the most?
It's probably nothing, kid. I just want to make sure.
Come on, let's get some tacos.
Kid, it's an American tradition. Like raising your hands on a roller coaster.
It's essentially a stupid situation.
God. That it was Val Kilmer. Those were all Val Kilmer quotes from like different movies, and I don't. I'm so confused now. Kilmer was the voice of the car Kit for the 2008 Knight Rider TV pilot film and the following television series. He replaced Will Arnett, who had to step down from the role due to contractual conflict with General Motors. What? Hold on a second here. This says 2008. And we all know Kit was like way, way back in the day, so why do I feel like this is like some kind of joke? Because his voice got all jacked up and he has like a voice box or something. I feel like this is like a joke or something. I'm trying to find a... I'm trying to find a copy of him doing Knight Rider. What is? I don't understand what I'm finding here. All right, I'm gonna have to lean on you guys for this one. What the heck happened? So tell me, somebody has to know what this is. Who's listening here? Did he voice Kit in 2008? Did they bring Knight Rider back in 2008? I don't remember 2008 having Knight Rider. So what happened? Somebody explain to me what the hell. William Daniels is the voice of Kit, right? But what's the deal with? Why am I finding all this information about Val Kilmer in 2008? Was this like a joke or something, or why can't I find anything out there? I don't understand what this is. There was a TV show that sucked. Why can't I even find a clip of it? I can't find any clips or anything. Why can't I find a single clip? All right, hold on. Getting some volume kicking in here for AMC.
Core systems fully operable. Tire pressure, compression, fuel system, normal. Exoskeleton 99.72% healed. He's fine.
That's terrible. That was it right there. That was Val Kilmer as Kit, the new modified 2008 version.
Core systems fully operable. Tire pressure, compression, fuel system, normal. Exoskeleton 99.72% healed.
Why are they destroying our past? Is there nothing sacred? You know it's all over. Look, guys, I'm done. I'm done with the movies when they remake Back to the Future. If they remake Back to the Future, I'm out. I'm done. I'm checking out completely. They've just gone too far. Yeah, it says it was Knight Rider the movie, Darren, but it also says that they had a TV series from 2008 to 2009. Apparently, it must have not been done pretty well, very good for itself. They're redoing He-Man as well. Oh boy. Let me guess.
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
Diver Down says back to chasing ocean kelp. Bob White says, Casey, will the squeeze cake be a He-Man cake? Absolutely. Wouldn't be any cooler if it wasn't. I really hope my mom has a picture of that somewhere. I would love to find it. Because it was a pretty sweet cake. Case if AMC theaters are full, you'll have to go see the re-imaging of Battlestar Galactica with Care Bears. Ape is now up for the day, 0.24% at $2.11 or 2.115, and AMC is up 0.41 at 3.695. Tendies Plus Plus says Dolph Lundgren killed He-Man, Masters of the Universe. Like, when you say he killed it, do you mean like he did a great job, or are you saying that he was like he killed the series? I feel like you're saying he did a good job. Albert says, but the second Zemeckis dies, you will see a gender-curious POC Morty telling Doc Brown how to make the flux capacitor. Bob White says, when I was young, I wondered why my mom did not want to watch He-Man with me. I tried watching it not long ago and totally see why she didn't. That shit sucks when you're an adult. We got about 3 more minutes, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers here. We had a nice little run there on AMC up, and then, of course, hit by a big, huge candle of volume, followed with some downwards momentum. Of course, when we do hit the top of a Bollinger Band like that, price usually does come back down and retest a simple moving average, which is usually on its way up to rise and meet. We may join at around 365 for the touch. Maybe 364. Preacher says, Casey, on your earlier Discord topic, you can always change the Discord days to all days. Always change the Discord days to all days. Meaning I could open up the back of the Big Tramp every day, you mean? I feel like there needs to be like some day. All right, you guys are saying do it. All right, fine. I mean, you guys, you're the ones that are in control here. I let you guys build it for what it is. So if you prefer me to go back to the back of the Big Tramp, we'll put a vote. I'll put a vote out, and you guys make this community what it is. If you want me to open up the back of the Big Tramp on a daily basis, I will honor that. Let me start a poll, and I will let you guys make that decision. All right, there you go. It's pulled. We'll make it happen. The only reason that I wasn't opening it on an every single day basis was I kind of wanted to make sure that there may be some people who don't like it so goofy, and we do get a little goofy and rambunctious, and so sometimes some people like a little bit of seriousness, and some people like rambunctiousness, and so I kind of wanted to make sure that there was a little bit of a mixture of times in there where people could have a mixture of both. But you guys ultimately are the ones that are here to enjoy, your time being a part of the community and getting the numbers that I provide. I still do the numbers at every hour on the hour, or at least as close to the hour as possible. So I'll let you guys decide. It's your choice. Yeah. You guys are always definitely very respectful of numbers and stuff. So that's cool too. Yeah. Let's take a look at the numbers because it is time. Take you guys over to the back of the Big Tramp. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see. I said the back of the Big Tramp. Take you guys over to the other page. I don't know. We could call this like the wipe or the whiteboard on the back of the Big Tramp. Where all the numbers are or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. It's the chalkboard. It's the chalkboard for the back of the Big Tramp. Taking you back to the back of the Big Tramp's chalkboard. I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see Kit back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that. Let's start with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange somewhere around 64% in total, with off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 58.79% going through off exchange, EDGX at 5.93, the combined total 64.72, or 0.72% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 25,581 shares, not a whole lot for the day-to-day so far through CHX. On APE, we have 42.8% going through off exchange, EDGX is 7.74, the combined total 50.54%, or 13.46% less than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 14.9 thousand contracts going through there. GME's CHX volume is 12,642, which is actually very elevated for what they've seen. Their last 30 days has been about 0.11% of the total daily volume, and today it's 0.65% of the total daily volume. I feel like 20 to 30,000 is a lot for them. So it's actually their numbers are kind of a little elevated right now. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was 3.4 million shares having been borrowed for the day on AMC. That's still 3.4, has not changed in the last hour. That means estimated short share interest of the free flow and cost to borrow numbers are likely the same or very close to it. Shares on loan for the day is at 208.89 million shares. That's 6.41 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday, and setting a brand new higher record than yesterday on shares on loan, all-time record. Ortex estimated that about 2.283 million of that of those shares were in new short interest. And then on APE, an hour ago there were 634,000 shares having been returned. That has not changed in I think the last 2 hours. So short share interest of the free float and cost per hour numbers are all the same. Shares on loan, 87.25 million. That's 2.03 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. And taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is at a $4 strike. An hour ago there was 43.9 thousand contracts. There's now 49.2. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike as well. An hour ago, there were 66.8 thousand contracts, and there's 67.9 now. Market's still suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere around $4 by the end of the day today. We have currently a combined price at $5.76. We're kind of consolidating right now in here, and I was expecting to see before the end of the day today. Is that right? Yeah, before the end of the day, I was expecting to see maybe one more retest on $5.94 for, I was hoping for a breakout kind of in this box area in here. It might not actually be until tomorrow morning, maybe, perhaps. I think this was kind of a fake break to the bottom side due to very likely the market wanting to close out some positions at a $3.50 strike for puts on AMC. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. AMC is on this list with a 68.96% buy to 31.04% sell ratio. GME is coming in at 90.62% buy to 9.38% sell ratio. And APE is not on the list. Likely due to lower amounts of volume. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day is at $3.31 for AMC, APE at 1.899. There's still 0 shares available to borrow. Still that 9,000 shares in ETFs over there. We've got fees were last seen at 879.1%. NASDAQ is down 0.66, Dow Jones is down 0.17, and SP 500 is down 0.32. We have 3,972 decliners to 2,217 advancers. That's actually more advancers than there was an hour ago, so the market started kind of turning around a little bit the other direction. Big bank movers in the last hour. I'm only going to read anything that's plus or minus 2.75% or more. Silvergate's down 11.16. And that may be the only one I'm going to be reading off to you guys. All right, I take that back. Silvergate's down 8% now. It just updated. Ethereum Classic is currently down 1.97. It's the overall trend for the day is still up. I mean, it's currently on a downtrend, but the overall trend is upwards on Ethereum Classic. The US dollar is currently up 0.12 and consolidating. Oil is down 0.99, and consolidating mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.02 to 0.07 and trending down. SPY is down 0.3 and consolidating with maybe a slight uptrend. VIX is down 1.4 and I feel like it's consolidating right around 16.23. VBR is down 0.39 and trending down. VB is down 0.61 and trending down. Tesla is down 2.27, trending down. Hitting these Bollinger Bands pretty hard here and not returning back to the simple moving average. There might be a big drop out here in a minute. Amazon is down 1.2% and trending down. Cinemark is down 1.37 and trending down. It's actually, I take that back. Cinemark is actually trending upwards, but it's starting to kind of turn the other direction here. It's going to hit the simple moving average and then have to decide whether it's going to continue to move down or if it's going to have a reversal. So it's kind of at a pivotal moment here as to which direction it's going to move. Doge is currently down 2.46% for the day-to-day and on upwards trend in the big scheme of things. Bitcoin is down 0.19 and on upwards trend, upwards trend up. GME is down 3.18 and on a slight trend up. HYMC is up 1.99 and trending up. NCMI is up 4.23 and trending up. HUD is down 1.54, trending up. APE is up 0.01 and consolidating. And AMC is down 0.84 and slightly trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have approximately $1.75 million more inflow than outflow. 40.36 million shares traded so far. After 279 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 56.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. This is usually around 1 o'clock is the pace is what we usually end up hitting for the day or thereabouts. I suggested somewhere between 50 and 70 million shares traded by the end of the day. I think my number is going to be good On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.02, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.01, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.28, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring, RSI at 55.6, which is slightly above average. On APE, there is approximately $350,000 more inflow than outflow. 21.83 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 280 minutes worth of trading, it puts us on a pace for 3.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I said 10 to 30 million shares, but there was a chance that it might be slightly over the 10 to 30, but I was going to just leave my prediction where it was. Looks like that's going to be the case. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator looking like it's going to occur within the next 4 hours. RSI is at 60.33, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.17, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.42, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.89, which is average. I have to say, one of the... what's the word I'm looking for? I hosted some space calls a while back, and I had a weird situation occur one time that I wasn't expecting or wasn't even prepared for, and I have to say, like, that's probably why I don't host space calls anymore. Because I didn't like how it felt ugly on the inside. It didn't feel good, and so I wanted to kind of avoid that. And so it's part of the reason why I also don't do the Discord constantly is because I'm always weary that something like that's going to happen again, and I'm sure it will. There's always going to be shills who are trying to, wiggle their way into making sure that their voice is heard. And it bothers me giving them an actual voice instead of just a chat voice. So, but I mean, it is what it is. If that's what you guys want, that's what you want. Mark, you're welcome, man. I know it. Like, you don't have to tell me. I know you appreciate it. And the reason that I know you appreciate it is because I know I appreciate it. I know that sounds really strange, but I would appreciate this too. So I know you appreciate it because I know how much I would appreciate what it is that I'm doing. That sounds so wrong for me to say. I don't mean it in a weird way. It's just that I know that when I started doing this is what I wanted. This is what I'm doing, what it is that I wanted. I wanted this kind of thing. So I'm glad it's working out for you, that it's something that you appreciate. I'm with you. I wanted this. I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't. I was pissing me off too. I was like, why can't we just have like one good person that's in the community who's just giving off numbers and just telling us what it is and doesn't want anything out of any. I was so angry. I was so angry that I felt like there was just like I felt like there was no place to go to where we could just get numbers, see what it is that we needed to see, have like somebody talking about some of the information that was happening on a daily basis without there being some kind of BS advertising or some crap like that. And I was like, why can't we get that? Why isn't there anybody willing to do that out there? And I was just like, you know what? Screw it. I'll do it. If nobody else is going to do it, damn it, I will. Bob White says, Casey, you wanted a room full of retards making butt drug jokes? I mean, that's the perk, right? That's the perk is that, you know, that's my perk that I get is that I get to laugh with you guys. So, you know, that's the best part. It's a total perk. If you want something done right, you get Casey to do it. Nah, I don't know about that. I wouldn't go that far. You haven't seen my woodworking skills. You haven't seen how I mow a lawn. But I'll tell you what though, I do vacuum some mean lines in the carpet. I'm just gonna throw that. I gotta give myself some props. I do vacuum some mean lines in the carpet. I love having, and this is probably a really poor example, but I love having my carpet look like after vacuuming like it's been to Wrigley Field. No, Ariella, I can see you, man. I see what you're saying. Papa Max says, so you're saying the mailer I got asking for donation to the KC Charitable Foundation is a scam? I don't know. Let me check it out and see. I know you're kidding, by the way. I'm only just looking this up because I want to see if there actually is. I'll bet you it's really there. I just want to see what it's about. Looks like they're calling it the... There is a K-C Foundation, and it stands for Kimberly Clark. But there's also, the very first thing that pops up is Greater Kansas City Community Foundation. I was just kind of curious. Yeah, it's definitely fraudulent. It is not from me. But if you want to give to it, go for it. Food Dog says, Casey, do you have a vacuum rake? I do not. No. Yeah, I don't have one of those. Those are pretty nice, though. Thanks, Carl. Appreciate it, man. MCon says, so we're screwed. No. How's it going, MCon? Roseanne says, Casey, I'll be reading this story history with my dentures in and out to my grandchildren. That's funny. I like that. Just make sure and do me a favor that you pull the dentures out when you say just the tip. Make sure you do it right in front of the kids. Pull those dentures out and say just the tip, and then put them back in. And then I'll wherever I am, I'll be smiling. I'm sure that will make my day. You can send me a video clip of it in the future. But that would be funny. In case you have to write a book about this, it would be epic. I feel like, you know, Roseanne, how everybody always says the book was better than the movie. I feel like this is kind of one of those things where it's like you just had to have lived it. Like, no matter how many times I could try to write the book, there's no way that I could capture the emotions or the feelings or the drama and all the BS. You know, there's just no way you could put those into words for somebody to read and be able to have the, I guess, the understanding or the feeling of what we, experienced. So while it sounds like fun, writing a book, probably not going to happen. I can't see doing it. How's OBV doing with all the FUD and the price repression? Yale says. We could take a look at it. Let me take you guys. Oh, I have you on the other screen. My bad. I didn't realize I had you on the single screen. We'll take a look at it, and then I'm going to go to break, though. Going to rate to break right afterwards. I'm going to break. All right. Pulling up OVV. Dang it. Wrong one. I'm like, what are you talking about? No, indicators. Let's see here. Let's move this up here. We'll move this bad boy up. Then we're going to merge. Pin this, move to existing pane above. Okay, and then what we're going to do is there's a couple different ways to look at this. Now what we're going to do is we're going to look at just the current time frame, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in on this just a tad bit here. I'm going to adjust price movement. Get it nice and big. And then I'm going to match up a very specific portion of time to where on balance volume was moving to. So you can see how everything afterwards played out. So in regards to on balance volume, I wanted to make sure I was on the day. I'm on the day here. Okay, cool. Let's see here. I'm going to have to shrink this down just a tad. There we go. So I'm primarily looking at this last run here where we had multiple days of downwards price movement that was going on here. And I'm trying to align price with the volume, the on-balance volume that was occurring during that run, right? So we know this is kind of aligned up here. And you can see that volume is moving well with price in here, so that the price and the volume are moving in the correct direction. And then you got a little bit of a sell-off that starts to occur, and there was more selling than there was actual in price movement. There was less movement down in price than there was in selling, meaning there was more selling going on in here than price was moving for or giving it credit for. But it made up the difference on this run going back up. When the run started moving back up here, you can see on balance volume starting to take off, and now there's a separation. And this is just going back. I aligned to basically December of this year. Or last year, I should say. Sorry, not this year. And then you can see that there's this big, massive separation, and especially when we had the big move here on July 24th of 23. There was a very large jump in on-balance volume. The interesting thing is that while volume did jump that day, it wasn't nearly as massive of what you're seeing here on the page here. But there is definitely more holding volume, right? So according to this, you can see here that price is actually trading slightly underneath where we were at back here to where I aligned to, right? So if I put up some markers here on the page for you, you'll see what I'm talking about. Here's where we lined up price and volume, right? And you can see that price is trading at values far well below where the holding volume is currently trading at, right? So there's been more holding volume than there has been price movement. Price has been moving further down while the amount of shareholders that are continuing to hold this are larger. So it's drastically different. But there was a period of time back on March. February, I would say starting about February 28th, there was some real selling going on during that period of time. It doesn't necessarily mean that it was retail. It could have been institutions. I can't tell you who it was. I just know that there was some definite real selling going on. As you can see that the price almost came back down to where it was before, almost, not quite. And volume definitely moved way lower than where price had moved to. So there was some real selling action going on there. Casey, I'm driving and I am hysterically laughing. That's not good. You should pull over. It sounds to me like you might be on a little bit of a delay there. just a tip. I gotta hold my tongue. Just a tip. Let's see. I thought it was funny, but I never get to hear you guys laughing, so I laugh, and then I just get to wait like forever to hear whether you think it's funny or not, which is painful. But yeah. All right, it's time for me to go to break, guys. Let me take you back. I already took you back. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of the kit. Throw up a message up on here. Let me make sure I got the price centered in real nice and good, so that I can go to break and I have to worry about coming back and adjusting it mid-break. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. That way, if price starts to move any, you'll see it, and we'll be on the page there, and you won't have to worry about it. Where am I going to next here? Putting the message on the screen. I'm imagining you laughing down the road, Roseanne. It was probably not the kind of laughing that would cause you to cry, but I'm trying to imagine you driving down the road laughing hilariously, and then people driving by you on the road and seeing you laughing hysterically, and then wondering like, what the hell's so funny to her? What is wrong with that crazy lady over there? I every once in a while I'll see that. I'll be driving down the road and I look over and I'll just like randomly catch like somebody like doing something that you wouldn't normally see them doing while they're driving down the road, and it cracks me up. I love seeing that. Let's see. We'll be back from break at. I mean, what do I normally say? We'll be. I think I just say that 2:10. StockWiz says, yeah, StockWiz, unfortunately, man, you work really hard for your money. It would be unfair for me to suggest to you how you should spend your money. I work hard for my money. I get to spend my money the way that I want to spend it. It would be unfair for me to tell you how you should spend your money. So, I know you probably would love to get a clue as to what you should do. I'm sure there's a lot of different ways you can look at this. A lot of different possibilities of things that could happen. You could roll the dice and one of those things might be true and the rest of them be wrong. And imagine how I would feel if I told you to take your hard-earned money and invest it a certain way and things didn't work out. I would feel shitty. I would feel really, really shitty. So all I can say to you, StockWiz, is you need to do the best DD you possibly can, figure out what seems to make the most sense for you, and then invest your money how you think what's the smartest thing to do. As usual, I will always say, AMC and Ape always need buying pressure. I'm not, but I'm not going to tell you where to spend your money. Alrighty, guys. I'm out to break. See you guys in a bit. I'll tell you what, though. CPR. It's not a matter of shutting it down. It's a matter of whether or not I'm still going to be available to talk to. Really, I think that's what it comes down to. Probably. I'll tell you what, though. My plans for the future, I'll still be around. We'll still talk. Our story's not over. This is kind of the first chapter. So don't worry about that. But in regards to like doing a live stream on a daily basis for 9 hours a day, that's probably not happening. It's not even a not. It's not happening. I can guarantee you I will be moving on to different things though. But yeah, you know, I'll still be around. We'll talk. For sure. I think there's a lot more for us to do. Unfortunately, we got a lot of work ahead of us. A lot of things that we have to combat after this is over. A lot of us are going to, you know, there's going to be people in our groups who are struggling with handling of money. I mean, can you imagine? Money. It's a problem. Go figure. Right? But it will be. It'll be a struggle for people. We'll talk about it. We'll figure stuff out as we go. We'll run into problems along the way. We'll figure out as a group how to figure it out as we go. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see Kit back up on the page again. If you don't know what Kit is, it's that car. That's Kit. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you do set that up. If your broker allows you to have a secondary device that can receive that access code, not a bad idea to do so, and set that up for yourself. And then, of course, the most important thing, right? As we all found out yesterday, or at least those of us who had Fidelity, we found out that, geez, it would be probably a really good idea if we were taking getting a PDF file or a digital copy of our bank statement, not bank statement, our portfolio statement from our broker or brokers, in case something should happen with our broker, and that way we have proof of ownership of what it is that we have if something should happen. God forbid. But I do expect to see more of those kind of problems in the future. And you'll, having listened, be prepared for that. Take a bite out of crime. All right, here we go. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. Off-exchange has 58.28% going through off-exchange. EDGX is at 6.08%. The combined total 64.36%. That's about 1.64% less than I would expect it to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is only 37,000 shares on AMC. It's not very much. 300,000 or more is usually gets me all riled up. So it's way under that number. On Ape for the day, we've got 41.43% going through off-exchange. EDGX is sitting at 7.82%. The combined total is 49.25%. That's about 16.75% less than it should be by this time of the day. So not a whole lot of volume going through there. Where is that volume going through? New York Stock Exchange seeing 12.9% of our total daily volume today. That's up by 3.7% higher. More volume going through that exchange than normal. Quite a bit. CHX volume is 15.1 thousand shares. I only get excited when it's over 30,000 for Ape, so not very much going on there. And then on GME, CHX volume was definitely elevated on GME, but not over the 30,000 that I think that it takes for me to kind of feel like get all goosebumps and stuff. But CHX volume was 0.56% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.11, so it was definitely elevated, but not high enough. It's because I got no volume. Ortex. For AMC, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 3.4 million shares haven't been borrowed. It's now reporting 4.48. I hope you guys know what this means. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 28.5%. What it means to me is that with all these additional shares being borrowed for the day-to-day, our chances of seeing high short exempt volume is probably pretty likely. Maybe not as high as it's been the last 2 days, but it should still be pretty high. The cost of borrow min is at 808.41%, average 977.63, and average max is at 1,040. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 208.89 million shares. That's an all-time record set today. That's 2 days of that record being set in a row. It's also 6.41 million more shares that were on loan than from yesterday. Ortex estimated that about 2.283% of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at APE, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 634,000 shares having been returned. It's now 3.99 million shares returned. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float to 8.11. Cost per borrow mins at 6.56, average 7.17, and max 8.6. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is 87.25 million shares. That is 2.03 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume for the day-to-day was at an hour ago $4 with 49.2 thousand contracts. It's now 54.9 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume was at a $4 strike as well. We went from 67.9 thousand contracts to 71.5. Combined price of AMC and APE is hovering right there at that $5.73 mark, which is a Fibonacci retracement that we've got. We're also drawing, we're finding that support right on that ascending level of support that we have here. Hopefully we can get a bounce towards the end of the day here and see a drive to the top side. I'd love the last half hour of the day-to-day to be a little bit of a run in price. I don't know if we'll see that happen or not, but it would be nice to see. Especially since combined price is 572 and I predicted 599 for a close. What am I off here? I'm off by 27 cents on my prediction for the day-to-day. Ugh, that's kind of yucky. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. Combined price right now, we have 68 not combined price. The buy-sell ratio on AMC is 68.65% buys to 31.35% sell ratio. That is definitely over the 60-40 number I like to see. GME's been making it on the list for the day-to-day too, with an amazing 90.22% buy to 9.78% sell ratio. Looking very strong on GME on those buy orders versus sell orders. I have to say, if there's one thing positive that I could say about GME shareholders is that the conviction levels on GME shareholders are way higher than AMC shareholders. Just throwing that out there, just saying it. I know people don't like hearing that, but man, I'll tell you what. When it comes to buy and sell ratios, AMC's had some high numbers before, but they're never as high as GME. The shareholders over there are a different kind of beast. SSR trigger price for the day today is $3.31. APE would have been at 1.899. Shares available to borrow is still sitting at 0, and ETFs have about 9,000 showing up in there. Fees last seen at 879.1%. NASDAQ is down 0.99, Dow Jones is down 0.5, S&P 500 is down 0.66. We have 4,273 decliners to 1,931 advancers. The market is on fire. Look out, hot lava below. It's going to burn the crap out of your feet because it is nasty. That is some nasty numbers. Way to end the day, I guess, huh? Banks. I'm only looking for banks that have moved plus or minus 2.75% or more for the day today. Silvergate's been mainly the only one that's been meeting that requirement. Right now they're down 20% for the day. Looks like everything else as of right now is underneath that. Yeah. Ethereum Classic down 1.87, and it's still trending up. I mean, we've got these ebbs and flows back and forth here, but the trend is still up. It might be breaking that trend a little bit right now. I mean, the very current downtrend or the trend is down, but overall, it's been trending upwards. The U.S. dollar is up 0.26 at the end of the day here, getting a little bit of a boost up upwards here after bouncing off of 103.28. Oil is down 1.11 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.15 to 0.23 and trending down. SPY is down 0.63 and trending down. Looks like it may have found some support at 440.03. VIX is currently down 0.12, but starting to trend back up again at 16.56. VBR is down 0.72 and trending down. VB is down 0.94, trending down. Tesla is down 2.54, trending down. Amazon is down 1.47, trending down. Cinemark is down 0.48 and trending up. Doge is down 2.54 and trending down currently, but again, it looks like it's just now maybe starting to break that upwards trend that was going on for most of the day. Bitcoin down 0.27 and trending down. GME is down 3.26, and I'm going to go with consolidating. HYMC is down 1.4, and slight trend down. NCMI is up 3.66, trending down. HUD is down 1.87 and trending down. Ape is down... Ape's pretty much breaking even for the day at 2.11. AMC is up 0.27 for the day. It's 0.27 and up 3.685. 3.69. It's hovering right around there. We're kind of following that trend line that I've got drawn out on the screen here, and I'm hoping that we close out the day above that. It'd be nice. Inflow versus outflow. Just about like $1.9 million more inflow than outflow. 45.87 million shares traded so far for the day today. After, what do we got here? 353 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 54 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 50 and 70 million. Looks like we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure. Oh no, I just moved that. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.55, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. The divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours, actually 3 hours. RSI is at 51.81, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.2, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, divergence in the vortex indicator with more buying pressure than selling pressure and RSI at 59.39, which is above average. On Ape, inflow versus outflow, there's about $250,000 more inflow than outflow. 27.1 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 354 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 29.8 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million, but suggested that it was probably going to be higher than my prediction, but I didn't mind being low. So it looks like we're going to be right about where I expected it to be. I had said specifically that I felt that we would close AMC and Ape about 10 million shares down from what we had done yesterday on each. So yesterday we had 69 million shares on AMC, which would mean we would close at 59 million today. I think we'll be a little bit shy on that one. Ape closed yesterday at 42 million. So I guess I was assuming 32 today. We'll probably be a little bit shy on that one too. On a 4-hour time interval for Ape, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.32, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.6, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 45.63, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 43.93, which is slightly below average. And with that, here comes the sun. Da 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 da. Yeah. Man, I wish I had a voice to match some of those famous singers from the past. Man, I would have loved to have been a good singer. It would have been nice. It would have been nice if I got blessed with, the music talent and everything, and I'm happy about that because, for me, music is, it's kind of one of those things that like soothes my soul just to create it, and it doesn't have to be for anybody else. It can just be for me, and I enjoy it. As much as probably some people just like listening to music. I like just sitting down and playing it, but I should just be happy for what I have, right? That's what I say. That's what I should be happy for. All right. Let's see what you guys are saying here. 8K shows its sellers 824 of AMC that it will be awarded the settlement shares on 828. Number of AMC shares you have after the reverse split will be divided by 7.5 to calculate how many settlements you get. Hold on a second here. Let me make sure I'm reading that right. Yes, that's correct. But it's after the reverse split of AMC from the date of 520 or 824. So make sure you realize that that's the T+2 factor in that whole scenario. So it's the record date of ownership is 824. If you were a shareholder on the end of 824 of AMC, you will get that reverse split will have been done on 824, and whatever that number is by that end of that day, that's what you will divide that 7.5 by to see what you would get. It looks like the result's going to be a yes. I can go back to the back of the Big Tramp right now if you want. Looks like you're already there. Oh, wait.
Welcome back.
Buenas tardes, amigos.
Yaka. Good to see you.
Good to see you. So what did the audience want?
53% said yes. 29% said I don't care. And 18% said no. So basically,
who said, who's
1/5 of the people.
I don't care?
29.
So 29% are mute and deaf, probably.
Or they don't listen to the sound, right? That could be a possibility, right? Yeah, maybe they have the sound off and they're just like looking at the numbers the whole time. 18%, almost, not quite, but almost 1/5. 1 out of every 5 people said, "No, man, I don't want to do every single day of the back of the Big Tramp."
They don't have to. They can. They're not back here, man.
Well, I'm not basing the decision off of the minority votes. I'm basing it off of what you guys want to build the community into. So if the majority of you guys want that, then that's what we'll do. I let you guys build the community. You make it what it is. So that's what it is.
The nut house back here.
Oh, then that percentage is going down now. It's only 17% now, which means that it means that it's not 1 in 5. It's less than 1 in 5 now. We're chopping people in parts. For those of you who don't want this, you have no arms. We're lopping off your ears.
At the end of the day, that's when they're releasing the orders. What's going on?
At the end. Yeah. They're probably doing a lot of settlements by the end of the day. Yeah. Forcing orders through.
Yeah.
Uh, 4 Million Gorillas says, I just put the show on to nap. It's like my rain sounds. That's cool, man. I used to fall asleep all the time listening to, who did I listen to? Pantheon, and, but there was somebody else that put me to sleep better.
CSI?
No. That would make my blood pressure go up.
Nightmares in the middle of the
night. Stop chasing with the banjo. Stop chasing with the banjo. No. Squeal like a pig. No, I'm trying to remember who it was. It was it might have been Andrew Mo Money.
Oh, with his dog.
Yeah, that dude was so mellow. Like mellow yellow. That's almost like, okay, I didn't mean it that way. But it was just like super, super mellow.
Oh, what?
I know, right? Dude, that was like so bad. I was just saying mellow yellow because they rhyme. I didn't even mean it like that. But yeah, so anyways, but yeah, he used to make me feel real calm, and I'd just be like, I'd be really, Paul's over here going, whoa. I didn't mean it like that, Paul, I promise.
It's okay. I mean, it's okay.
I didn't mean it that way, though.
I mean, I don't want to make it worse.
Yeah, don't make it. We got to dig our. We've already dug our hole here. I done dug my hole. But no, who else? There was one more. I know there was one more, and I'm still trying to think of who it was, though. Might have been
somebody that's mellow.
I don't.
Trading with emotions.
It might have been. What's the one that does the robot voice? Simulate and Trade or something like that? It might have been.
Robot, are you talking?
It might have been that one.
Roach Capital?
No. The robot sounding one. I think it's Simulate and Trade.
Out from Boston?
No. But the I think that was probably another one. And I didn't mean to fall asleep to Simulate and Trade. Stimulate and Trade. Simulate and Trade. Maybe it was Stimulate and Trade. I don't know. Who knows? Anyways, I would turn that one on, and I would actually be genuinely curious about what it was that he had to say. But then I would find that like nearly 90% of the time I would pass out after 5 minutes of hearing that robotic voice going, and there's no way I could ever keep my eyes open if I was playing that right before I was going to bed. So that was it was an unintentional falling asleep too, but it was almost impossible to avoid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roboto.
Where's censored content when we need him? What was the nickname for him again? We're gonna call him. There was a nickname.
You have the mixer there.
What was
the sampler?
What was the nickname I was giving him yesterday?
I don't know. Is it part of the soundboard, Uncle Frank?
Or was it Boxy? No, it wasn't Boxy. It was
Pixie.
No.
Ape Father.
No.
I think it was Sensi.
Sensi?
Sensei?
Sensi. Why would I say Sensi?
I don't know. It didn't make any sense to me.
Synthy. That's what it was. Like a synthetic voice.
Like a synthesizer?
Yeah, Synthy. That's what it was. Synthy. We can call him Synthy. Good old synthesizer.
You call him like what? Like Cynthia?
No.
What is that? His drag name?
Look at that, guys. Look at this. Here's our fourth retest. Fourth retest of $3 or $5.93. Are we gonna get the breakthrough of $5.95? This is it right here.
Ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery returning to the space.
Look at that.
You're ready.
Oh man, I would love to see it break through there.
It will. Right now, just wait.
Will it? Will it? Alberto says you never get you never go full retest. Retesties. You know what that is, Yucca?
These?
Retesties?
These.
Nuts. Is the back of your tramp still on Discord? I can't find your server. Yes, Hillbilly, it is. It may be minimized for you. You might have to expand it out. Who's the guy that used to say, it's getting hot in the kitchen?
Oh, that's what's his name.
Was that Zip Trader?
No.
No?
It's, what's his name? He's still on.
Young black gentleman who wore the bow tie.
Grace.
Oh yeah.
Grace.
Whatever happened to him? I liked watching that guy, and I feel like I don't ever see his videos popping up anymore.
Because you don't subscribe to him.
I think I am, but I would have to verify. I'm pretty sure I am.
What about? Do you ever watch?
Ooh, that guy?
Who? Yeah.
No, never. So the listen, the very first time I stopped watching was when he said, we need to stop calling each other apes. And I was like, screw you. I shouted at the screen. I was like, screw you. And then I turned it off, and first I unsubscribed, and then I turned it off. I'm like, I'm not listening to that guy anymore. Exactly. Oh, hell no. Yeah, that's right. And then I was like, a couple months later, I went back and I was like, all right, I just got to see what he's saying. It was like that stupid, like, I got to go see what that train wreck's doing now. And so I went over there and I opened it up, and I opened it, and he's like, we need to just sell our shares. I was like, screw this guy, unsub again. I wiped it out. I was like, I'm never, ever going back. I will never, ever go back to what it is. I was like, I can't, no, not going to do it. I'm not going back. Never, ever, ever again. I'm not going to stand behind or give anybody views who's, just saying that kind of crap. Screw that. Yeah, Keenan. I need to look and see if I'm subscribed to him real quick here. I feel like you challenged me. Let's see here. Your channel, that's not what I want. Yeah, it is what I want. No, it's not. I want... What's up with YouTube? They started printing their name in calligraphy or something? What the hell's up with that?
Yeah, did you see that? Like it's like Times Roman.
Yeah.
I mean, not Times Roman. What is that? Gangster writing or
calligraphy.
Veterano.
Calligraphy.
No, it's not calligraphy. It's called. I have it here.
Okay.
I'm actually
Double line Old English.
Okay.
Yeah, Old English. There you go. That's the one.
Hieroglyphics.
Keenan.
Basic.
I'm looking to see if Keenan's on my list here, and I don't see him. You might be right. Oh my gosh, I do see people that I'm subscribed to that I am unsubscribing to. How in the world would I be subscribed to those still? Oh, this is happening. Unsubscribe. And this one too. Gets a big old fat unsubscribed. It's time to clean house here. Let's see here. Keenan. Nope, I'm not subscribed. You're right. You're absolutely right. Do you want to see my sister?
Sure.
I ran across her her YouTube channel. Back in the day, you remember when those flash mobs were a thing?
Okay.
She was doing a flash mob, and she was trying to get people involved in doing a flash mob. And let me see here. I'll try to figure out which one. This is like a 43-second clip of my sister. Let's see. Pause.
All right, y'all, it's crunch time. Less than 2 weeks away from February 14th, 2011, and we are getting so excited.
Well,
so, get your
she's
friends
not too hard on
involved,
the eyes
family
now, is she?
involved, and your schools involved. Don't forget, schools are a great place to have a flash mob. In the quad during lunchtime,
Jeez, you got the Danny
you've got
DeVito
cheerleaders,
genes, huh?
dance teams, football players that would be willing to do anything for a laugh. You've got it all. Just play the song "Stuck Like Glue" over the
Yeah,
loudspeaker.
if she's Arnold, then that definitely makes him Danny DeVito.
School right now, join me in my flash mob. But it's getting close, so make sure you go online, flashyourvalentine.com, and learn the dance. Get
Nicely
ready to
done,
flash
Pooh.
your Valentine. Woo!
I think that was Yucca.
Did you get the fact that right at the end there that she's a cheerleader? She was a total cheerleader. She's got, she got lucky. She got lucky. She got my mom's eyes. And it's really funny because my mom has those exact same eyes. And they're real expressive eyes. The problem is that when they're angry at you, they're the kind of eyes that hurt your soul. Like you just want to die on the inside.
Who's angry?
Oh, it doesn't matter. My mom or my sister. Those eyes, they get angry.
Count yourself lucky that on the soundboard we don't have the sound clip from the Jay Gals band song "Angel is a Centerfold," because I would have been cranking the button.
They're just eyes, Casey.
Yeah, I know, but they're the kind that, like, I don't know how to explain it. If you've never seen those kind of eyes stare at you like that before with
I've
that
seen those.
anger, yeah. Okay, you know what I'm talking about then.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
I've
okay.
seen, but when I learned later, I understand they're just eyes.
Petra says I didn't recognize her without the beard. That's messed up, Petra.
Did anything come out of the eyes? Laser?
No, nothing came out of the eyes. Interestingly enough, though, my wife has absolutely amazing eyes, but they're not the same kind of eyes that when she gets mad that they kill you. I don't think I've ever seen her eyes pierce me. Oh, she's trying right now to give me evil eye, and it was so funny because like all she does is squint. My mom and my sister's eyes, when they get angry, they open up wider, and it's like they're like killing you with the whiteness on the eyes, and it's like, no, I'm dead. My wife, she squints. She squints when she gets
eye. When he squint, that's called the stink eye.
Yeah, but it's not the same. You don't want to die. You don't want to die on the inside. You just go like, I know I'm in trouble. It's a much softer angry. Much softer.
Had your kids, had your wife, and had your husband because they raping everybody out here.
Yeah. I think that's why that's one of the things I like about my wife is her eyes. She's got really great eyes.
Mrs. Pirate has a best friend who has a glass eye, and she was on a first date with a guy, and she sneezed, and the eye popped out and rolled across the dinner table.
You told me about that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No. It was.
I'm sorry.
It's still funny. And then I remember
it's a true story, and it's a true story. When I start hearing people talk about how beautiful women's eyes are, that's just where my mind goes.
I remember I said there was something that somebody was supposed to say, and I can't remember what it was now. It like popped into my head, and it was so. It's not coming to me now. Whatever it was funny last time. I didn't think of it this time. Oh, maybe it was like, here's looking at you, or I don't know. I know that's not that funny. It had to be something funnier.
You see the girls in their little TikTok videos crying and whining about how bad their first dates go, and I'm like, hold my beer, I got a story for you.
You know, I think the best thing you could do if you had a situation like that happen, like I'm trying to put myself in the position of somebody who had one eye and my eyeball popped out. What I would probably do is I would take it and I would put it in my mouth, clean it off, and then slap it back in. And if they don't love you for that, then they're probably not the right person. They're just not the right person.
Say something along the lines of "I'm a reformed pirate" or something like that.
I mean, just imagine yourself if you just got, it's your first date and you're the guy in that situation. I mean, you have to have the presence of mind to keep it together, man. I mean, regardless, I mean, you got to have a soul. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. I mean, what could a guy do?
I would have laughed so damn hard. This would have cracked me up. I probably would have reached for it too. Let me see that.
Yeah, I'm a very curious individual myself, and I would do the same thing, and they would be horrified, and I would be curious, and sometimes horrified and curious don't really go well together. So,
I mean, would it be inappropriate to like use your soup spoon as a ping pong paddle and like flick it back at him?
Oh yes, that would be really bad. That would be bad. I can't imagine that going well.
Or what if you were out golfing and that fell off? Would you put it and golf with it?
Put on the tee?
Oh,
Yeah.
You better not. I'm sure those things are expensive. Don't you dare. Yeah. Don't do that.
Yeah, I wonder how much. I wonder if you can get them on eBay.
No, they have to be custom fit. They have to like put like a rubber mold in your eye. I watched a whole video on how they make them.
You were trying to get one for you?
Okay.
You were trying to get one? You were trying to order one?
No, it just showed up in my feed and I decided to watch it. And I was like, look at that. That's how they make them? I didn't even know. But yeah, you have to you actually get something poured in your socket and it creates a custom fit for you so it doesn't fly out when you sneeze.
Sam said if you were on the fairway, you could use the golf ball cleaner to give it a good go around and soap it up.
Oh gosh!
And that was nice, Sam. Nicely done, Sam.
Ooh,
golf ball cleaner.
Is that how you say they pour something in the eye in the socket?
Yeah.
So is that the same way they make the butt plugs? Do they pour the same chemical like into the?
Well, you're the expert at that. I wouldn't.
How do they make the butt plug? I don't.
All right.
Imagine they just presume.
You guys got to tell me what I'm missing here because I feel like this name. Do you see this Bader Enebish? I feel like this is like a scrambling of words in the letters. I forget what they call that when is it an anagram? No, that's not what it is. What is it? Well, you can mix up the letters and it makes something different, or.
I mean, we've been breaking out, Casey. You haven't even noticed.
Well, he's saying, Casey, sorry if I was rough today, and this is like the first comment I feel like I've seen all day long.
Oh no, he's been in here.
Okay. I guess I just noticed.
Sometimes he gets a little itchy.
Mm-hmm. I was chatting with other guys. Why are I know.
He's cheating on you.
I know. Oh no, don't hurt my feelings. Stop. I'm so jealous. Bader, you gotta do me a favor though, man. You gotta stop writing in all caps. I mean, it's like you're shouting at everybody, like, I was chatting with other guys. Like, don't yell. You don't need to yell. I'll recognize it without the yelling. So I feel like I got to tell you guys a story.
Uh-oh.
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
Oh boy.
I went to dinner with my son last night, and we were talking about something, and I was talking about how I thought that the He-Man birthday cake thing was funny, and he's like, "Why is it funny?" And I'm like, "I think you could play that for just about anybody, and they would probably just kind of, in general, just kind of laugh at it." And he and I went into this like massive debate over whether it was funny or not. And I said, I started to agree with him. I was like, okay, yeah, I mean, maybe the younger generation wouldn't get it so much, just because you didn't live through that era. But he's like, but yeah, it is. But he's like, but explain to me why it's funny. And so I was trying to explain it to him, and he's like, that's not funny. That's offensive. And so I was like, whatever. Man. I'm like, not. I'm
really, man.
Yeah,
really? He's
no.
One of those guys. Come on, man.
Yeah, and I was like,
he's the guy that shows up at the comedy club, and it's like open mic night, and he's gonna heckle everybody. He's that guy that goes to a comedy club just to be a dick.
I don't know, but I was really kind of shocked a little, but I just don't think, I think it was just a generational thing, so I don't know. Wait till your mom sues you for copyright. She probably will. Huh?
So what are you telling us? He's not your favorite one?
I don't like to talk about favorites.
My God, who the hell cares?
So you do have a favorite?
No. It's so here's the thing. I think every parent does, right?
I know.
Every parent does.
I
but
don't.
You're not supposed to. Well, you only have one.
Yeah.
So yes, you do. You do have a favorite, unless you're saying you don't like her. So it's the thing is that you love them all, but some of them, their personality traits coincide. I think for him, right now, I noticed this with Bradley as well. There became a point in time where Dad's not understanding of what's happening in life around you. And you may remember that when you were growing up, if you're a guy and you remember that period of time maybe in your life. And I think he's kind of going through that right now. Where
I wouldn't know. I don't have a dad.
I just don't get anything, kind of stuff. And so, it is what it is. It's just a stage of life.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess.
Not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's not. It's not at all. Andrew says the numbers will now be replaced every day by videos of Casey's sister. So she's got, you have to realize she's got a background in acting, and so she's very animated, she's great at doing video stuff, so it's right up her alley. It's not, she could do a YouTube stream, probably no problem at all. It's something she could easily do. I'm not that kind of person.
Is she working in that field?
Huh?
Is she working in that field?
Not now, but she used to. She was working at Disneyland for a long time.
So she's working for Citadel instead.
No. I don't remember who she's working for currently, but no. Bob says, "What's her channel?" You can go backwards in the stream and see if it shows up on there. She doesn't actively use that channel anymore. It was an old channel that she had set up for that. What was it called again? Something Your Valentine. Flash for your Valentine.com or something like that. I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, but it was supposed to be a Flash dance, but she was being creative.
Who said that?
Yeah, she did.
Who said that?
She said it.
No, somebody said hub something. What? Don't do that.
Oh.
No, nothing like that.
Damn it, kid.
You hear what you want to hear, Yucca.
You know, I seen this like meme. It's not a meme. It was on what, Instagram. They went to pick up somebody at the airport, and the sign said casting. You know.
Okay.
I love how he goes, you know.
You know.
You know.
First time I clicked on one of those flash mob advertisements, I expected a whole different thing.
Oh.
It's a generational thing. Flash used to mean something altogether different to the old folks. But
Right.
hey, times they are a changing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like flash flooding.
She is married, and has 3 kids. So for all of you guys who are oogling over her, she is happily married. Don't you even start.
Yep. And she looks like Casey.
That's right. And she looks just like me.
With a beard.
So you start thinking about that every time.
But what we really want to know is does she have a pool boy yet? Is that position open?
You guys be nice. This is my sister. This is my sister you're talking about.
Jeez, Yucca.
Brother Casey will fight.
Yeah.
Brother Seamus.
Yeah, I'd better keep an eye on Fu about this. You know,
I know.
Conference, like, hey, I have a beard for you to try out.
Beard.
How does this look on you?
Yeah.
So we're gonna end up green. Nice.
Looks like it's about that time, isn't it?
I was gonna say that.
Yeah. Well, you said it.
All right.
Well, guys,
taking another break.
Another break it is. Break time. You guys know the
Time
routine.
flies when we're in the back.
I know. That's why I'm always saying I hate coming back here, because it just seems like it flies so fast. I did say that. I did say I hate coming back here. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll see you guys in a bit. Actually, I'm probably not going to come back to the back of the Big Tramp afterwards. My wife just woke up a little bit ago, so I'm going to spend time with her.
She's giving you the eye.
Nope, not at all. I'm just going to spend time with her, though. All right. I'll see you guys later. See you tomorrow morning.
All right.
Record everything.
Thanks.
All right.
Great show. Later.
Later, guys. Well, it is that time of the day, and unfortunately, you know what that means. All good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. It's not quite Friday yet. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie, because after all, that's what we're here to do, is to help save AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Michael, we need to fly. I don't know how to sound like that.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We're transferring to orbital power of Discovery is now off its green
Knight Rider, a shadowy flight into the dangerous world of a man who does not exist. crusade to champion the cause.
T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
They tried to scare us off, but now we are numb. They've dug themselves a hole 'cause they thought we were dumb. Until shorts pay us back, the best is yet to come. The best is yet to come, we've only held the line. You think we've seen the moon, but we ain't seen it shine. Wait till the margin calls are made. Wait till they pay their debts. Wait till the SEC gets obeyed. We ain't seen nothing yet. The best is yet to come. Ignore the headline. The squeeze has not been squoze. They haven't paid a dime. They're running out of time. This rocket's ready to fly. We've barely started to climb. We own the shares that they'll buy. Wait till we see how many synthetic shares they found. Hedge funds once worth billions, now driven to the ground. Wait till the FOMO starts to chase. Wait till the spikes are severe. Wait till the squeeze really does take place. Taxes are gonna suck next year. The best is yet to come when shorts begin to buy. They will bring the demand, we own the supply. They still have to buy, and we own the supply.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.